Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Autumn wind howled. Lush green had turned to sheets of gold. Pedestrians hunched into their coats and hurried along. Perched on a thick branch, a young man stared into the distance, lost in thought. 12 years since he crossed into the Hokage world. The initial thrill had long faded. Every day now he planned the same thing: how to survive. The problem was simple, brutal, even. He was Uchiha. Forget the genocide, still years off. The third ninja war alone could swallow him whole. In this world, genius was the cheapest currency. Unless you were one of the handful of monsters, talent just made you a prettier stepping stone. And the Uchiha's favorite way to support the plot was to die. The village elder's malice, Hiruzen, Danzo, wasn't yet open war, but the cracks were there. When conflict came, he'd be cannon fodder on some nameless mission. Annoying. He raked a hand through his hair, eyes turning cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. As long as those two lived, the Uchiha would never know peace. A sudden commotion snapped him back. He glanced down the alley. "Oh, I heard a new yakiniku place opened. Want to go tonight?" "My treat." A square-jawed boy blocked a pretty girl's path, arms spread like a gate. "Asuma, can you calm down?" "I said I'm not in the mood today." Yuhi Kurenai frowned. "Who ticked you off? Tell me. I'll fix him up." Asuma puffed his chest. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Always so self-assured. Annoying, but he was the Hokage's son. She swallowed the retort and moved to leave. Asuma reached for her wrist. What are you doing?" Kurenai sprang back, voice sharp. "Hey, relax, Hong. If not barbecue, dessert? We're shopping." He blocked her again, grinning like nothing was wrong. "Asuma, move. You're really irritating." His face darkened. Pride flared. "No, you." Kurenai's eyes misted with angry frustration. Hokage's son or not, this was over the line. "Move. No. Move." "I said no." The bickering drilled into the boy's skull. His mood, already sour, curdled. "Quiet. I'm thinking." Both heads snapped up. On a branch several meters above, a handsome youth in a shirt emblazoned with the Uchiha fan looked down. "Uchiha, Mirai." Asuma and Kurenai recognized him instantly, the clan's rising genius. Sorry," Kurenai murmured. She had raised her voice. "Tsh," Asuma snorted. "Who do you think you are? If it's noisy, leave." "Leave." Mirai's lips curled into a thin, dangerous smile. He gathered chakra to his soles, walked down the trunk as if descending steps, and landed lightly. Kurenai and Asuma exchanged a look. That control wasn't ordinary. "What do you think you're doing?" Asuma asked, taking half a step back despite himself. "Simple," Mirai said. "You pay for what you just did." "You dare." "Why wouldn't I?" "Because you're the Hokage's son." His sneer was razor-thin. Color surged into Asuma's face. He hated that title more than any insult. With a shout, he swung. Mirai dropped his center of gravity. A blur, a sweep. Asuma's feet left the ground, body horizontal in midair. Fast. Asuma's pupils shrank. Before he could recover, thud, Mirai's heels slammed into his chest. Asuma skidded back several meters and hit the ground hard. "Too weak," Mirai said, dusting off his sleeve. "That mouth of yours is louder than your fists." His temper eased. He turned to go. "Wait." He glanced at Kurenai. "Thank you," she said softly. Mirai nodded. "People who corner you don't stop because you're afraid. Remember that. Next time, do this." The voice chimed in his skull. Uchiha Mirai froze the instant a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. A system. 10 years after crossing into this world, the thing he had prayed for day and night had finally come. Before he could doubt it, a light blue panel unfolded in front of his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 20. Chakra, 7. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu, clone technique, transformation technique, body flicker, shadow clone, earth release, decapitation technique, fire release, great fireball. Others, shuriken throwing, trap making. His chest tightened, excitement rushing in. It's real. Are you okay? Kurenai's soft voice pulled him back. She stared at him nervously, her porcelain-like face tilted in concern. For the first time, Mirai noticed the ruby eyes, the round cheeks, the delicate features. His lips curved. Without thinking, he cupped her head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. My lucky star. In this world, talent ruled the beginning, bloodline ruled the middle, and cheats ruled the end. With the system, he could finally soar. Uchiha Mirai, you bastard! Bang! From behind, Asuma, having just staggered up, saw it happen. His goddess kissed before his very eyes. He blacked out on the spot, collapsing again with a strangled cry. Why you kissed me? Kurenai's face flushed scarlet. She pointed at him, stammering. I just remembered. There's a cat waiting to discuss the meaning of life with me. Bye. You bastard. Mirai vanished down the street. Kurenai stomped in fury, glaring after him. Even so, she found herself chasing him. Mirai finally stopped at the edge of the Uchiha district and turned back. Kurenai, panting, pouted. He found the expression dangerously cute. You're brave, following me into clan territory, he said, waving her over. Flustered, she hurried to his side. If not for him, she never would have dared step foot here. Uchiha were infamous for their hostility. Watch your step. There are traps. In your own yard, she whispered wide-eyed. She searched but saw nothing. The memory of how he had floored Asuma sent a shiver through her. So precise, so sharp. Among their classmates, maybe only Kakashi could rival him. They reached his courtyard. Instead of flowers, rows of vegetables grew in neat beds. These are just food supplies, Mirai explained, leading her inside. She followed his steps carefully, pulse quickening at every glance from passing clansmen. By the time she sat opposite him in his spotless, sparsely furnished home, her heart was beating too fast. About earlier, Mirai said suddenly, I lost my head. Did something stupid. Whatever you want me to do to make it up, I'll do it. Kurenai blinked. Her cheeks warmed. Was this a confession? Too fast, too sudden. What should she say? Before she could answer, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. She flushed crimson. Mirai only chuckled. Wait here. When the aroma hit her nose, Kurenai nearly fainted. She took a bite, and her eyes went wide. This is amazing. What dish is this? Fish-flavored shredded pork. Green onion ribs. Just things I tinkered with. Mirai waved it off. Tea tinkered? You invented this. Kurenai gaped. In a world torn by war and scarcity, food like this was unheard of. She looked at the boy across from her, genius fighter, trap maker, cook, and now, her secret savior. What kind of treasure have I stumbled onto? After finishing her meal, Yuhikuren patted her slightly bulging belly with satisfaction. This was the most filling meal she had ever had since she was a child. He is very powerful and can even set traps skillfully. Not only can he grow his own vegetables, but he can also cook delicious food. Why does it seem like Uchiha Mirai is so good at everything? Really, he's the same age as me. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Mirai, her heart filled with curiosity. She discovered that the handsome young man in front of her seemed completely different from the rumors. It's getting late. Looking at Yuhi Kurenai, who was daydreaming, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but remind her. Ah, is it that late already? Zairahong looked at the sky outside and found that it had already darkened. She felt an inexplicable heat on her face. It's all because Uchiha Mirai's cooking is so delicious that she forgot the time. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai suddenly glaring at him, Uchiha Mirai was a little confused. Wasn't everything fine just now? How can you change your face faster than turning the pages of a book? Uchiha Mirai walked out of the courtyard with Kurenai Yuhi. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw Kurenai Yuhi looking at him timidly. What's wrong? Can you take me out of the tribe? I'm a little scared. Zaihong whispered. This is the land of the Uchiha tribe. If you run around at night, something terrible might happen. I really can't help you. Uchiha Mirai sighed helplessly and could only walk outside with Yuhi Kurenai. As soon as they walked out of the Uchiha tribe's territory, Yuhi Kurenai stopped on her own initiative. Thank you for the treat today. After that, Yuhi Kurenai turned and ran into the night. After she left, Uchiha Mirai frowned slightly. Even Kurenai Yuhi is so afraid of the Uchiha clan. It is conceivable how bad the reputation of the Uchiha clan has become. There is still a long way to go to save the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Uchiha Mirai's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, snort. Just wait. Back in the courtyard, Uchiha Mirai came to the field he usually used for training and immediately began his daily training as usual. I looted a little bit of physique from Sarutobi Isuma today. Now he finally has time to feel it. After nearly 2 hours of training, Uchiha Mirai lay on the ground exhausted. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, different from the attribute points in previous games. In this real world, improving physical fitness is not just about increasing a little bit of blood volume. Rather, it is an all-round improvement in strength, speed, endurance, and even injury resistance. Although only a little has been gained so far, the increase in various aspects of the body is not very large, but it is enough for Uchiha Mirai to feel the difference before and after the physical improvement. System, what are your abilities? Answer me. Hello. Hello. After trying every possible way to whisper for a long time and getting no response, Uchiha Mirai completely gave up the idea of communicating with the system. Plunder system. Just from a name, I can tell that it should be able to plunder things from other people. Today we are looting physique, but that doesn't mean we can only loot physique. Perhaps. I can also plunder other attribute points. Even forbidden technique and bloodline limit are not impossible. Uchiha Mirai analyzed silently in his mind. In his previous life, he was a novel lover and had read countless novels, all for the purpose of traveling through time and space one day so that he would be able to keep a clear head and not be like a headless fly. So, Uchiha Mirai could make a rough guess about the system's functions. Only, there are still some things to be determined. For example, can plunder only be triggered through combat? Are there any other ways to trigger it? Can you loot something in every battle, or is there just a certain probability? Is it possible to trigger the looting system repeatedly from one person? Is there a limit to the number of times you can plunder within a certain period of time? Questions like these keep popping up in my mind. Uchiha Mirai wrote down these questions one by one, preparing to verify them slowly. This concerns his Mirai, and he must not take it lightly. Ninja School. Uchiha Mirai was lying down in the back seat by the window, catching up on his sleep, when he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze beside him. Looking up, Uchiha Mirai found that Yuhi Kurenai was staring at him blankly with an expression of disbelief on her face. "What's up?" Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Yuhi Kurenai came back to her senses. "You can still sleep. Aren't you afraid that the third-generation adults will cause trouble for you? Why is the third generation bothering me?" Looking at Uchiha Mirai, Yuhi Kurenai looked disappointed. "Of course it's because you beat up Sarutobi Isuma yesterday. He beat up the Hokage's son and acted like nothing happened. How big a heart does this guy have?" "Don't worry." Uchiha Mirai waved his hand. "The Hokage is first the village's Hokage, then the child's father. He won't trouble me for something like this." "How can you be so sure? Do you know the third-generation adults well?" "No, I just know the will of fire very well," Uchiha Mirai said calmly. "Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man who values his feathers extremely. He just beat up Sarutobi Isuma, not killed him. The other party would never make trouble for him because of such a thing. Moreover, in most people's minds, the Uchiha people should have this kind of character." Looking at Uchiha Mirai's confident look, Yuhi Kurenai didn't know what to say. She never imagined that the reason why Uchiha Mirai was so fearless was because of the will of fire. "That's very well said." A loud voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. In the front seat of the Uchiha Mirai, a boy wearing goggles and with short spiky hair turned around abruptly. "Uchiha Mirai, even though you're annoying, what you just said is very true. The third generation who has carried out the will of fire will never get angry with you just because you beat up his son. I really didn't expect that a guy like you could have such awareness." Seeing Uchiha Obito's innocent look, Uchiha Mirai ignored him. He had never had a good impression of Uchiha Obito in the first place. Not to mention that after coming to this world, Uchiha Obito always treated him as an imaginary enemy and would scold him for no reason. Cut. Having gotten nothing, Uchiha Obito sat back indignantly, but the classroom was in an uproar because of his words. What did Uchiha Obito just say? The son of a third-generation adult? Isn't that Sarutobi Asuma? Sarutobi Asuma was beaten by Uchiha Mirai. Is this true or false? It must be true. Look at Asuma's face and hands. There do seem to be some scratches. I can only say that he is as arrogant as anyone from the Uchiha clan can be. He even dares to hit the Hokage's son. Listening to everyone's discussions, Sarutobi Asuma could only choose to bury his head on the table and act like a turtle. He swore if there was a crack in the ground, he would crawl into it without hesitation. It was embarrassing enough to be beaten in front of the goddess, but now the whole class knows about it. Born evil Uchiha. Hokage building. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and reached out to erase the image in the crystal ball. First the village's Hokage, then the child's father. You don't understand me, but you understand the will of fire. What a funny little devil. Just like Uchiha Mirai guessed, he didn't take Sarutobi Asuma's beating seriously. Nothing in the village could be hidden from him. What happened yesterday was Asuma's fault. It would be a good thing if someone could teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen found a scroll from the side of the table and wrote Uchiha Mirai's name on it. Originally, he had planned to have Uchiha Mirai join the Konoha police force after graduating from the Ninja Academy, but now he has changed his mind. He wanted to keep Uchiha Mirai under his command and observe him carefully. Uchiha Mirai, you who think you understand the will of fire, let me see how much you are aware of. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually became deeper. As they gradually faded out of the core power structure of the village, the voices of dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan became louder and louder. Although only a few Uchiha people had complained at this stage, it was time for him to make some preparations to prevent the worst outcome. Uchiha Mirai was the needle he wanted to plant in advance. Dinkling. When the bell rang, the classroom immediately became noisy. Uchiha Mirai opened her hazy eyes, thought for a moment, and walked to Yuhi Kurenai's side. Go away. Sensing someone coming, Shiri Hong cleaned her table without even raising her head. Only, after waiting for a long time, the person next to me still didn't move. Yuhi Kurenai raised her head and was about to explode when she saw Uchiha Mirai looking at her silently. Mirai, I'm sorry, I thought it was... Uchiha Mirai waved his hand. No need to explain. Do you want to train with me? Huh? Yuhi Kurenai was a little surprised to hear Uchiha Mirai's invitation. Uchiha Mirai, who has always been a loner, actually took the initiative to invite himself to train together. I'm not dreaming, am I? Or does he really have anything else in mind for himself? Zaihong's heart couldn't help but start beating thump thump. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's expression gradually becoming impatient, Yuhi Kurenai remembered that she had not given the other party an answer, so she nodded quickly. I do. Didn't you say you wanted to compensate me? I've already thought of it. Then let's go. Uchiha Mirai saw Yuhi Kurenai agreed, turned around, and walked outside. Looking at the two people leaving, Sarutobi Asuma silently clenched his fists. Uchiha Mirai, wait. I will definitely defeat you in front of everyone and return the humiliation you have inflicted on me 100-fold. After walking through the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Mirai stopped in a dense forest on the back hill of the village. In front of him was an open space of several dozen meters, with several wooden stakes scattered around it. Further ahead is a small river with clear water. Mirai, is this where you usually train? Looking at the venue in front of her, Yuhi Kurenai asked curiously. Attack me. Let me see your strength first. Uchiha Mirai didn't say anything and just waved to Yuhi Kurenai. Today, he had tried various methods, but none of them had triggered his plundering system. Recalling what happened yesterday, Uchiha Mirai guessed that the rewards could only be looted through fighting. This is also the reason why he took the initiative to invite Yuhi Kurenai to train together. Then you better be careful, Yuhi Kurenai said confidently. A few seconds later, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power +1. Hearing the prompt from his system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai's lips curled up slightly. It worked. It seems that my guess was correct. Only through combat can the looting system be triggered. Uchiha Mirai only felt his mind become clear, and a trace of warmth seemed to flow through his eyes. Mirai, your eyes. Uchiha Mirai was a little confused when she heard what Yuhi Kurenai said. Kurenai Yuhi took out a small mirror and handed it to him, and Uchiha Mirai then realized that his eyes had turned into 2 Tomo Sharingan. It seems that in addition to making the mind stronger, mental power can also increase pupil power and pupil power recovery speed. It's really good. After each evolution of Sharingan, there will be a period of adaptation. During this period, Sharingan cannot be actively shut down. So Uchiha Mirai didn't care too much, but waved at Yuhi Kurenai. Come again. 10 minutes later, Shiri squatted on the ground with red eyes. I'm not coming. What? It was said to be a competition, but in the end, I just got beaten one-sidedly. This guy has no idea what it means to be gentle and considerate to women. And even though he had already lost, he still kept trying to compete with himself. If the other party hadn't helped her out yesterday and treated her to such a delicious meal, she would have turned around and left long ago. Flowers that cannot withstand destruction can only wither in the night before sunrise. If you can't even endure this little difficulty, I advise you to give up being a ninja. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. According to his experience in his previous life, he absolutely cannot try to coax her at this time, otherwise it might cause even more trouble. Who said I couldn't hold on? One day, I will be able to defeat you. After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Yuhi Kurenai immediately wiped away her tears and stubbornly put away her aggrieved expression. Without realizing it, I had been PUA'd without realizing it. I'm waiting for that day to come. Take a rest first. Children who have not completed 9 years of compulsory education are naive. Uchiha Mirai breathed a sigh of relief, sat next to Yuhi Kurenai, and began to think about the system issues. There were more than a dozen battles just now, and only the first one successfully plundered the reward. It can be seen from this that the looting system should only be triggered once a day. This also completely dissuaded Uchiha Mirai from the idea of quickly earning rewards through continuous fighting. But Uchiha Mirai was not much of a disappointment. Although you can only get the reward once a day, it is actually very good. After all, this improvement is a real permanent attribute. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai silently called out the system panel. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 8. Spiritual power, 21. Chakra 7. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Other, if nothing else, it's just pure enjoyment to watch the panel attributes continue to grow every day. By the way, Red, didn't you say you've already figured out how you want me to compensate you? Tell me about it. Uchiha Mirai, whose strength was improved again, was in a good mood. He took the initiative to sit next to Yuhi Kurenai and asked, I like the food you cook. If you cook me a meal like yesterday again, I won't mind you kissing me. When thinking about yesterday's meal, Zaihong couldn't help drooling. It smells so good. A foodie like her can't resist it at all. That's it. While Yuhi Kurenai nodded seriously, she couldn't help swallowing. What a cute little loli. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai's silly look, Uchiha Mirai suddenly felt a sense of evil taste in his heart. He pressed down on Zaihong's chubby face, and before she could react, he quickly kissed her forehead a few times, then said generously, I'll pay for all your meals for the week. You're courting death. Zaihong jumped away with a blushing face. What kind of brain circuit is this big bad guy? I'm ignoring you. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's smirk, Yuhi Kurenai turned and ran away. Do you still need me to cook for you? I will never let you go if you miss one more meal. Looking at the other person's hasty escape, Uchiha Mirai touched his lips. Don't say. The girl smells really good. Return to the Uchiha land. Uchiha Mirai saw a family ninja standing in front of his door early on. Uchiha Mirai, the clan leader wants you to come over. New. After a quick wash, Uchiha Mirai followed the family ninja to the home of the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Taijima. Chief Taijima. Mirai, sit down. Looking at the elderly Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Mirai sat on the ground, silently waiting for the other party to speak. Feeling his calmness, Uchiha Taijima showed a hint of appreciation on his face. What a nice kid. No wonder the third-generation adults noticed him. Third generation. Yes, I asked you to come here today, just for this matter. Seeing the puzzled look on Uchiha Mirai's face, Uchiha Taijima did not keep him in suspense. Today, the third generation sent someone to say that they want to assign you to the village's ninja team after you graduate from the ninja school. What do you think? Uchiha Taijima asks Uchiha Mirai about the problem. Everything is subject to the arrangements of the clan leader. Uchiha Mirai said directly. He is still in the early stages of development and has no right to raise any objections. Uchiha Taijima asked him to come over, probably just to get to know him. It would be a bit foolish to really think that Uchiha Taijima was asking for his opinion. As for what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, he could probably guess. It is very likely that the other party wanted to train himself into a double agent like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi in later generations through constant brainwashing. That's perfect. At least, he would not be easily targeted by the village's top leaders. Very good. Uchiha Mirai's attitude satisfied Uchiha Taijima. As compensation, you can make a request, and the family will try its best to satisfy you. After hearing what Uchiha Taijima said, Uchiha Mirai thought about it seriously, and then slowly said, I want you to send a master to guide me in his spare time. As he possesses a plundering system, it would be better for him to fight against stronger people, because powerful ninjas often have some powerful trump cards. Well, Uchiha Taijima originally thought that Uchiha Mirai would ask for some money or a reward like a ninjutsu scroll, but he didn't expect the other party to make such a request. He is indeed a smart child. You know, the guidance of a strong man cannot be compared with money and a few ninjutsu scrolls. But such a request does not seem excessive. Fugaku. After hearing Uchiha Taijima's words, a tall, square-faced young man walked in from outside the door. Father, when you have time in the future, please take the time to teach Mirai. Yes. The next day, after school at ninja school, after leaving the lunchbox she made for Kurenai to heat up at home, Uchiha Mirai came to the place where she had agreed to meet with Uchiha Fugaku. Let me see your strength first. Seeing Uchiha Mirai, Uchiha Fugaku didn't say hello and spoke directly with a blank expression. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mirai did not hold back and directly activated his 2 Tomo Sharingan. He didn't think of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, because, with his current strength, that would only make people think he was a real pig. Double Magatama? Uchiha Fugaku was slightly surprised. Without any resources, starting 2 Tomo Sharingan at this age, he truly deserves the title of genius. But Uchiha Fugaku frowned as he watched Uchiha Mirai take an attacking stance. Are you ready to fight me barehanded? Then use this. Uchiha Mirai pulled out a practice wooden kunai from his tool bag. Ninjas have very high requirements for food, and most of their money is saved by meat. Humph, I don't have time to play childish games with you. Use this. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with disdain, and he threw a steel kunai at Uchiha Mirai. Fire style, great fireball technique. At the moment when Uchiha Fugaku made a move, Uchiha Mirai launched an attack directly. Next, the body flicker technique activated, and he came directly behind Uchiha Fugaku. Bang! A whip kick was aimed at Uchiha Fugaku's head, and just when he was about to succeed, Uchiha Fugaku quickly raised his arm, turned around, and grabbed Uchiha Mirai's ankle. What a cunning little devil! Uchiha Fugaku snorted coldly, grabbed Uchiha Mirai, and smashed it to the ground. Boom! There was a burst of dust, and the Uchiha Mirai turned into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. Two hands stretched out from the ground, grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's feet, and pulled him down suddenly. Bang! Another puff of smoke rose, and Uchiha Fugaku's body turned into a piece of wood. Failed. The sneak attack failed. Uchiha Mirai shook his head regretfully and began to look around for Uchiha Fugaku. Suddenly, a dozen shurikens shot towards him. Uchiha Mirai retreated quickly, and while flipping backwards, he picked up the steel kunai that Uchiha Fugaku had thrown on the ground, and then used Sharingan to knock down the shurikens one by one. Just then, Uchiha Fugaku appeared beside him, raised his leg, and kicked him in the head. Bang! 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 The two sides engaged in close combat. After just a moment, Uchiha Mirai could no longer hold on. Whether in terms of speed, strength, or skills, he is now no match for Uchiha Fugaku. Stop! I give up. Uchiha Mirai decisively admitted defeat. He has already used all his means. If he continues to fight, it will just be one-sided abuse. Not bad. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but praise it. He was a little surprised by Uchiha Mirai. First, she suddenly attacked when he threw a kunai at him, using fire style to block his vision, then used shadow clone to lure the enemy, and finally showed her true colors, tried to use earth style to control him. The most important thing is that the opponent's timing of attack is just right. He was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat at that time. If he hadn't reacted in time and the opponent's speed was slightly slower, he might have really flipped over. If that happened, he would lose face. Through this battle, Uchiha Fugaku put away the arrogance in his heart. Uchiha Mirai's strength is not very strong, but that's only because he is still a student who has not graduated from the ninja school, and his body is far from its peak condition. Being able to use such strength to make him feel the pressure. The achievements of the other party Mirai must be limitless. Uchiha Mirai was unaware of Uchiha Fugaku's inner thoughts. He is now completely immersed in his own world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 8. Spiritual power, 21. Chakra 7. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Others. Shuriken throwing, trap setting, Uchiha-style swordsmanship. As the system prompted, a large amount of information flooded into Uchiha Mirai's mind. In addition to the relevant content of Konoha swordsmanship, it also includes a large amount of combat experience and combat insights. In just a few seconds, Uchiha Mirai had reached a level of swordsmanship comparable to that of Uchiha Fugaku. It's worthy of the system. 2. Overbearing. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but sigh. At a time when chakra is still insufficient, this reward directly raises his combat power to a higher level. After calming down, Uchiha Mirai saw Uchiha Fugaku staring at him. How you thought about what I just said? What? B asterisk 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 D. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and said, "A real ninja should have a weapon of his own. What weapon do you want to use?" Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's question, Uchiha Mirai smiled slightly. Is this even worth considering? I want to use a knife. In the dense forest of Konoha, Uchiha Mirai held a long sword and swung it continuously in the empty training ground. The attack was like a violent storm, but Uchiha Mirai's figure was like a dancing butterfly. Combined with the Sharingan, the unique magnificence of Uchiha swordsmanship is fully reflected in Uchiha Mirai. Clang! With a sound of sword ringing, Uchiha Mirai put away his sword and stood up. Nice knife. Uchiha Mirai secretly admired. As expected of Uchiha Fugaku, he is generous when he makes moves. This kind of long sword with chakra conduction properties is very expensive to make, and even Jonin may not be able to afford it. I actually gave it to him directly. All I can say is, rich and inhumane. Just then, a young girl ran out from the bushes behind. Mirai, have you been waiting long? Looking at Yuhi Kurenai, who looked like a porcelain doll, Uchiha Mirai smiled and shook her head. That's good. Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Uchiha Mirai curiously. Why do you want to train with me again? With my strength, can I really help you? Of course. Uchiha Mirai smiled. Hong, being able to train with you is what I look forward to most every day. Uchiha Mirai didn't lie. After the rewards he plundered from Uchiha Fugaku for 3 consecutive days were all sea-level ninjutsu, Uchiha Mirai decisively chose to give up Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku has mastered many things, but this also means that the opponent's power is too complex. The probability of him getting a good reward is not very high, and even if he had plundered some powerful ninjutsu, he could not easily use it in front of others, because the source is not clear. In comparison, plundering permanent attribute points from Shiri Hong is obviously the more cost-effective option at present. What's the thing you're looking forward to the most? Be careful with your words. Zihi blushed and said coquettishly, This guy, he's becoming more and more bold in his words. Okay, Red, let's start today's competition. Uchiha Mirai urged. Hearing this, Shiri Hong clenched her fists and said, I will definitely not lose so badly this time. 3 minutes. Zai Hong looked at the long knife across her neck and swallowed unconsciously. At such a close distance, she could clearly feel the chill emanating from the long sword. I lost. Zaira Hong decisively admitted defeat. Just now, facing Uchiha Mirai's attack, she had no ability to fight back at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra +1. After feeling the growth of chakra in his body, Uchiha Mirai retracted the long sword. Really, the best decision is to fight against Yuhi Kurenai, who doesn't master any messy ninjutsu. Oh, that's all for today's training. I'll go catch some fish and grill it for you later. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Yuhi Kurenai immediately nodded obediently. Uchiha Mirai's cooking skills are impeccable, and everything he cooks is delicious. The thing she looked forward to most every day was having dinner with Uchiha Mirai after school. Soon, Uchiha Mirai came back carrying 2 half-meter-long processed fish. Uchiha Mirai skillfully took out the homemade seasoning from his waist and started grilling the fish. The tempting aroma constantly stimulates Yui Hong's taste buds. Okay, you can eat now. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Yuhi Kurenai couldn't wait to take the fish from the other party. Hiss! Tasty! Zaira Hong frowned and raised her little hands to fan her mouth. It was obvious that he was burned. Seeing the other person's cute appearance, Uchiha Mirai smiled silently. From today on, power girls, I want them all. Over the next month, Uchiha Mirai would spar with Yuhi Kurenai in the training ground every day. With the reward from the system, his strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 25. Spiritual power, 25. Chakra 17. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu, clone technique, transformation technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, earth style, heart decapitation technique, fire style, a great fireball technique, fire style, phoenix fire technique, fire style, dragon fire technique, wind style, wind blade. Others, shuriken throwing, trap setting, Uchiha style swordsmanship. Compared to the beginning, all of his attributes have been greatly improved, especially physique. The attribute points have more than tripled compared to the beginning. This is an all-around improvement in speed, strength, endurance. Also, the chakra attribute points are increased by 10 points. Now his chakra is more than twice what it was before the system was awakened. And chakra's recovery speed is also much faster than before. Uchiha Mirai conservatively estimated that his overall strength now has increased at least 4 or 5 times compared to when he first started. It was only a month ago. This speed of progress is simply too outrageous. If given a certain amount of time, what Uchiha Madara? What Otsutsuki? Trample them all under your feet. Mirai, we have our graduation exam tomorrow. Are you nervous? Swallowing the grilled meat in her mouth, Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Mirai and asked, It's just a test. There's nothing to be nervous about. That's right. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's answer, Yuhi Kurenai nodded. For a genius like you, you don't have to worry about exams at all. Over the past month, Yuhi Kurenai has become increasingly surprised at Uchiha Mirai's strength. No matter how much her strength improved, she was still defeated miserably when facing Uchiha Mirai. You don't have to be nervous. With your ability, it won't be difficult to pass the exam. Uchiha Mirai saw that Yuhi Kurenai was a little anxious and took the initiative to speak to comfort her. After all, the reason why the other party is so unconfident now is it has something to do with the fact that I have been abused by him recently. Really, I never lie. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's comfort, Yuhi Kurenai felt much better. She didn't know why, but whenever she looked into Uchiha Mirai's dark eyes, she would agree with everything he said from the bottom of her heart. Well, it's getting late. See you tomorrow. After Uchiha Mirai and Yuhi Kurenai parted ways, they went straight to the Uchiha tribe's land. In front of the courtyard where he lived, Uchiha Fugaku was standing at the door, quietly waiting for him. You're finally here. What's up? Uchiha Mirai asked calmly while looking at Uchiha Fugaku. He had no extra affection for the guy who would lead the Uchiha clan to destruction in Mirai. The reason why I have intersection with the other party is just because I regard him as a tool to get rewards. When Mirai becomes powerful, the first person he will eliminate is Uchiha Fugaku. A guy who keeps compromising with Konoha's top leaders will only cause trouble if he is alive. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care too much about Uchiha Mirai's indifference. He automatically attributed Uchiha Mirai's attitude towards him to the arrogance of a genius. After all, this kind of personality is very common among the Uchiha clan. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's gaze, Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, I just want to tell you that you need to be low-key in tomorrow's graduation assessment. Be a little more low-key? That's right. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. I know that with your strength, it is easy to crush those classmates, but the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Your talent is likely to cause the village to be wary of the family. So, be restrained during the test tomorrow. After hearing what Uchiha Fugaku said, Uchiha Mirai also understood the other party's thoughts. Although he already knew that Uchiha Fugaku had a weak heart hidden under his seemingly calm appearance, Uchiha Mirai never thought that the other party would be so weak. He was actually asked to show weakness on purpose in the graduation examination. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be destroyed by the wind? Ridiculous. Weakness will not bring mercy from the strong, but will only bring more severe oppression. If you want to get out of trouble, you must never forget to throw a punch. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. This was the Uchiha clan's territory, so he didn't have to worry about the Hokage's prying eyes, so he spoke with fewer concerns. He was very disdainful of Uchiha Fugaku's proposal. If giving in worked, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have been exterminated in the original novel. On the contrary, only by showing enough strength can we make those ambitious people feel fearful. Do you know what you're talking about? Uchiha Fugaku asked in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a teenager could say such a thing. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid the entire Uchiha will be implicated. Of course I know what I'm talking about, and my eyes are good enough to see Mirai clearly. In the darkness, Uchiha Mirai's scarlet Sharingan slowly turned, revealing a cold, tyrannical aura. The pride in Uchiha will never be broken. Uchiha Mirai said and closed the door. Unconditional concessions will only lead to more severe suppression from the other side until there is no room for retreat and you fall into the abyss. The fate of the Uchiha clan in the original work is a good example. Looking at the closed door, Uchiha Fugaku's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be taught a lesson by a little devil. Ha ha ha. Fugaku, I told you this little guy is special. Well, do you believe me now? A hearty laugh rang out in the darkness. Father, seeing Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Fugaku quickly bowed. Fugaku, you don't see things as clearly as a child. You have to remember that blindly giving in is not a wise move. Hearing Uchiha Taijima's words, Uchiha Fugaku was a little unwilling. But since the second generation, the village has been very wary of our clan. Won't a guy like Uchiha Mirai make the village more wary of us? Humph! Uchiha Taijima put away the smile on his face. Fugaku, You have to remember that we have done nothing wrong to the village. After saying that, Uchiha Taijima sighed and changed the subject. My body can't hold on for much longer. When I die, you'll be the new head of the Uchiha clan. As a clan leader, you are too weak and hesitant. You need to be more decisive. Uchiha Mirai will be a great helper. You should get along well with him. Hearing Uchiha Taijima's instructions, Uchiha Fugaku quickly responded, "Yes, father." Only a trace of disdain flashed through his mind. In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mirai is like a time bomb that will sooner or later bring disaster to the Uchiha clan. It's better to cut off ties with such a guy as soon as possible. Ninja School. Classroom. Today is the day of the graduation exam. After passing it, you will be able to become a real ninja. That's right, from now on, I can have my own ninja forehead protector. Haha. After becoming a ninja, I'll be able to take on missions. I'm excited just thinking about it. Just wait and see. It won't be long before my name spreads throughout the ninja world. Stop bragging. You should pass the graduation exam first. Speaking of which, I hope I won't be grouped with Uchiha Mirai. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Yeah, fighting that guy means you're just unlucky. Facing the upcoming graduation exams, most people have excitement on their faces. Become a ninja and inherit the will of fire. This is a very honorable thing. Just then, Uchiha Mirai walked in a classroom. Seeing his figure, the classroom immediately became quiet. Everyone stared at Uchiha Mirai in silence until he sat down in his seat, and then everyone started discussing the previous topic again. Only, the sound is obviously much smaller than before. It's because of guys like this that the Uchiha clan has such a bad reputation. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but mutter. Who are you pretending to be so indifferent for all day? Obito. Noara Lin frowned slightly. Don't talk about your classmates behind their backs. Hearing Noara Lin speak, Uchiha Obito nodded reluctantly, but still turned around and made a face at Uchiha Mirai. You'd better not meet me in this graduation exam, otherwise you may not even be able to graduate. It is different from the graduation of the 12 little strongmen in the original book. This time, the graduation exam does not test basic ninjutsu, such as clone technique and transformation technique, but adopts a draw-by-lots method with 2-on-2 duels. The examiner will decide whether the candidate can graduate successfully based on his or her performance in combat. Facing Uchiha Obito's provocation, Uchiha Mirai opened his mouth slightly and uttered 3 words, the last one. What did you say? Uchiha Obito immediately became angry. He has always dreamed of becoming Hokage, and what he hates the most is the title of Tail End. Obito, calm down. Looking at Uchiha Obito, who stepped on the table, Noara Lin advised helplessly. Lin, let me go. I have to teach this guy a lesson today. Uchiha Obito yelled. Snort. Obito, do you have the strength to fight Mirai? Yuhi Kurenai, who was sitting next to Uchiha Mirai, looked at Uchiha Obito unhappily and said, If you were grouped with Mirai, you might not even have a chance to fight. Nonsense, Uchiha Obito said indignantly. I have prepared a secret weapon recently. Uchiha Mirai is no match for me. Secret weapon? Are you scared? You'd better pray that you are not assigned to the same group as me, or I will not show mercy. Just when Uchiha Obito was feeling smug, the homeroom teacher, Oiwa Kimizan, strode in. Everyone be quiet. Follow me to the playground now. The exam will start soon. Ninja School. Playground. The teachers of the ninja school were on full alert, directing the candidates who came to take the graduation exam to stand in an orderly manner. The third Hokage and a group of elite jonin were standing in the stands not far away. In front of these big shots, you must not make any mistakes. The little ones this year are very energetic. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his cigarette. His face wrinkled into a knot. Ninjas are tools. How can you be so giggly like this? Shimura Danzo on the side frowned and snorted. Danzo, you're being a little too harsh. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced to Shimura Danzo unhappily and said, Among the candidates this year, there are quite a few who I am optimistic about. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru, who was pale, showed a hint of curiosity in his vertical pupils. Who do you think is better, teacher? Uchiha Mirai. I heard that the kid already possesses the two-tomo Sharingan and has trained with Fugaku for a while. He also knows a lot about the will of fire. There's nothing wrong with him in any way. Sarutobi Hiruzen a pale road. This. Shimura Danzo curled his lips in disdain. What can a little Uchiha kid understand about the will of fire? Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked at the playground in front of him and licked his lips with his tongue. Ninjas with bloodline limits are indeed naturally stronger than ordinary ninjas. His current strength has reached a ceiling, and he hasn't been able to make any further progress for a long time. If he also possessed a powerful bloodline limit, would everything change? Kakashi, if nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Mirai will be your opponent today. You can't take it lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Hatake Kakashi, who was standing at the edge with a mask on his face. Kakashi graduated many years early, but he never met the right teammates, and he became more and more gloomy. So, at Namake's Minato's suggestion, Sarutobi Hiruzen specially asked Kakashi to take part in this graduation examination as well. I will not fail. Hatake Kakashi's voice had a hint of indifference. With the title of Konoha's #1 genius ninja, he is confident that he will not lose to any of his peers. Haha, I'm looking forward to you giving us a wonderful showdown, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to the slightly green Namake's Minato behind him. Minato, this is your first time as a mentor jonin. Do you have a candidate in mind for your apprentice? Hokage-sama, I have reviewed their profiles and have a few initial candidates in mind. Namake's Minato smiled and scratched his head, a warm, sunny aura emanating from him. That's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. While the few of them were talking, the graduation examination officially began. I've read out your names. This battle concerns your Mirai. You must use all your strength and never take it lightly. Daien Junshin's deep voice sounded, and the atmosphere on the scene gradually became tense. Team 1, Might Guy versus Uchiha Obito. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with a bowl-shaped haircut and wearing green tights rushed excitedly to the center of the venue. I didn't expect that I would be the first one. It seems I have to perform well. This is youth. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, showing his iconic front teeth, and looked full of energy. Uchiha Obito was a little unhappy and muttered, Really? My opponent is actually a loser? I thought I could teach that Uchiha Mirai a lesson. Arriving opposite to Might Guy, Oiwa Junshan raised his arms high in front of everyone's eyes. There's no need to make the seal of opposition or the seal of reconciliation this time. This is a real ninja battle. Be careful not to die. Hearing this, everyone's faces showed excitement and nervousness. The atmosphere was also completely aroused. Watermelon Head Kid, I advise you to admit defeat, otherwise I will not show mercy. Uchiha Obito looked at Might Guy and said proudly, if there was anyone in the ninja school who performed worse than him, it would be the Might Guy in front of him. Therefore, Uchiha Obito is still very confident about the upcoming battle. Youth doesn't allow you to retreat. Might Guy clenched his fists. I will also fight with all my strength. Seeing that the two were ready, Daien Junshan waved his hand vigorously and said, The battle begins. Come on, Obito. Noera Lin's voice of cheering rang out, and Uchiha Obito immediately turned around and gave her a confident smile. Don't worry, Lin. I will. Leaf Hurricane. Before Uchiha Obito could finish his words, he was kicked hard in the face by Might Guy. Bang! With a dull thud, Uchiha Obito flew backwards and fell into a coma, lying on the ground. Might Guy, seeing this dramatic scene, Noera Lin covered her forehead helplessly. What on earth is Obito doing? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You want to challenge Mirai with your level? I really don't know where you get the confidence from. Yuhi Kurenai was also amused by Uchiha Obito and burst into laughter. He was knocked unconscious by a kick at the very beginning. It was really outrageous. Daien Junshan sighed helplessly. He had specially arranged a mic guy with similar performance for Uchiha Obito, but he didn't expect that the opponent would be killed instantly before he could even make a move. What a headache. But no matter how much of a headache it is, the exam still needs to continue. Dai and Junshan could only move on to the next battle. Next group, Yuhi Kurenai versus Ebisu. Come on. Uchiha Mirai gave Yuhi Kurenai encouragement, and Yuhi Kurenai nodded vigorously and walked quickly to the center of the venue. Ebisu blushed and lowered his head, not daring to look at Yuhi Kurenai. It's just as sultry as in the original book. Seeing Ebisu's look, Uchiha Mirai already knew the outcome of the battle. Ebisu is doomed to lose. Just as Uchiha Mirai guessed, Kurenai defeated Ebisu easily. This elite ninja, who was killed instantly by Uzumaki Naruto's seduction technique in the original work, was defeated by Kurenai Yuhi without even lasting 10 minutes. Mirai, I win. Yuhi Kurenai happily ran to Uchiha Mirai's side. She had never expected that this battle would be won so easily. You have always regarded me as your rival, but you have already left most people behind. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. Mirai, you're really good at pretending. Yuhi blushed and looked at Uchiha Mirai, her eyes full of admiration. Ignoring the contemptuous looks from the people around him, Uchiha Mirai patted Yuhi Kurenai's head and said, What nonsense! I'm not pretending. I love to tell the truth. The battle continues. In general, it's pretty standard. Just when Uchiha Mirai was losing interest, he heard his own name. Next up, Mirai Uchiha versus Asuma Sarutobi. Hearing his name, Uchiha Mirai walked slowly to the center of the venue under everyone's gaze. Sarutobi Asuma excitedly used the body flicker technique and came directly in front of Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai, this time I will defeat you in front of everyone, and let Hong know who is the real strong one. Ever since being easily defeated by Uchiha Mirai last time, Sarutobi Asuma has changed his previous decadence and has been training hard every day. It's for this moment, to be able to defeat Uchiha Mirai in front of everyone. However, compared to Sarutobi Asuma's excitement, Uchiha Mirai still had a calm expression on his face. Asuma, you are so childish. Strength is not the only criterion for attracting girls' attention. No matter how strong you are, Hong will never like you. After saying that, Uchiha Mirai showed a scornful smile at the corner of his mouth. What's more, you are just a buzzing fly in front of me no matter how much you shout. I'm already researching my next opponent. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Are you a fly? Studying the next opponent before the fight even starts? This is totally disregarding oneself. Arrogant B asterisk 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 D. Okay, you guys get ready. The battle begins. Dai and Junshan suppressed his laughter. Uchiha Mirai is such a vicious guy. In order to prevent Sarutobi Asuma from losing his mind before the fight started, he quickly announced the start of the match. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Dai and Junshan finished speaking, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Several shurikens rushed towards Uchiha Mirai from all directions. Sarutobi Asuma followed closely behind, and while Uchiha Mirai dodged the shuriken sideways, he stabbed at Uchiha Mirai with a steel kunai in his hand. Too slow. Uchiha Mirai snorted and raised his leg to kick Sarutobi Asuma in the chest. Sarutobi Asuma seemed to have anticipated this. He crossed his arms across his chest and, taking advantage of Uchiha Mirai's attack, did a backflip in the air while quickly forming seals with his hands. Fire style, ash burning. A ball of high-temperature ash instantly engulfed Uchiha Mirai's figure. Then, Sarutobi Asuma bit his teeth hard, and a spark instantly ignited the entire ball of ash. Boom! Violent roars continued to sound, and the earth began to tremble slightly. Is this a ninjutsu? As expected of the Hokage's son, you're now able to unleash such a powerful ninjutsu. This is too much. Will Uchiha Mirai be killed? Is this a fight between ninjas? Seeing Sarutobi Asuma perform fire style, all the examinees had looks of horror on their faces. Could it be that? Was the battle over in just a few seconds? Even Yuhi Kurinai, who had always been very confident in Uchiha Mirai, looked towards the center of the venue with a nervous expression, and a layer of dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Mirai, please don't get into any trouble. I won. Sarutobi Asuma had a smug smile on his face. After being hit by the ninjutsu just now, Uchiha Mirai has definitely lost his ability to fight. Snort. Arrogant guy. Let's see if you dare to be as arrogant as before. Are you feeling proud too early? Sarutobi Asuma was instantly startled when he heard Uchiha Mirai's teasing voice suddenly in his ears. How is that possible? How could Uchiha Mirai appear behind him? Before he could figure it out, Sarutobi Asuma felt his legs leave the ground, and he was kicked hard and flew away. Then, a long sword emitting a chill accurately pierced Sarutobi Asuma's neck. Gurgle. Looking at the blade so close at hand, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help swallowing. If the blade had been just a little more off, his neck would have been pierced by now. The battle is over. The winner is Uchiha Mirai. Dain Junshan shouted and announced the result of the game. The scene immediately became agitated. No one expected that the reversal would come so quickly. Sarutobi Asuma, who had just been confident of victory, was lying on the ground in the blink of an eye. As expected of a genius from the Uchiha clan, so amazing. Sure enough, I shouldn't have given up hope on Asuma. How could a guy like Uchiha Mirai lose? All I can say is that Asuma is very strong, but unfortunately Uchiha Mirai is stronger than him. Uchiha Mirai walked down the field silently, and in front of his eyes, the translucent panel appeared again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 26. Spiritual power, 25. Chakra 17. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Other. As his physical fitness increased, Uchiha Mirai felt that his physical fitness had become even stronger, which made him couldn't help but sigh. It feels so good to cheat. Mirai, are you okay? Seeing Uchiha Mirai coming over, Yuhi Kurinai immediately asked with concern. She was really scared just now. If guys like this can hinder me, then my road will end here. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. Hearing his words, Zaihong's eyes lit up with excitement. It's worthy of being called Mirai. So cool. In the following period, the examination continued. Losers face off against losers, and winners face off against winners. Uchiha Mirai crushed his way all the way to first place. The exam is coming to an end. As expected, he is number 1. Uchiha Mirai is too strong. No one can match him. Alas, although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that he is really capable. Damn it, why don't I have such a good talent? No one was surprised to see Uchiha Mirai take first place. Even Uchiha Obito had to admit that Uchiha Mirai's strength far exceeded his own. Wait a moment, there's still another battle to come. After hearing what Dain Junshan said, everyone was a little confused. Another fight? Isn't it over? Ahem. According to the third Hokage's instructions, Hitaki Kakashi, who graduated early, will also take part in this graduation exam. According to the rules, his opponent is Uchiha Mirai, who just won first place. What? Dain Junshan's words caused a storm among the crowd. Hitaki Kakashi? The Hitaki Kakashi who is known as Konoha's #1 genius ninja? Did he also take part in this graduation exam? I knew it wouldn't end so easily. Uchiha Mirai put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to the center of the venue. As Hitaki Kakashi has graduated for a long time, he does not need to take the graduation exam this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen made such an arrangement, most likely because he guessed that he would take first place, and wanted to use Hitaki Kakashi to suppress Uchiha's momentum, thereby sending a signal to Uchiha. The power of the Hokage is far greater than that of the Uchiha. Both now and Mirai. Only, feeling the power filling her body, Uchiha Mirai's lips curled up slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen might be disappointed. After Uchiha Mirai was in position, Hitaki Kakashi also came to the center of the venue. The moment he appeared, The crowd immediately became chaotic. This orphan of Hokage, who is known as Konoha's #1 genius ninja, is quite popular. This is going to be interesting. I bet that Uchiha Mirai will lose miserably. Nonsense. Uchiha Mirai may have some talent, but he's nothing compared to Kakashi. Kakashi has graduated for such a long time, and now he is taking the graduation exam again. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Oomph. I can't wait to see Uchiha Mirai get crushed. Kakashi, come on. Let Uchiha Mirai know that there are differences between geniuses. The appearance of Hokage Kakashi made the situation one-sided. No matter how strong Uchiha Mirai is, he can never be a match for Hokage Kakashi. This is the consensus among everyone. Fugaku, I'm arranging a battle between Kakashi and Mirai. You won't get upset, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen looks at the Uchiha Fugaku question. Of course not. Because he thinks he's very talented, Mirai is a bit arrogant. It would be good to give him a little bit of a blow. Uchiha Fugaku the path of respect. Thinking of Uchiha Mirai's arrogant attitude last night, he couldn't help but want to sneer. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little talent? Compared to the village, the power of the Uchiha clan is nothing. After being crushed by Hokage Kakashi, Uchiha Mirai will know that the only way for Uchiha to survive is to compromise. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's fearful look, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Compared to Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Fugaku is obviously easier to control. Perhaps it's time for Uchiha Taijima to step down. Center of the venue. Hokage Kakashi's eyes were like dead water, without any emotion. Even though Uchiha Mirai's battle performance just now was very good, that's all. What's more, Uchiha Mirai had just experienced several battles. Although the strength of his opponents was average, it would more or less consume some of his physical strength and energy. This was not a fair fight. Of course, Hokage Kakashi had no intention of waiting for Uchiha Mirai to reach his peak condition. Kakashi realized something after Hokage Tsukumo's death. Everything is insignificant in the face of the task. Compared to Hokage Kakashi, Uchiha Mirai's face showed more excitement. Kakashi is very strong, and he can just test the results of his work over the past period of time. Get ready, the battle begins. Seeing that the two had no intention of communicating, Oiwa Junshan could only helplessly give up his favorite trash talk session and announce the start of the match with a little disappointment. After the battle began, Hokage Kakashi drew out the short sword on his back. His body turned into a shadow and rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Mirai was not arrogant either. He drew a long sword from his waist and started fighting with Hokage Kakashi. Is this the sword technique of the Hokage clan? As soon as the fight started, Uchiha Mirai felt a little pressure. Hokage Kakashi's attacks were tricky and fierce, and every strike hit his vital points. If he is not careful, defeat may be waiting for him. I'll tell you, Uchiha Mirai is no match for Kakashi. They're being completely outclassed. Just wait, it won't be long before Uchiha Mirai is defeated. Kakashi is the real genius. Uchiha Mirai is far behind in comparison. Seeing Uchiha Mirai fall behind, there was a mix of boos and laughter from the crowd. What genius of the Uchiha clan! It's far worse than Hokage Kakashi. I was looked down upon. Uchiha Mirai chuckled as he listened to the discussions around him. The Uchiha clan has a really bad reputation, and almost everyone wants to see him lose. Snort. Ridiculous. Chakra mobilized, and Uchiha Mirai's eyes instantly turned into scarlet Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. When seeing Uchiha Mirai's Sharingan, Hokage Kakashi's calm eyes showed some fluctuation for the first time. The power of Sharingan is very strong, and if you're not careful, you will fall into the opponent's illusion. Kakashi could only keep his eyelids lowered, try not to look into Uchiha Mirai's eyes. We must make a quick decision. Hokage Kakashi's rich experience enabled him to immediately understand the situation. Under the threat of Sharingan, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Kakashi's attacks became more and more fierce and faster, but the effect was minimal. After activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Mirai can clearly see the trajectory of Hatake Kakashi's attacks and make the best dodge decisions. Plus the Uchiha-style swordsmanship that I plundered from Uchiha Fugako earlier. Kakashi's attacks no longer pose any threat to Uchiha Mirai. The situation became tense. Kakashi is like a ruthless assassin, and every attack is done without any hesitation. Uchiha Mirai was like a dancer, dancing in the storm of attacks, and using the Sharingan to gracefully dodge all attacks. Oh, Hatake Kakashi was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently. The high-intensity attack caused his physical strength to deplete dramatically. If he continued like this, he would be exhausted without Uchiha Mirai's attack. After figuring it out, Hatake Kakashi stepped back. Behind him, Uchiha Mirai quickly formed seals with both hands. Fire-style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball with a diameter of several meters rushed towards Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up out of nowhere, protecting Hatake Kakashi behind it. Boom! The great fireball collided with the earth wall, making a loud roar. Although the earth wall was damaged by the great fireball, it successfully blocked the attack. After the fire, Hatake Kakashi stood up, and a long knife was immediately placed on his neck. Kakashi done? Did Uchiha Mirai really defeat Kakashi? It's over. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's long sword on Hatake Kakashi's neck, everyone's faces showed disbelief. Hatake Kakashi, who they had high hopes for, lost just like that. Just when everyone thought the outcome had been decided, something unexpected happened. Hatake Kakashi's body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and exploded on Uchiha Mirai. Then, the ground cracked, and Hatake Kakashi rushed out from underground, holding the short sword across Uchiha Mirai's neck. You're pretty good, but that's it. Hatake Kakashi's voice is sung. I originally thought that this would be a battle without any suspense, but I didn't expect that Uchiha Mirai could put so much pressure on him. If he hadn't used his lightning-style clone as bait to paralyze the opponent's body, he would probably be the loser now. Hearing Kakashi's words, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Mirai's face. Seeing this scene, Kakashi felt a strong sense of crisis. Before he could react, the Uchiha Mirai in front of him disappeared in a puff of smoke. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. With a low shout, Hatake Kakashi's legs were grabbed by Uchiha Mirai. The next second, his body was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Uchiha Mirai crouched in front of Hatake Kakashi and sheathed his long sword. You're pretty good, but that's it. Hearing his previous words being returned to him intact, Hatake Kakashi's face under the mask turned extremely red. I actually lost. The most important thing is that in the battle just now, Hatake Kakashi believed that he did not make any mistakes. But in the end, he still lost. The other party had already expected that he would use the lightning-style clone as bait. Isn't this kind of combat, IQ, too terrifying? Teacher, the battle is over. Uchiha Mirai looked at Oiwa Kimiyama, who finally came to his senses. With a trembling voice, he said, "Winner, Uchiha Mirai." As the results were announced, the crowd went wild. It's unbelievable that Kakashi lost. Is Uchiha Mirai already this strong? The battle just now was so exciting. This is a true ninja showdown. Compared to them, our battle feels like a child's play. The title of Konoha's #1 genius is about to change hands. For this group of students who have not yet graduated from the ninja school, the battle between Uchiha Mirai and Hatake Kakashi just now directly refreshed their cognition. Taijutsu duel and ninjutsu duel. One uses lightning-style clone as bait, and the other uses shadow clone to counterattack. The reversals layer by layer are so exciting. Damn it, has this guy grown to this point? Sarutobi Isuma, who was originally feeling smug about mastering the fire style, ash burning, suddenly felt a huge sense of frustration. The strength that Uchiha Mirai had just shown was beyond his reach. Uchiha Obito also clenched his teeth. Isn't Uchiha Mirai's performance today exactly like his dream self? Looking at Noera Lin's face, which turned red due to excitement, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but start fantasizing. If he also had this power, Lin would definitely agree to be his girlfriend, right? Is this what a genius is? It seems my efforts are not enough. I will walk around the village handstand today. This is youth. Might Guy's eyes were full of fighting spirit, different from others. Might Guy was surprised by the level of taijutsu displayed by Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Mirai. The only thing he knows and is good at is physical skills. If he can't succeed in the thing he is best at, he doesn't know what the meaning of his life is. Therefore, Might Guy decided that he must work harder to practice his physical skills in the future. Haha, the little guy really gave me a surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Hitaki Kakashi defeated and smiled as he took a puff of his pipe. He was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Mirai's performance today. It seems that not letting Uchiha Mirai serve in the Konoha police force was a wise decision. It is more reassuring to watch over such a genius only when he is under your own supervision. Third generation master. It was just that Kakashi was careless this time. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been able to lose to Uchiha Mirai. Uchiha Fugaku explained with gritted teeth. He certainly knew the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen arranging Hitaki Kakashi to take the graduation exam. Now that Hitaki Kakashi has been defeated by Uchiha Mirai, Uchiha Fugaku is afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen will be unhappy with the Uchiha clan because of this. Fugaku, if you lose, you lose. No need to make excuses for Kakashi. I'm very happy that such a genius can appear in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's way of laughing. He has seen too many geniuses. The original Uchiha Kagami, Hitaki Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Tsunade. Which one of them is not a genius picked from a million? As long as he doesn't grow to the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he is confident that he can control it. Well, today's exam is over, and we should go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking and turned to walk off the stage. Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, Yuhi Shinku, and others followed closely. Only Orochimaru remained where he was, looking at Uchiha Mirai with curiosity in his eyes. As if sensing his gaze, Uchiha Mirai looked over from a distance. That's really sharp. Orochimaru excitedly stretched out his long tongue and licked his face. It's a really nice body. Once the living corpse reincarnation research is successful, we will use it as the first container. Watching Orochimaru turn and leave, Uchiha Mirai silently withdrew his gaze. Even though Orochimaru is extremely dangerous, at this stage, he is probably only targeting orphans and death row prisoners. He shouldn't have to worry too much until the living corpse reincarnation is completed. After a while, when he grows to a certain level, Orochimaru will no longer be a concern. Uchiha Mirai is still very confident about this. In just over a month, he was able to defeat Hitaki Kakashi. If he were given more time, even a Kage-level warrior like Orochimaru would have a hard time posing a threat to him. This is the power of cheating. The crowd dispersed. Kurenai Yuhi jumped and ran to Uchiha Mirai's side. Mirai, you are really amazing. Even Kakashi was defeated by you. Zehi Kurenai said excitedly. Why do I feel like you're more excited than me? If I didn't know, I'd think it was you who defeated Kakashi. Uchiha Mirai pinched Yuhi Kurenai's chubby face and said, It's almost the same. We'll be divided into teams tomorrow. Remember not to be late. Hokage's office. After confirming the ninja team and the guiding jonin, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Namikaze Minato, Yuhi Shinku, and others to withdraw. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe and pondered. To be honest, Uchiha Mirai's performance today was somewhat beyond his expectations. Many people thought that Uchiha Mirai won by a narrow margin, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Hitaki Kakashi was completely defeated by Uchiha Mirai in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. In other words, Uchiha Mirai's power has surpassed Hitaki Kakashi in all aspects. This performance reminded him of his old teammate, Uchiha Kagami. That guy was also extremely talented and came out of nowhere. The teacher made an exception and recruited him as a member of the personal guard team. It was precisely because of this that the Uchiha clan, which had been increasingly dissatisfied with the Hokage line, remained stable for a long time. Perhaps he should also train the Uchiha Mirai as the elite guards of Mirai, just like his teacher did. Of course, the prerequisite is that the other party can withstand his test. 3. I apply to have Uchiha Mirai join the Rudy. The office door was pushed open and Shimura Danzo walked in carelessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned in dissatisfaction. Danzo, I have told you many times that you must knock before entering. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Shimura Danzo looked nonchalant. Humph. If you could use your crystal ball less often to peek into the female bathhouse, there would be no need to make such a rule. Shimura Danzo's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turn pale. Defamation. This is blatant slander. Of all the new genin promoted this year, I only want Uchiha Mirai. Shimura Danzo did not forget the purpose of his trip, so he repeated his request. No, Uchiha Mirai, I have other plans. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively rejected Shimura Danzo's proposal. You've seen Uchiha Mirai's performance. Even Kakashi is no match for him. Such a dangerous guy is safest if he stays in my roots. You don't want another guy like Uchiha Madara to appear in the village, do you? Shimura Danzo said coldly. Danzo, you are too hostile to Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen a pale road. The Uchiha who is born evil. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuttal, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. This is what the teacher taught us in person. Alas, times have changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The ninja world is very unstable now. If we target the Uchiha clan too much, it is very likely to cause unrest within the village. Once other ninja villages take the opportunity to launch a war against the village, Konoha is likely to fall apart. The Senju clan died out, Tsunade left, Jiraiya went out to travel, Hatake Sakomo committed suicide. Konoha no longer has the absolute power to intimidate other ninja villages. In this period, the best solution is to adopt a conciliatory policy towards the Uchiha clan. This is what the teacher did back then. Shimura Danzo was unmoved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. The village has become like this because of your incompetence. Hiruzen, you should take responsibility and resign your position as Hokage. Enough. Seeing Shimura Danzo pointing the spearhead at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, Danzo, you just need to obey my arrangements. Umph, you'll regret this. Remember, I am a Hokage. Bang. With a loud bang, the office door blocked Shimura Danzo's departing back. This be asterisk 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 D. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples helplessly. Of course, he had considered what Shimura Danzo said, but it would take a long time for any genius to accumulate if he wanted to grow into a strong person. This was true even for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back in the day. The power of the village was all in his hands, and he really didn't believe that a mere Uchiha Mirai could cause such a big storm. If the other party shows signs of getting out of control, it's not too late to take action then. The next day, ninja school. A group of young boys and girls who had just been promoted to genin were sitting in the classroom, all with excited looks on their faces. The ninja teams will be assigned soon. If nothing unexpected happens, the team members will be teammates fighting side by side for a long time in Mirai. Everyone is guessing who they will be teammates with in the future. Obito, who do you want to be on a team with? Noera Rin asked while looking at Uchiha Obito and smiling. With you, of course. Uchiha Obito shouted in his heart. But the words changed when they came to his mouth. Anyone is fine, as long as it's not those two guys Uchiha Mirai and Hatake Kakashi. Huh, but Mirai and Kakashi are both excellent ninjas. It would be surprisingly reassuring if I could become teammates with them. Hearing what Noera Lin said, Uchiha Obito snorted in dissatisfaction and became even more dissatisfied with Uchiha Mirai and Kakashi. Back row, Yuhi Kurenai pushed Uchiha Mirai's arm. Mirai, do you want to know who you are in a team with? Uchiha Mirai pretended to think for a while and said, It should be with you. Huh? How did you know? Mirai, do you also want to be my teammate? Yuhi Kurenai asked in surprise. That's not the case. Uchiha Mirai stroked his chin. I heard that your father is also one of the guiding Jonin this time. You will probably ask your father to put you and me in the same team. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's analysis, Yuhi's cheeks immediately turned red. Stop being narcissistic, I didn't do that. I just heard about the team members from my father in advance. Cooking for Dad, washing his clothes, cleaning the house. I won't do these messy things for you. So, even if we are assigned to a small team later, don't think too much about it. I'm so G cool. Sister, you're a pure suicide truck. Looking at the arrogant Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Mirai showed a smile on his face. The Tsundere attribute is maxed out. Praise. At this moment, led by Oiwa Junzen, many ninjas walked into the classroom one after another. Yuhi Shinku and Namikaze Minato are among them. Everyone be quiet. The village has arranged many excellent jonin for everyone. When your name is called, just follow your jonin. After the words were spoken, the classroom became quiet. Uchiha Mirai, Sunset Red, Tobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, Hataki Kakashi, and Noera Rin. Shiranui Gima Ebisu Might Guy, Konoha Village. In the outer open space above Hokage Rock, Yuhi Shinku, Uchiha Mirai, Tobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai sat cross-legged on the ground. A breeze blew by, and Yuhi Shinku slowly spoke. I am your instructor Jonin, Yuhi Shinku. Strong Jonin, skilled in illusion. Please give me more advice in the future. After Yuhi Shinku finished speaking, she extended her hand to Uchiha Mirai and the others. Please introduce yourselves as well. Ahem. My name is Saratobi Asuma. I'm good at fire style and wind style. My favorite foods are sausages and yam cold noodles. I'm also very interested in shogi. What I hate most is being called the Hokage's son. My goal is to surpass my father and make a name for myself. Also, I hope to be able to stay with a girl I like every day. Saratobi Asuma introduced himself seriously. He has to perform well in front of Yuhi Shinku. Nice introduction. Yuhi Shinku clapped her hand with a smile. Asuma, you are still young. You should smoke less, otherwise it will be bad for your health. Hearing Yuhi Shinku's warning, Saratobi Asuma nodded a little flustered. It's over. These jonin were really perceptive. He had even taken a shower, but he didn't expect that his smoking was still discovered. I hope it won't affect my impression score. My name is Yuhi Kurenai, and I'm good at illusions. My favorite thing is training with some annoying guy, and my favorite food is a meal cooked by some annoying guy. The most annoying thing is being harassed. My goal is to become a ninja as good as my father. Hearing Yuhi Kurenai's introduction, Yuhi Shinku's eyes twitched. Why does he feel like Saratobi Asuma is about to become autistic? Uchiha Mirai. There are many things I like, and there are also many things I hate. I'm good at swordsmanship and illusion. My goal is to protect everything I cherish. It's really short. Yuhi Shinku silently complained in her heart, but she was not too surprised. It would be really weird if the Uchiha guys could give a long speech in this segment. I have carefully observed your approximate abilities during the graduation exam, so Uchiha Mirai will be the captain of the team for the time being. When I'm not here, everything is subject to Mirai's orders. After hearing Yuhi Shinku's arrangement, Saratobi Asuma nodded reluctantly. Well, to celebrate the establishment of the true red class, I'm going to treat everyone to a barbecue today. Ziyi Jinhong smiled brightly, waved his hand, and walked towards the village. Uchiha Mirai, Yuhi Kurenai, and Saratobi Asuma followed behind. Yuhi Kurenai ran to Uchiha Mirai's side and said, Hey, what I just said was just to make Asuma give up. Don't take it seriously. Got it, got it. Uchiha Mirai waved his hand. It's a standard Tsundere thing, I understand. Snort. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's indifferent look, Yuhi Kurenai pouted and angrily raised her hand to slap Uchiha Mirai's arm. Watching the two fighting in front, Saratobi Asuma felt his heart broken. Really? Why is there 8B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** like Uchiha Mirai and the team. 50 meters ahead, target spotted. Received, number 2 is in place. Number 3 is in place. Superior. Following in order, 3 dark figures emerge from the shadows. The orange cat, who was basking in the sun with its belly exposed, let out a shrill scream. Are you scared? Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. Yuhi Kurenai held the orange cat in her arms and stroked its fur to comfort it. Uchiha Mirai and Sarutobi Asuma stood on both sides as usual. Zi Jinhong walked over with a smile. Very good. Everyone is becoming more and more proficient in cooperation. After the task is submitted, I will treat everyone to barbecue. Father, can we take on some missions that are a little more difficult? Shiri Hong said, with a complaining tone. It has been a month since I graduated from Ninja Academy. During this month, their team has completed more than a dozen missions, but they were all D-level tasks such as finding cats and dogs, cleaning up garbage, and taking care of children. It's completely different from a ninja mission you imagined. Yes, Mr. Shinku, with our abilities, doing tasks like this every day is simply a waste of time. After hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Sarutobi Asuma immediately said, Mirai, what do you think? Yuhi Shinka didn't answer immediately, but looked at Uchiha Mirai. Whatever the task, take it seriously. It is not rational to blindly pursue difficult tasks. The most important thing is whether you can continuously accumulate experience from the tasks. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. He didn't feel bored at all. Anyway, with the system, his strength is growing every day. Doing some low-level tasks can help him get through the early development period safely. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai's mind moved, and a translucent panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 37. Spiritual power, 33. Chakra 26. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu, magic tree, binding kill, earth style, earth flow wall. After a month, all of his attributes have changed greatly. Physical fitness has increased by 11 points compared to before, and there have been significant improvements in strength, speed, endurance, etc. Mental strength increased by 8 points, and the power of Sharingan increased again. Chakra increased by 9 points, and, according to his estimation, it was close to that of an average elite Chunin. In just 1 month, the strength has been improved in all aspects again. This growth rate is already very pervert. Therefore, Uchiha Mirai's mentality has always been very peaceful. Mirai, your idea is right. With such thinking, I believe you will be able to become an excellent ninja in the future. Yuhi Shinka couldn't help but praise Uchiha Mirai. He originally thought that Uchiha Mirai, a member of the Uchiha clan, would be the first to lose his patience in the face of these simple and boring tasks. But I didn't expect that the fact was just the opposite. It seems that Hong's liking for Mirai is not simply because of Mirai's appearance. Hateful, seeing Uchiha Mirai being praised, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fist. Damn, I got beaten again. How come he couldn't think of such an excellent answer? Since becoming teammates with Uchiha Mirai, Sarutobi Asuma feels like he's being beaten to a pulp every day. Will days like this end? Alas, there is really nothing I can do. Looking at the listless Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Makuro sighed helplessly. Let's go to the mission hall today to see if there are any suitable sea-level missions. Huh? Really? After hearing what Yuhi Shinku said, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai immediately showed surprise on their faces. Are we finally going to start accepting C-rank missions? Very good. Unlike D-level missions, C-level missions not only have higher rewards, but are also several times more dangerous than D-level missions. Guarding, subjugating wild beasts, escorting confidential documents. This is a mission that may involve a life-and-death fight with other people. Let's go. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's expression remained unchanged, a look of relief flashed across Yuhi Shinku's face. He had thought that Mirai, being a member of the Uchiha tribe, would give him a headache. But after getting to know him, he found that Mirai was actually the one who gave him the least trouble. Zi Shinku was very happy to have such an excellent disciple. Led by Yuhi Shinku, The group arrived at the mission hall. The hall was packed with people. The ninja world has become increasingly unstable recently. As the most powerful ninja village, Konoha's mission load has also increased dramatically. Hello. Please see if there is any C-rank mission suitable for our team. Yuhi Shinku walked to the task window and asked directly. When the person in charge of reception saw Yuhi Shinku, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It's Master Jinhong. Please wait a moment. Soon, the staff took out a task list from the thick task book. In the northern part of the Land of Fire, a small town sent a request saying that a group of bandits were causing trouble nearby. Please take a look at the specific tasks. Yuhi Shinku took the task list from the staff, quickly scanned it, and nodded. Sure. Thank you for your help. You were very kind. While the two were talking, Uchiha Obito suddenly ran over. Hey, you guy, didn't you just say there was no mission suitable for us? Why don't you assign us a mission to eradicate the bandits? Hearing Uchiha Obito's loud voice, the staff waved their hands impatiently. The assignments are all carefully evaluated. If you're not satisfied, don't accept it. What? UB asterisk 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 D. Seeing Uchiha Obito's angry look, Uchiha Mirai sighed softly. The strong prey on the weak, and this is the same principle everywhere. The more powerful the ninja, the better resources they can have. So, in the Hokage world, besides cheating, the most important thing is inheritance. Obito, maybe your team's strength is not good enough, so you gave us such a task. As long as you become good enough, sooner or later you will be able to receive such a mission. Looking at the frustrated Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Asuma spoke with a sense of superiority. Snort, you are just relying on the fact that you are the son of the Hokage. Stop bragging in front of me. Uchiha Obito does not indulge Sarutobi Asuma at all, and he hit Sarutobi Asuma's sore spots right away. What? You want to fight, you loser? Hit me if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hateful. A asterisk asterisk hole. Seeing that the two men seemed to be about to fight, Namikaze Minato and Noara Rin rushed over. Shinka's senpai, I'm so sorry. Obito's character is a bit reckless. I will teach him a lesson. Namikaze Minato smiled and apologized. Noara Rin grabbed Uchiha Obito's ear and said, Obito, I told you not to cause trouble. Ah, it hurts. I understand, Lin. Be gentle. Uchiha Obito had no temper at all when facing Noara Rin. Idiot. Seeing Uchiha Obito's look, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but complain. I really don't know why such an excellent ninja like Minato would choose a stupid and inferior person like Uchiha Obito to be his student. Kakashi, who do you say is the last one? Uchiha Obito's anger, which had just subsided, was ignited again, and he shouted again. It is because of your lifeless attitude that we can only receive missions like the widow is afraid of thunder and wants someone to keep watch at night. Excuse me, do you want to accept the mission of eradicating bandits? A man wearing green tights and a beard walked over. Seeing the man, Uchiha Mirai's heart moved. Such an iconic piece of clothing. The man in front of me should be Might Dai, right? Yes, what's wrong? Uchiha Obito asked while looking at Might Dai. Huh, that's a coincidence. I happen to have a suitable task that I can exchange with you. Real. Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up when he heard what Might said. Of course it's true. Listen to my advice. Your mission is too complicated and you can't handle it. Only a ninja like me who has experienced many battles can complete such a mission perfectly. Might Dai said with a righteous look on his face. After hearing what Might said, Uchiha Obito turned his gaze to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato nodded slightly. Missions like eliminating bandits can allow newly promoted genins to get used to killing, but they don't involve too much risk, so it's a good training mission. He had no reason to refuse such a request. After seeing that Namikaze Minato did not object, Uchiha Obito exchanged the mission list with Might Dai. Uncle, you are such a nice person. I will definitely make friends with you. Uchiha Obito smiled happily. What good luck. Now I don't have to do those annoying D-level tasks anymore. Finally, I can show my skills. After Uchiha Obito and the others left, Might Dai came to Uchiha Mirai again. You're Uchiha Mirai, right? I often hear guy mention you. He considers you as his lifelong rival. Might smiled in a familiar manner. Actually, in comparison, Kakashi is more suitable to be Guy's opponent. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. Being regarded as a goal to be surpassed by Guy is not something to be happy about. For this kind of thing, Kakashi is more suitable. If I can't even surpass Kakashi, then I have no right to challenge you. As expected, he is a genius who can even defeat Kakashi. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. This is youth. I'll give Guy your message. I won't bother you anymore. Might Dai finished speaking and quickly left with a task list. Looking at his back, Uchiha Mirai's mouth twitched. Is this what he just said? Is this the legendary 10,000 years genin? He does look a bit silly. Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but complain. Asuma, never underestimate anyone. Zihi Jinhong said in a deep voice. He sensed a dangerous aura from Might's body. The other party is definitely not as simple as it seems. I'm just telling the truth. Sarutobi Asuma said, unconvinced. He is still a genin at his age. What is there about such a person that is worthy of his attention? Mirai, what do you think? After hearing Sarutobi Asuma's answer, Yuhi Shinku turned her gaze to Uchiha Mirai again. As a time traveler, Uchiha Mirai certainly knows the strength of Might Dai. He was a ruthless man who almost wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen. So without thinking, he said directly, ignorance is not the obstacle for a ninja to survive, but arrogance is. Ignorance is not the obstacle to a ninja's survival, but arrogance is. After repeating Uchiha Mirai's words, Yuhi Shinku couldn't help but brighten up. As a ninja who had experienced countless life and death situations, he naturally knew the value of Uchiha Mirai's words. Over the years, he had seen countless ninjas die because of their arrogance. No matter whether you are weak or strong, ninjas who can survive between life and death are always cautious and will not take it lightly even when facing the weakest opponents. No wonder you have almost no common character flaws of the Uchiha clan. I see you've already realized this. The more Yuhi Shinku watches Uchiha Mirai, the more she likes it. Isn't this the perfect ninja template? Talent, strength, magnanimity, no matter from which aspect, there is nothing wrong with him. Even he often benefits greatly from what is said. An idea suddenly emerged in Yuhi Shinku's mind. Perhaps the Uchiha clan, and even Konoha, will be transformed in Mirai's hands. Asuma, Hong, you need to learn from Mirai and strive to become an excellent ninja. Understand? Yeah, I got it. Even Yuhi Shinku was surprised by Uchiha Mirai's words. Not to mention Yuhi Kurenai, who nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Looking at the admiring and delighted looks in the two people's eyes, Sarutobi Asuma felt extremely aggrieved. The feeling of being shown off in front of others every day is even more uncomfortable than eating shit. Hateful. When will he be able to counterattack Uchiha Mirai? In the dense forest within the Fire Nation, for figures were moving quickly. Looking at the scenery receding around them, both Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma showed excitement on their faces. This was the first time they had left the village since they were born, and, as ninjas, these trees were obviously no different from the trees in the village, but they still felt very novel. Uchiha Mirai silently adjusted his breathing, keeping himself in peak condition at all times. It was almost evening when the sunset finally stopped. Take a rest first and set up camp here today. After hearing Yuhi Shinku's arrangement, Sarutobi Asuma sat down on the ground. The long journey made his legs tremble slightly. If he hadn't been afraid of being outdone by Uchiha Mirai in front of Yuhi Kurenai, he might not have been able to hold on until now. The same is true for Sunset Red. Only Uchiha Mirai, after the team stopped, immediately and skillfully began to set traps around the camp. His physical fitness has increased several times, and his physical fitness is completely incomparable to Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. Soon, Uchiha Mirai set up the trap. Shiri Jinhong saw this and couldn't help feeling ashamed. When he first went out on a mission, he was far inferior to his disciple. Mirai, your trap is well set. Seeing Uchiha Mirai coming back, Yuhi Shinku took the initiative to speak. Father, you don't know this, right? Mirai usually sets traps at home. Yuhi Kurenai explained with some pride. Looking at Yuhi Kurenai's appearance, Yuhi Shinku felt a little depressed. He felt that his daughter was moving away from him step by step. She took out a few pills of military rations and stuffed them into her mouth. The sour and bitter taste made Zihi Shinku frown slightly. It's still as unpalatable as always. Father, the food Mirai cooks is very delicious. You could try it after the mission is over. It will definitely surprise you. Seeing Yuhi Shinku's expression, Yuhi Kurenai immediately said, "No." Yuhi Shinku touched Yuhi Hong's head helplessly. When it comes to Uchiha Mirai, this kid can't stop talking. Mirai, we'll take turns keeping watch tonight. Is that okay? Zihi Shinku didn't want to listen to Zihi Hong's nagging, so she took the initiative to change the subject. I'll guard the first half of the night. Uchiha Mirai held the long sword in his arms and found a tree trunk of suitable height to sit down. Night watch. So can I. Sarutobi Asuma didn't want to be outdone by Uchiha Mirai, so he took the initiative to ask to keep watch. Asuma, your body has almost reached its limit, right? If you don't rest well, there will be a high probability that something will go wrong when you travel tomorrow. Zihi Jinhong advised. He knew that Sarutobi Asuma wanted to show off in front of him and his daughter, but there was really no need. Wouldn't it be just asking for trouble to go against a guy like Uchiha Mirai? If you encounter any unexpected situation while traveling tomorrow, without sufficient physical strength and energy, things may very likely develop into the worst outcome. Teacher Shinku, if Uchiha Mirai can do it, I can do it too. Sarutobi Asuma holds fast to the path. Yuhi Shinku frowned and was about to say something when Uchiha Mirai's voice rang out. If you don't want to lose to anyone, you must first recognize your own weakness. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists upon hearing this. What do you mean? We are on a mission, not playing ninja games. Uchiha Mirai snorted. Your boring self-esteem will make you a burden to your companions. You want to kill us all? Hearing Uchiha Mirai's question, Sarutobi Asuma's face turned red, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. If you continue to treat missions as a joke, you will voluntarily withdraw from the team after this mission is over. As long as the instructor Jonin did not express his opinion, he, as the team leader, had absolute say. It is a very serious matter if a ninja does not obey orders. Looking at Uchiha Mirai's indifferent gaze, Sarutobi Asuma lowered his head. As the son of the Hokage, he naturally knew what the consequences would be if he disobeyed orders during a mission. Besides, continuing the argument would only make everyone think he was worse. Yes, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Rest. Uchiha Mirai turned his gaze back to the dense forest in the distance, and the camp became quiet again. Yuhi Kurenai secretly glanced at Uchiha Mirai, who was sitting on the tree, her eyes full of stars. Can make guys like Sarutobi Asuma obey obediently. So cool. Love it. Yuhi Shinku also gave up her original plan to secretly keep watch with Uchiha Mirai and fell asleep peacefully. Although Mirai is still young, it feels surprisingly reliable. The journey took 3 days. Although Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai were able to control their travel speed, after arriving at their destination, they were still pale with exhaustion. When they arrived at the gate of the village, 2 men holding farm tools, forks, immediately took defensive postures. Who are you? We are Konoha's ninjas, and we have accepted a mission commissioned by your village. Yuhi Shinku started to explain. Hearing his words, the 2 looked at each other, and one of them immediately ran into the village. After a while, the sound of chaotic footsteps was heard. Led by an old man with white hair and beard, a group of people came over. Are you the ninja from Konoha? That's right. Sarutobi Asuma stepped forward and pointed at the ninja forehead protector on his arm. Leave the task of eradicating the bandits to us. Upon hearing this, the people in the village immediately frowned. The old man in the lead looked at the people in front of him, with a look of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Can you really deal with the bandits? Of course. Sarutobi Asuma raised his head confidently. I'm a very good ninja. Just as the old man was hesitating, someone suddenly shouted, We spent so much money, and in the end we hired 3 little ghosts. Give me back. As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately became agitated. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma was a little flustered and quickly explained, Please trust us. We can definitely help you solve the bandits. Besides, Shinka-sensei is a jonin. After hearing Sarutobi Asuma's words, the crowd immediately quieted down. Jonin? If Jonin was leading the team, that would be understandable. Well, don't get me wrong. Your commission is only enough to hire some genin. I won't help. Ziyi Jinhong spread his hands and said, Teacher Shinkaru, Sarutobi Asuma is sorry. Even if you don't take action, you don't need to explain. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Everyone heard it, right? These Konoha ninjas are just playing tricks on us. If we can't get rid of the bandits, they will definitely come to retaliate against us. Get them out. We don't need guys like this to mess things up. The voice rang out again, and the expressions on the villagers' faces became excited again. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, a figure rushed into the crowd. The next second, Uchiha Mirai grabbed a man by the neck. What are you up to? Seeing Uchiha Mirai's actions, everyone questioned. Uchiha Mirai snorted, his dark eyes turning into scarlet Sharingan. A cold and violent aura spread out, and the villagers present took a few steps back in fear. I am the bandit's spy in the village. I am responsible for stirring up everyone's hostility towards outsiders and reporting the village's intelligence to the bandits as soon as possible. Under the Sharingan's illusion, the man caught by Uchiha Mirai spoke with lifeless eyes. Sly bandit. The villagers have now understood. It turns out that this guy was the one who was yelling just now. Name your accomplices. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. There are 2 people who stay in the village. Besides me, the other one's name is... Before the man could finish his words, Uchiha Mirai suddenly swung the long sword in his hand backwards. Phew! A middle-aged man who wanted to escape in the chaos was stabbed in the heart by a long knife. He lay on the ground, twitched a few times, and then lost consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution plus 0.5. Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai's heart moved. He has already triggered the daily battle reward. Why is it triggered again now? Could it be that? Can killing people also trigger the looting system? Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai exerted a little force with his right hand. Snap! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution plus 0.5. The system's prompt sounded in his mind again, and Uchiha Mirai's heart was in turmoil. He was already sure of it. In addition to the daily combat rewards, the system also enables rewards through killing and looting. The most important thing is, the reward for killing and looting was triggered twice. Does that mean there is no limit to the number of times you can get rewards for killing and looting? No, it has to be verified carefully. Mirai. Yuhi Kurenai's voice brought Uchiha Mirai back to reality. Looking at everyone's gaze, Uchiha Mirai threw the body on the ground and said, The bandit's accomplice has been eliminated. We will catch all the bandits tonight. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the village. After seeing Uchiha Mirai kill 2 adult men easily, the villagers didn't dare to say anything more. Under the persuasion of the white-haired old man, they all returned to the village obediently. My lords, I am Fujio Komura, the head of the village. Please don't mind what happened just now. Komura Fujio smiled. Uchiha Mirai waved his hand. It's okay, prepare some food for us. We will rest for a while. Got it. Please follow me. After arranging everything, Fujio Komura left tactfully. After he left, Ziyi Hong rolled her eyes at Ziyi Junhong and said angrily, Father, you were really terrible today. You actually said that you wouldn't take action at that moment. If Mirai hadn't brought the situation under control in time, we would have been driven out by our employers. If that happens, we will definitely become the laughingstock of the village. After hearing what Yuhi Kurenai said, Sarutobi Asuma also looked at Yuhi Shinku. He also didn't understand why Yuhi Shinku would say such inappropriate words at that time. Facing the two people's questions, Yuhi Shinku smiled and said, "Mirai, explain it to them. According to common sense, the person responsible for communicating with us should be the village chief. But while we were talking, some people in the crowd kept inciting the villagers to be hostile towards us. That's very unnatural." When Mr. Shinkurin said that, he just wanted to confirm whether his judgment was correct. Uchiha Mirai explained calmly. "So that's how it is." Zaira Hong suddenly realized. No wonder Uchiha Mirai was able to accurately catch the bandit's accomplice. It turns out there is such a hidden secret. Ha ha. So you still have a lot to learn. Ziyi Jinhong laughed heartily a few times. He hadn't experienced such tacit cooperation for a long time. After knowing the whole story, Sarutobi Asuma was filled with frustration. He never thought that he was so bad. Why is this guy Uchiha Mirai so good at everything? After eating and drinking, Uchiha Mirai began to close his eyes and rest. It was his first time killing someone, and although he didn't show any abnormality, he still felt a little sick and uncomfortable. He needs to adjust his mindset in order to cope with the upcoming killing in the evening. Late at night, Uchiha Mirai suddenly opened his eyes. When we arrived outside the room, Yuhi Kurinai and Sarutobi Asuma were already waiting there. Uchiha Mirai greeted, "You guys are early." Yuhi Kurinai rubbed her hands. "I'm a little nervous." Sarutobi Asuma raised his head and snorted. Not long after, Yuhi Shinku also walked out of the room. They looked at each other and disappeared into the night the next second. About 10 miles away from the village, climbing up a steep mountain road, there's a village-like village on the flat ground at the top of the mountain. There were little flames scattered everywhere, and from time to time there was a burst of noise. Uchiha Mirai and the other three stopped outside the village, and Yuhi Shinku spoke in a deep voice. Sea-level missions are different from D-level missions. If you're not careful, you will really die. I won't do anything, so you must be careful. I only have one request. Don't be soft-hearted. Seeing Yuhi Shinku's serious look, Yuhi Kurinai and Sarutobi Asuma both nodded seriously. The mission begins. At the command, Uchiha Mirai and the other two disappeared instantly. Just like they practiced every day, the three of them split into 3 directions and groped their way towards the village. With the help of Sharingan, even in the dark night, Uchiha Mirai can still see the surrounding scenery clearly. 1, 2, 3. After determining the location of the bandits, Uchiha Mirai swaggered over. The bandit who was on guard saw Uchiha Mirai suddenly appear and was about to shout, but he lost consciousness in the next second due to the illusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution plus 0.5. There really are no limits. Rewarded once again, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Death is like the wind, always by my side. The killing began. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution plus 0.5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power plus 0.5. The system's prompts continued to sound, and Uchiha Mirai's attribute points began to change. Since Uchiha Mirai did not try to hide his figure, the village was already in chaos by this time. After the initial panic, all the bandits in the village rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. "It's this guy. Let's kill him together." Looking at the bandits rushing over, Uchiha Mirai held his forehead and laughed a few times. "Do you want to dance too?" Uchiha Mirai rushed into the encirclement of the bandits, killing them left and right. He is like an extremely graceful dancer, and every move he makes will accurately reap a life. In just a few moments, the bandits suffered heavy casualties, and they didn't even touch Uchiha Mirai's Kakuzu. Damn it, this guy's a monster. A monster. He will kill us all, Run. It's Konoha's ninjas. Those two bastards didn't pass on a message to us. Galloway, don't block me, run away. Under the slaughter of Uchiha Mirai, the bandits began to flee. That won't do. These are all experienced treasures that he needs to increase his strength, and Uchiha Mirai has no intention of letting any of them go. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Mirai quickly formed seals with both hands and quickly harvested the lives of the bandits. After a while, the screams disappeared. The bandits were slaughtered by Uchiha Mirai. It's really unexpected. Shiri Zhanhong, who was silently watching the village from a distance, couldn't help but shook her head. He originally thought that Uchiha Mirai would use a sneak attack to eliminate these bandits one by one. But unexpectedly, this guy actually chose to confront head-on. As expected, a ninja from the Uchiha clan, their actions are always so unexpected. Arriving at the center of the village, Uchiha Mirai saw Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. Both of them were dirty and had very ugly expressions. It looks like he must have suffered a lot. At this moment, seeing Uchiha Mirai's spotless appearance, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma felt a little ashamed of themselves. If Uchiha Mirai hadn't lured most of the bandits over, they would probably be in an even worse situation. What do you mean? Looking at the dozen old, weak, and sick people squatting in front of the two men, Uchiha Mirai frowned. Mirai, they have surrendered. These people are not a threat, even if we don't kill them, right? Yuhi Kurenai explained. Have you forgotten what Mr. Shinkuro said before? Uchiha Mirai said coldly. Being too kind to your enemies will only get you killed. Hey, why are you so cold-blooded? Do you want us to kill all these old people and children? Sarutobi Asuma questioned loudly. The old, weak, and sick people squatting on the ground also began to cry at the same time. Come here, you two, Uchiha Mirai said calmly. A terrifying aura surged from him. He had just killed dozens of people, so much so that both Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma were afraid to look at him directly. Mirai, I'll listen to you. Yuhi Kurenai bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists, but he did not dare to disobey Uchiha Mirai's orders. Just as the two were about to leave, something strange happened. The bandits on the ground grabbed the dirt and threw it towards Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. You little devil are really cruel and ruthless. Two clouds of white mist rose up, and two old women squatting on the ground with ferocious faces attacked Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma at the same time. Oh no, it's a ninja! Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai's faces changed. They never imagined that among these seemingly harmless old, weak, and sick people, there were actually two ninjas who had mastered the transformation technique. I can't hide anymore. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai closed their eyes in despair. At such a close distance, the opponent launched a surprise attack when they were completely unprepared and they had no chance to react at all. Phew! Phew! Two sounds of sharp blades entering the body were heard, but Uchiha Mirai arrived first and used the long sword in his hand to cut the necks of the two ninjas who were attacking by surprise. Bang! As the sounds of two bodies falling to the ground were heard, the system prompt sounded again in Uchiha Mirai's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Win style, great breakthrough. Ignoring the voice in his head for the moment, Uchiha Mirai turned his gaze towards Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma. You guys take care of the rest. Although he can get a reward if he kills the remaining people, a few attribute points are nothing if he can help Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma adapt to the identity of ninja as soon as possible. After all, they have been Mirai's teammates for a long time. Under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Mirai, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma picked up kunai and killed all the remaining bandits. After doing all this, Yuhi Kurenai walked carefully in front of Uchiha Mirai. Mirai, I will never do this again. Please don't be angry, okay? I'm not angry. I hope you can remember the lesson learned today. Uchiha Mirai touched Yuhi Kurenai's head and said softly. He didn't feel very angry about what Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma did. Unlike him, Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma were only in their teens after all, and it was their first time experiencing such a thing, so it was normal for them to not be able to do it. It's enough as long as we can learn a lesson. Mirai, thank you for this time. From now on, I will listen to you. Sarutobi Asuma said with lingering fear. If Uchiha Mirai hadn't intervened just now, he might have died. What did you say? I said thank you. I will listen to you from now on. Louder, haven't you eaten? I said thank you for saving me. I will never disobey your orders again. Sarutobi Asuma shouted loudly. Uchiha Mirai patted Sarutobi Asuma's shoulder. I still like your previous rebellious look. Please recover. Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth. I can't get along with this D. While they were talking, Zi Junhong also came over. He patted Uchiha Mirai's shoulder in gratitude. If Mirai hadn't acted in time, this time it would have been troublesome. Teach them a lesson first. I'll go and rest for a while. Uchiha Mirai walked to an open space nearby, sat down, and opened the system panel. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 45. Spiritual power, 42. Chakra 29. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu, wind style great breakthrough. Other. Compared to before, physique increased by 7 points, mental strength increased by 8 points, and chakra increased by 1 point. A total of 16 attributes, and a wind style ninjutsu. Great breakthrough was also looted. It is equivalent to half a month's battle rewards. Feeling the power surging within him, Uchiha Mirai took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the murderous intent within him. It's true that he wants to become stronger, but unless he is forced into a desperate situation, Uchiha Mirai has no intention of attacking innocent people. Otherwise, he might become a machine that only knows how to kill. If he wants to kill, he will only kill those enemies who are against him. He needs the system to gain power, but that doesn't mean he has to become a slave to the system. After making the decision, Uchiha Mirai began to think about his future path. Originally, he planned to continue to develop slowly in the upcoming Third Ninja World War, but what happened today made him change his mind. Since there is no limit to the number of times one can get rewards through killing and plundering, it would be a shame if one cannot take advantage of the Third Ninja World War to quickly increase one's strength. I don't know if killing White Zetsu will trigger the looting reward. It would be nice if you could also get a reward for killing White Zetsu. 100,000 White Zetsu. How much reward would that get? The most important thing is that White Zetsu is different from humans. Even if he killed them all, he would not have any psychological burden. For some reason, Uchiha Mirai suddenly thought of a phrase that suited him very well. I bloom in the midst of carnage, like a flower at dawn. One day, his name will be known throughout the ninja world. Konoha Village. After submitting the mission report, Uchiha Mirai and others received a mission reward of 70,000 taels. Among them, Yuhi Shinku received 40,000 ryo, and the remaining 30,000 ryo was divided equally among Uchiha Mirai and the other two. After separating from Yuhi Shinku and the others, Uchiha Mirai bought some fresh meat and headed towards the Uchiha tribe's territory. As soon as I entered the tribe's territory, I saw a young boy with a bandage on his arm helping an old lady cross the road. The boy was wearing goggles, but Uchiha Mirai still easily spotted the other's bruised eye sockets. Yo, Obito, I haven't seen you for a few days. What's this look like? Hearing Uchiha Mirai's voice, Uchiha Obito showed an angry look on his face. Uchiha Mirai, you be ******D. Stop talking nonsense there. This is my ninja medal. The last time he accepted the mission to eliminate bandits, Uchiha Obito was surrounded by bandits because of his recklessness. If it wasn't for Namikaze Minato, he would have been chopped into pieces. But this does not affect Uchiha Obito from regarding the injuries on his body as his glory. When he was not practicing, he would wander around the village every day. He wanted to show everyone that he, Uchiha Obito, was also an excellent ninja who had experienced life and death. It's the ninja medal. It's really special. Uchiha Mirai gave a thumbs up and said, it's a pity that I don't have a trophy, otherwise I would definitely give you an award. Uchiha Mirai, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Uchiha Obito was very angry, The old lady next to him smiled helplessly. Mirai, don't bully Obito. He's a very kind kid. Hearing the old lady's words, Uchiha Mirai spread his hands without comment. I didn't bully him. I was just saying hello to him, but he acted like he wanted to kill me. A*****. I'm so mad. Uchiha Obito stomped his feet in anger. For some reason, every time he talked to Uchiha Mirai for a few words, he couldn't control his temper. A ninja who can't even control his temper will die miserably, Ghana. After disgusting Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Mirai turned and left. Uchiha Mirai really has no good feelings towards this guy who chose to kill his master and his wife and destroyed his own family with his own hands. A complete lunatic. Even if the plundering system had not been awakened, Uchiha Mirai would have probably been looking for an opportunity to attack Uchiha Obito. Back home, Uchiha Mirai skillfully handled the ingredients and made several delicious dishes for herself. Vinegar and huxia cabbage, spicy chicken, twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, and a whole grilled lamb chop. The table was filled to capacity. After sleeping outside in the open for so long, he was very greedy. Bingliang pills are not for human consumption. After having a hearty meal, Uchiha Mirai lay down on the bed contentedly. His biggest gain this time was not the dozen or so attribute points he gained from killing the bandits, but learning how to quickly increase his strength through killing. There's a feeling in the ninja world right now that a storm is about to come. He must make good use of this time to increase his strength before the ninja world becomes chaotic again. The mission cannot stop. Time flies. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Uchiha Mirai did not rest for a single day. Accept the task, execute the task. The whole person is like a tireless machine. His reputation gradually spread in the village. Almost all Konoha shinobi knew that a mission maniac had appeared among Konoha's new genin. During the mission, Yuhi Kurenai had asked Uchiha Mirai several times in a roundabout way if he was short of money, and she could ask her father to lend him some. After asking several times without any results, Yuhi Kurenai had no choice but to give up and could only remind Uchiha Mirai to be careful during the mission. Although Uchiha Mirai was very tired from the high-intensity mission, he also gained a lot. In 2 months, in addition to the rewards triggered by daily battles, a total of 140 attribute points were obtained. Thanks to his efforts, the bandit problem in the Fire Nation has been significantly reduced. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 105. Spiritual power, 92. Chakra 59. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Other. Looking at his attribute panel, Uchiha Mirai showed a satisfied smile on his face. After this period of accumulation, his physical fitness has improved several times. Although he looks like a teenager, his strength, speed, and endurance are in no way inferior to Jonin. As for his mental strength, Uchiha Mirai could feel that his Sharingan had a tendency to evolve again. I think it won't be long before he can evolve into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Relatively speaking, the growth in chakra is not that much, but there is nothing he can do about it, as most of his attribute points come from the rewards for killing bandits. Most of the bandits are ordinary people, and the attributes of their looting are mainly physical and mental strength. With my current strength, if I face Hatake Kakashi again, I should be able to crush him directly. Uchiha Mirai said to himself. Kakashi in the early days should have been considered one of the most talented ninjas, but he was still far from being as talented as him. The most important thing is, no matter how talented one is, after a period of rapid growth in strength in the early stages, one will enter a stable stage. Aside from Sindahasrama and Uchiha Madara, the same is true for Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nagato, etc. It is as difficult as Mount Tai to go further. But he doesn't have such concerns. He only needs to continue plundering attribute points, and his strength will continue to grow. This is the charm of adding some points. It's a pity that there are no more recent bandit missions, and more difficult missions require the ninja team to carry out together. It is obvious that Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma do not have such strength yet. So, for the next period of time, he should slow down his pace. But Uchiha Mirai didn't feel too conflicted. After his strength grows, he will also need some time to adapt. Otherwise, it'll be like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who has all the power but doesn't know how to use it. Then all that will be in vain. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, bringing Uchiha Mirai back to reality. Kakashi. Uchiha Mirai looked a little surprised when he saw the white-haired boy standing outside the door. Why did he feel that Kakashi's eyes were full of resentment when he looked at him? If I don't defeat me, then I'm not qualified to challenge you. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Uchiha Mirai and spoke, not disguising the displeasure in his tone at all. Uchiha Mirai then noticed that on the side outside the door, Might Guy, wearing a green tights, was standing stiffly beside him. Mirai, Kakashi insisted on dragging me to come find you. Looking at the two of them, Uchiha Mirai probably understood. Kakashi must have heard about the conversation between him and Might Guy in the mission hall last time. So he came here with Might Guy. Although his meaning was completely different from what Might Guy understood, there was no need to explain in the current situation. I lost last time, but that doesn't mean you are better than me. Let's have a competition today. Whoever loses will become Guy's sparring partner from now on. Hitaki Kakashi watches Uchiha Mirai's voice acting. As the former most talented ninja in Konoha, he has his own pride in his heart. Just because Uchiha Mirai was able to beat him once doesn't mean he can always beat him. Last time it was because he didn't expect Uchiha Mirai to see through his tactics. And this time, Kakashi didn't think he would lose to Uchiha Mirai again. There's really nothing I can do. Let's go. Uchiha Mirai looked at Hitaki Kakashi's aggressive gaze, said nothing more, turned around and led the two of them to an empty training ground. Looking at the two people standing face to face, Might Guy's face was full of excitement. Two geniuses face off against each other to determine who is the better of them all. This is youth. It's so touching. Tears welled up in Might Guy's eyes. Uchiha Mirai had no doubt that if Might wore it here, the father and son would definitely hug each other and cry. Unlike last time, I will try my best this time. So, be careful. Hitaki Kakashi drew out the short sword and held it in his hand, staring at Uchiha Mirai with sharp eyes. Uchiha Mirai said nothing, but drew his long sword and waved at Kakashi. Hateful. Kakashi snorted coldly, activated the body flicker technique, and immediately appeared in front of Uchiha Mirai, continuously attacking Uchiha Mirai. The speed is too slow. Uchiha Mirai watched Hitaki Kakashi's actions and grumbled to himself. Although Kakashi's movements were faster than last time, it was easier for him to deal with it. Last time he had to turn on the Sharingan to capture Kakashi's movements, but this time he could see it clearly without even turning on the Sharingan. Just a few random counterattacks were enough to make Kakashi exhausted. Amazing. For the current Might Guy, both Uchiha Mirai and Kakashi are much stronger than him. Seeing the two of them fighting quickly with physical skills at this moment was like a visual feast for him. This guy, did he deliberately hide his strength last time? Might Guy couldn't feel it, but Kakashi became more and more frightened as the fight went on. Not only did Uchiha Mirai fail to activate the Sharingan, but even a few random counterattacks could make him panic. It's like the power of the two people is completely not on the same level. Kakashi, admit defeat. Don't even think about it. Hitaki Kakashi forced Uchiha Mirai back with a single blow and quickly stepped back to create some distance between them. Ox, rabbit, monkey. Hitaki Kakashi's right hand was covered in electric arcs, and it made a sound like 1,000 birds singing. Chidori. With a low shout, Hitaki Kakashi's body rushed towards Uchiha Mirai like an arrow shot from a bow. The speed was so fast that Might Guy opened his mouth in shock. Mirai, be careful. Might Guy reminded urgently. Bang! A crisp sound was heard. Time seemed to stand still, as Hitaki Kakashi's right hand was grabbed by Uchiha Mirai with one hand, and a pair of scarlet Sharingan slowly turned. Kakashi, it's better to be careful when using such a dangerous ninjutsu. Next, Might Guy's mouth opened in shock at the scene before him. In his eyes, Kakashi's speed just now had already reached ultimate. That chirping attack seemed to be able to penetrate everything. I thought Uchiha Mirai was going to be in danger, but I didn't expect the other party to block it. No, if he had just blocked it, he wouldn't have been so surprised. Uchiha Mirai actually stood still, grabbed Kakashi's wrist with his bare hands, and cracked the Chidori. That confident look, coupled with the Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan, is simply too handsome. Hatake Kakashi looked at his grabbed right hand in disbelief and felt his mouth dry. He had thought that his attack would be dodged by Uchiha Mirai, but he never thought that the opponent would block his attack in this way. To achieve this, not only does one need strength far beyond his own, but also absolute self-confidence. This guy, looking at those confident eyes, Hatake Kakashi felt a sense of powerlessness and frustration for the first time towards his peers. Mirai, Uchiha, why is it so strong? Let the battle end here. Uchiha Mirai released Hatake Kakashi's wrist. Guy, I happen to have some time recently. We can practice together during the day. Uchiha Mirai focused his gaze directly on Might Guy, without making any comments on the battle that just happened. This attitude made Hatake Kakashi feel that the other party did not take him seriously at all. The fight just now was just a childish game of playing house with him to satisfy his desire for competition. Unlike Kakashi's silence, Might Guy's face was full of excitement at this time. Mirai, are you really willing to practice with me? Uchiha Mirai nodded noncommittally. The task of eradicating the bandits has been almost completed, and he needs some time to consolidate his strength. And if you practice with Guy, you might have a chance to learn 8 inner gates. That way he would have an extra powerful trump card. Wow, Mirai, you're such a nice person. Youth does not allow for slacking off. I will come and ask you to practice together tomorrow. Might Guy raised his arm and wiped the snot from his face, saying with tears in his eyes, "No, if you have nothing else to do, go ahead. I need to rest," Uchiha Mirai said, and prepared to turn around and leave. Hatake Kakashi suddenly spoke up. "One day, I will defeat you." Hearing Kakashi's declaration, Uchiha Mirai didn't even turn his head, but raised his right hand and waved it casually. "I'll give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me." Kakashi, I think Mirai is so handsome. This. Uchiha Mirai did not return home, but came to a remote and dense forest in the Uchiha tribe's territory. After checking that there was no one around, Uchiha Mirai formed seals with both hands. Ox, rabbit, monkey, Chidori. Like Kakashi, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping rang out, and Uchiha Mirai activated the Sharingan. Rushing forward, and a huge tree that several people had to hug was cut in half. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant tree collapsed. Uchiha Mirai showed a satisfied smile on his face. As expected, Chidori and Sharingan are a perfect match. Right after the battle with Kakashi, the reminder of the successful plundering of Chidori rang in his mind. That's why he chose to leave after briefly explaining a few things, and couldn't wait to come here to try it out. As a prerequisite for mastering Chidori, chakra form change and chakra nature transformation seem to have been mastered at the same time. Uchiha Mirai felt it, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It takes a lot of energy to master these 2 changes of chakra at the same time. Unexpectedly, I have mastered it now. The harvest this time was really unexpected. Uchiha Mirai suddenly thought of a very powerful ninjutsu. Rasengan, an instant ninjutsu that does not require any hand seals, and it also has various powerful variants. In battle, you can often catch your opponent off guard. In the original work, the expressiveness of the Rasengan is definitely one of the best. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai's mouth corners outlined a beautiful arc. As a time traveler, he already knew the training methods of Rasengan very well, and now he has mastered the chakra form and nature transformation in advance. Even though the Rasengan is an A-rank ninjutsu, it shouldn't be too difficult to practice. After thinking about it for a while, Uchiha Mirai sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice his hand seal speed. In ninja battles, the speed of hand seals is crucial. Whoever can form seals faster will be able to take the initiative in the battle. Like Uchiha Itachi, he can even do 7 seals in 1 second. Uchiha Mirai is no slouch when it comes to these basics. Early morning, Uchiha Mirai opened his eyes and opened the door to see the energetic Might Guy. "Mirai, let's practice together today." "Can." Great, let's run around the village 10 times and then meet up with Dad. Might Guy said, and his figure turned into a stream of green light and ran forward. Uchiha Mirai stretched his body and quickly followed. Running around Konoha 10 times is not an easy task, even for the current Uchiha Mirai. It took him a whole morning to finish the run. Guy's speed was much slower. When Uchiha Mirai finished, Guy had only run 5 laps. As expected of a genius who can beat Kakashi, it's as if he has no weaknesses. I still need to work harder. Might Guy panted and hugged his knees. With his current physical condition, completing 5 laps in such a short time is almost the limit. He said he wanted to run 10 laps, but he was just habitually setting himself an impossible goal. After resting for a while, Might Guy appeared in front of the two. Seeing Uchiha Mirai, Might Guy showed a look of surprise on his face. "Father, Mirai wants to practice with us for a while. Is that okay?" Might Guy asked, looking at Might Guy with burning eyes. Might nodded, "Of course. Guy, to be able to practice with the goal you want to pursue, you must work harder." "Yes, I will." "Great, this is it." Youth. Looking at the father and son hugging each other and crying, Uchiha Mirai's mouth twitched. He feels a little regretful now. Is it really a wise decision to practice with these two guys? 431, 432, 433. Bang! Might Guy fell to the ground helplessly. Beneath him, sweat had already soaked the entire ground. "Okay, Guy." Uchiha Mirai threw a bottle of water to Might Guy. "Let's stop here for now." "Mirai, I really envy you. I've tried so hard, but it seems like I'm still out of reach of you." Might Guy looked at Uchiha Mirai with some envy. His mentality was considered pretty good, but he was still somewhat traumatized during the time he spent training with Uchiha Mirai. The goal that he desperately wanted to achieve was easily achieved by the other party. This gap made him doubt his father's words for the first time. Can I really catch up with these geniuses? Guy, if you stick with anything, you will always gain something. Uchiha Mirai said in comfort. Ha ha, I definitely will. Might Guy rubbed the back of his head innocently. Besides exercising nonstop, there's nothing else I can do. He hasn't even mastered the most basic 3-body technique, let alone other ninjutsu. By the way, I feel like you can try harder, Mirai. That way, your strength will definitely improve faster. I know my body well, and this kind of training intensity is enough. Uchiha Mirai shook his head. His purpose was only to better control the power of his body, so every time he practiced, he would stop immediately when he almost reached his limit. Otherwise, over time, it will definitely cause hidden injuries to your body. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but murmur in his heart. I don't know what kind of physical condition this guy has. He tortures his body every day and nothing happens to him. Sometimes I even fainted from exhaustion, but I could still start a new day of training full of energy the next day. I can only say, isn't this also a kind of talent? If it were an ordinary person, he would have killed himself long ago. I remember now, Mirai. It seems that my father's going to teach you a very powerful secret technique today. 8 inner gates. Might Guy suddenly said. Uchiha Mirai was a little surprised. There is no need to explain the power of 8 inner gates. No matter who holds it, it is a secret technique that is hidden in the bottom of the box. In the Hokage world, which values inheritance, this precious secret technique is usually only taught between fathers and sons, or between masters and apprentices. He trained with Might Guy, and only thought about getting 8 inner gates through the system during sparring, but he never thought that Might Guy would actually pass it to him on his own initiative. Mirai, although my father is only a genin, the 8 inner gates are very powerful. Don't despise me. Seeing the surprised look on Uchiha Mirai's face, Might Guy quickly explained. Because his physical condition was not up to standard, his father refused to teach him what he wanted to learn. I really can't do anything with you guys. Uchiha Mirai touched his nose, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Without saying anything else, noticing the guy was in a bit of a down mood, Uchiha Mirai waved at Might Guy and said, "Get up, I'll beat you up." 10 minutes later, Might Guy sat on the ground with a bruised face and nose. It still doesn't work. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Ignoring the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Mirai looked at Might Guy, who was still in a low mood, with some surprise. In the past, after every battle, Guy would say with great fighting spirit that he wanted to catch up with me. Why doesn't it work this time? Was it really because of myself that I was hit? At this moment, Might Guy suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing Guy's look, Might frowned. Guy, what's wrong with you? Youth doesn't allow for such decadence. Might Guy raised his head and curled his lips. Father, can I really become a good ninja? Compared to Mirai, I am nothing. After hearing what Guy said, Might didn't know what to say for a moment. During this time, he was also shocked by Uchiha Mirai's talent. In the face of facts, everything he said seemed so pale and powerless. Seeing the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Uchiha Mirai sighed and decided to do something. Guy, do you know why I train with you? Why? Because you're a genius, too. Might Guy and Might Dai were both stunned when they heard what Uchiha Mirai said. Originally, Might Guy thought Uchiha Mirai was teasing him, but after seeing the serious expression on the other's face, Guy smiled helplessly. Mirai, don't comfort me. How can I be considered a genius when I can't even learn ninjutsu? No. Uchiha Mirai walked in front of Might Guy, who said that only ninjutsu can measure a person's talent. In my eyes, you are a one-in-a-million genius. Looking at Uchiha Mirai's sincere eyes, Might Dai and Might Guy, who always regarded themselves as useless people without any talent, became a little unconfident. Is Guy really a genius? After these few days of practice, I have clearly seen your talent. No one can work so hard except you. Uchiha Mirai's voice gradually became louder. Guy, you are a hard-working genius. Among all the ninjas I've met, no one can do better than you in terms of hard work. I recognize you. Uchiha Mirai's words made Might Guy and Might Dai open their mouths in shock. A hard-working genius? What a unique angle. Although the angle is strange, why does it feel so convincing? Might Dai was the first to react. He slapped Might Guy's shoulders with both hands. Guy, did you hear that? You've been recognized by Mirai. You have been recognized by Konoha's most talented ninja. Mirai is right. Ninjutsu talent isn't everything. You're a hard-working genius. Might Dai became more and more excited as he spoke. He had never heard such exciting words before, and just thinking about it made him feel his body filled with energy. Might Guy came back to his senses and stared at Uchiha Mirai blankly. Mirai, do I have your approval? That's right. Uchiha Mirai said in a deep voice. Keep going, Mirai. You will definitely surprise everyone. Woo woo woo. Father, Guy. Might Guy hugged Might Dai and cried bitterly. This was the first time in such a long time that he received recognition from someone other than his father. And that person is a recognized genius ninja, Uchiha Mirai. Might Guy just felt that there was a new beam of dazzling light in his life. So, to repay this recognition, Guy, work hard to become stronger. Don't slack off for even a moment. I will. That's youth. Seeing the two people crying and hugging each other with no intention of stopping for the time being, Uchiha Mirai frowned and stepped aside. He really couldn't fit into this kind of atmosphere. After a while, Might Dai walked up to Uchiha Mirai, his eyes full of gratitude. Mirai, thank you for comforting Guy. Without the comfort of Uchiha Mirai, Guy might even be unable to recover. In other words, it's no exaggeration to say that Uchiha Mirai saved Guy's life. I just said what was in my heart. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. He wasn't talking nonsense. In the later period, Guy was the man who almost kicked out the finale with the strength of a kick, and was called Emperor Guy by countless people. If not a genius, what is this person? Seeing Might Guy getting excited again and running away while doing a handstand, Might Dai looked at Uchiha Mirai with a serious expression. Mirai, you have great talent, so I'm going to teach you the secret technique, 8 inner gates. Might Dai finished speaking, and before Uchiha Mirai could say anything, he continued on his own. Although I am just an ordinary genin now, the 8 inner gates is a very powerful secret technique. Mirai, I'll show you now. Might Dai was afraid that Uchiha Mirai would look down on 8 inner gates because of his strength, so he decided to show it in person in front of Uchiha Mirai. Mirai, just watch this. First door, open the door, open. As Might shouted, Uchiha Mirai could feel that the chakra in the other's body began to circulate crazily. Might's skin also became much rosier. Second gate, open the gate. Third gate, life gate, open. After opening the third gate, Might's body became red with blood, and green energy began to radiate from its surface. Fourth gate, injury gate, open. Fifth gate, open the gate. Sixth gate, Jingmen, open. After opening the sixth gate, veins popped out on Might's skin, and he looked like a cooked prawn. However, the violent aura emanating from Might Dai frightened Uchiha Mirai. He felt that the person standing in front of him was not a human being, but a beast that will devour anyone at any time. Just as Uchiha Mirai was carefully feeling the changes in Might Dai clenched his fists and roared again. Seventh gate, open the gate. Chakra, which was several times stronger than before, suddenly exploded, and the green energy that originally covered the body surface turned into blue steam. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but take a few steps back. After keeping a certain distance, she felt a little more at ease. As expected of the 8 inner gates, this power is too terrifying. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but sigh. The amount of chakra Might wore was only at the level of an ordinary genin, which was far from enough compared to him. But now, the opponent's chakra has reached an extremely terrifying level. And compared to chakra, the body Might wears is even more terrifying. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but activate his Sharingan, but he still felt dizzy, and Might Dai was already in front of him. He didn't even catch the other person's movements. Huff, huff, huff. Mirai, this is the 8 inner gates. Might Dai panted and spoke with difficulty. Even if it is me, after opening the 8th gate, I will gain 10 times the power of the 5 Kage. However, since opening the death gate means death, I can't show you now. After Might Dai finished speaking, the blue steam on his body gradually dissipated, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. Mirai, although opening the 8 inner gates can greatly increase your strength in a short period of time, it will also put a great strain on your body. You must remember this. Uchiha Mirai nodded silently after hearing Might's instructions. When he read the comics before, he was already amazed by the power of 8 inner gates. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Uchiha Mirai felt a burning sensation in his heart. This secret technique of powerfully increasing one's own strength is really too unfair. After Might Dai gave Uchiha Mirai some tips on using 8 inner gates, he began to teach Uchiha Mirai the formula of 8 inner gates. The practice method of 8 inner gates is actually very simple. As long as your physical fitness is up to standard, it will not be difficult to practice. So, in just one afternoon, Uchiha Mirai was able to open the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate. Such speed once again stunned Might Dai. Where on earth did this monster come from? Late at night, land of the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Mirai finished the last bite of the grilled meat with a satisfied smile on his face. Although his body can only open the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate now, it is enough to use it as a trump card to surprise the enemy. What's more, he also has a plundering system that can plunder attribute points. It was only a matter of time before the remaining doors of the 8 inner gates were opened. The most important thing is, the 8 inner gates were taught to him by Might Dai. In other words, he can use it as he pleases in battle without worrying about arousing suspicion from others. Time flies. A month passed in a flash. During this month, Uchiha Mirai did not choose to go out on missions. One reason was that he needed time to familiarize himself with his rapidly growing strength, and the other was that the bandits had been much quieter during this period of time, and there were indeed no suitable tasks. But even so, the basic rewards he received from daily battles still greatly increased his strength. The biggest gain was his eyes. Now, he has evolved Sharingan into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Panel. As Uchiha Mirai whispered, a sky-blue translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 117. Spiritual power, 102. Chakra 68. Bloodline limit. Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Other. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Uchiha Mirai's lips curled up slightly. When the spiritual power attribute reached 100, his Sharingan successfully evolved from 2 Magatama to 3 Magatama. Unlike other Uchiha people, Uchiha Mirai's eyes evolved into 3 Magatama without any stimulation, just like eating and drinking, and everything happened naturally. This also made Uchiha Mirai realize that if his mental power was strong enough, his eyes might be able to evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like they evolved into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. When he thought of the powerful and strange eye techniques of Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't help but feel excited. Hokage lovers, who can resist the Mangekyo Sharingan? The next day, early morning, Uchiha Mirai walked out of the clan territory as usual, preparing to find a breakfast shop and continue practicing after eating. However, the noisy discussions on the road made him frown slightly. Have you heard? The 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure seems to be missing. Is this true? That's the Kage, a strong man like the Hokage. How could such a person disappear? Of course it's true. The news has spread. I heard that Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure, but was repelled. It looks like the ninja world is going to be in turmoil again. While eating breakfast and listening to everyone's discussions, Uchiha Mirai also figured out what was going on. The 3rd Kazekage is missing and the 3rd Ninja World War is about to begin. After hearing the news that the 3rd Kazekage was missing, Uchiha Mirai became a little agitated. In the original work, after Scorpion made the 3rd Kazekage into a human puppet, he chose to defect, and Sunagakure knew nothing about it. After stopping the attack of Cloud Shinobi Village, Sunagakure declared war on Konoha on the pretext of searching for the trace of the Kazekage. The 3rd Ninja World War thus began. If it were in the past, Uchiha Mirai would have avoided the 3rd Ninja World War. After all, on the cruel battlefield, every moment is full of crisis. If you're not careful, you will lose your life. But now, Uchiha Mirai has completely different ideas. As someone who possessed a plundering system, he just needed a place like the 3rd Ninja World War where he could continue killing. As long as he kills enough enemies, his power will become stronger. After his power has accumulated to a certain level, he can begin to settle accounts with the Hokage. The Uchiha clan, you will definitely become the new upstart of the ninja world in his hands. Sunagakure. Wind Shadow Building. Feng's office. The old lady with short silver hair looked out the window with her hands behind her back, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Sister, are we really going to start a war against Konoha? Behind Chiyo, an old man with long white eyebrows asked with some concern. Ebizo, I have suppressed this hatred in my heart for too long. This may be my only chance to avenge my son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo turned around, her eyes full of hatred. Konoha is nowhere near as powerful as it once was. We were able to defeat the Cloud Shinobi Village, so what do we have to worry about? Hearing Chiyo's words, Ebizo's lips moved, but White Fang is dead. Snort. Even if he dies, I will make Konoha pay the price. Chiyo said coldly. After the death of his son and daughter-in-law, Scorpio began to become withdrawn and weird. Now he has even killed the village guards, secretly escaped from the village, and become a rebel ninja. All this is thanks to Konoha. So, she wants Konoha to pay the price no matter what. But you don't need to persuade me. Seeing that Ebizo wanted to say something, Chiyo waved her hand and said, this is also what the daimyo meant. After defeating the sneak attack on Cloud Shinobi Village, the daimyo of the Wind Country set his sights on the more fertile land of the Fire Country. If Konoha can be defeated, the benefits that the Wind Country can gain will be immeasurable. Therefore, the daimyo of the Wind Country fully supported Chiyo's proposal and even allocated a considerable amount of military funds in advance. Hearing Chiyo bring up the daimyo as well, Ebizo said nothing more and quietly left the room. After he left, Chiyo took a deep breath. This time, she will also destroy the families of Konoha's ninjas. Konoha Village. Following Umbu, Uchiha Mirai arrived at the Hokage's office. As soon as I walked in, I saw Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Bito, Noera Rin, Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Shinku, Sarutobi Isuma, and Yuhi Kurenai standing nearby. Okay, everyone is here. Seeing Uchiha Mirai standing still, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and said in a deep voice, "There have been constant frictions on the border recently, especially the ninjas of Sunagakure, who are very active. The village has decided to transport a batch of supplies to the front line and support the ninjas on the front line. Shinku Minato, you two will be in charge of this matter." Yes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Namikaze Minato and Yuhi Shinku nodded immediately. After Sarutobi Hiruzen handed them 2 mission scrolls, he set his sights on Uchiha Mirai. "Mirai, this mission is very dangerous, and you are a ninja from the Uchiha clan. If you don't want to go, I can transfer you back to the police force." Uchiha Mirai snorted inwardly when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Old thing. Sure enough, I'm still worried about him. Mr. Third Generation, I don't want to join the police force. Even if the battlefield is dangerous, I will not back down, Uchiha Mirai said firmly. Joke. He was still hoping to quickly improve his strength on the battlefield. If he returned to the Konoha police force, he would not be able to improve at all. Yes, then I'll leave this matter to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved his hand. You guys go down and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. Yes. After everyone left, an Umbu walked out from the shadows. How about it? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he looked at Umbu. Hokage-sama. According to my perception, Uchiha Mirai's spirit and chakra did not fluctuate at all. What he just said must have been from his heart. New. Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved to hear Umbu's answer. It seems that his vision was correct. Uchiha Mirai is indeed a trustworthy person. The next day, village entrance. Oha! Uchiha Mirai walked over slowly and greeted everyone who had arrived earlier. Hey, why are you so late? Everyone is waiting for you. Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Mirai unhappily. Am I late? Uchiha Mirai asked, looking at Uchiha Obito in confusion. Well, Uchiha Obito was a little speechless. There were less than 2 minutes left until the gathering time. Uchiha Mirai was not late, they just arrived too early. Even if you're not late, then I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense. Sensing the murderous intent from Uchiha Mirai, Uchiha Obito immediately felt the hairs on his body stand up. A feeling of oppression made him feel that his breathing began to become a little difficult. Mirai, I apologize to you on behalf of Obito. Namikaze Minato stepped out, looked at Uchiha Mirai and smiled. You just wanted to kill me. Uchiha Obito also came back to his senses at this time and muttered to Uchiha Mirai. I was just kidding. Uchiha Mirai shrugged. Who knew you were so easily frightened? Hateful. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists. He was frightened by Uchiha Mirai's words in front of Noera Lin and felt that he had lost all face. They are both ninjas, so why is this guy's aura so scary? Hatake Kakashi was also a little surprised. The aura that Uchiha Mirai displayed just now really didn't seem like that of a guy who had just graduated from ninja school less than half a year ago. Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Isuma looked as if they were used to it, especially Sarutobi Isuma. When he saw Uchiha Obito's appearance, he felt an inexplicable sympathy in his heart. We are all wanderers in this world. He had embarrassed himself like this countless times in front of Uchiha Mirai. If they weren't in a hurry to travel, Sarutobi Isuma would have wanted to pull Uchiha Obito aside to exchange experiences. A group of 6 people escorted the convoy towards the border. After leaving the village within 30 miles, everyone became extra cautious. Although we are still in the territory of the Land of Fire, the ninja world has begun to become turbulent. Even in our own country, we are likely to encounter attacks from hostile ninjas. By evening, the group had only walked less than 1/5 of the distance. Calculating the time, it will take at least 5 days to reach the destination. After stopping to rest, Uchiha Mirai skillfully set up traps around. Sarutobi Isuma and Yuhi Kurenai also started to get busy. Under the influence of Uchiha Mirai, The two of them have mastered the basic abilities of these ninjas very well. Seeing the group busy, Namikaze Minato showed an envious expression on his face. Shinku-senpai, Mirai seems to be a great ninja. Although they are both from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mirai and Uchiha Bito are simply two extremes. Haha, Mirai is indeed very worry-free. A big part of the reason why Hong and Asuma became what they are now is due to the influence of Mirai. Zihe and Hong's side. If it weren't for Mirai, with Hong's stubborn personality and Asuma's rebelliousness, it would have taken a lot of effort to teach them. If possible, I would like Mirai and Kakashi to interact more. No problem. After receiving a positive answer from Yuhi Shinku, Namikaze Minato showed a warm smile on his face. When he was in Umbu, Kakashi used to be his subordinate. But ever since Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide, Kakashi has become more closed off. For this reason, he specifically asked the third generation to include Kakashi in his team and chose Uchiha Bito and Noira Rin as Kakashi's teammates. The purpose is to make Kakashi open up his closed heart. But after getting to know each other for a while, Namikaze Minato found that Uchiha Mirai seemed to be a very good candidate. Therefore, he wanted Kakashi to have more contact with the other party. Maybe he could achieve some unexpected results. While the two were talking, Uchiha Mirai and the others had set up the trap and returned to the camp. Namikaze Minato immediately came to Uchiha Mirai's side. Introduce myself, Namikaze Minato, the Jonin of Konoha. When Namikaze Minato saw Uchiha Mirai, he said in his heart, Uchiha Mirai. He was originally still thinking about how to approach Namikaze Minato, but he didn't expect the other party to come over and say hello to him. Mirai, I heard you defeated Kakashi and cracked Chidori single-handedly. That's amazing. When I was your age, I didn't have this much strength. Namikaze Minato's voice is gentle and sounds like a spring breeze. This is probably what is called personal charm. Chidori is a very powerful jutsu, but Kakashi was a little slow, so I defeated him. Uchiha Mirai whispered, Mirai, do you want to learn Chidori? Namikaze Minato suddenly said, I can teach you Chidori. Chidori was developed by Kakashi under the inspiration of Rasengan, and he also gave Kakashi a lot of guidance in the process. So, he wanted to pass Chidori to someone else, and Kakashi wouldn't have any objection. Uchiha Mirai raised his eyebrows when he heard Namikaze Minato's words. What are the conditions? It's nothing, just give Kakashi some guidance in normal times. You should know Kakashi's situation. This will be detrimental to Kakashi's growth. Namikaze Minato made his purpose known. Chidori? No need. Huh. After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Namikaze Minato was a little surprised. Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu. I wonder how many people would be willing to fight to get this precious ninjutsu. Even among the wealthy ninja clans, a level ninjutsu is rare. Mirai, Chidori is a very powerful ninjutsu, and it is even more effective when combined with your Sharingan. Namikaze Minato thought that Uchiha Mirai didn't know the value of Chidori, so he patiently explained it. However, he was interrupted by Uchiha Mirai before he could finish his words. I'm not saying Chidori is weak, I just don't need it, Uchiha Mirai said, quickly forming seals with both hands. The next second, the sound of thousands of birds singing rang out. I have mastered Chidori, Uchiha Mirai said calmly as he waved his hand to dissipate the Chidori. Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Bito, and the others were all stunned and stood there. Even though the ninjutsu just now only flashed by, it was definitely correct. It was Chidori. Kakashi, didn't you research the Chidori? Mirai, when did you steal Kakashi's ninjutsu? After the shock, Uchiha Bito was the first to yell. Hatake Kakashi also looked shocked. The last time he sparred with Uchiha Mirai, he used Chidori once. Could it be that? Which time did Uchiha Mirai learn Chidori? If it's true, it's too pervert. Is it possible to master an A-level ninjutsu as difficult as Chidori just by performing it once in front of you? Yuhi Shinku and Namikaze Minato were equally shocked. Chidori is different from ordinary ninjutsu. To release Chidori, one needs to master Chakra's form change and nature transformation at the same time. These two abilities are quite difficult even for Jonin. When was Uchiha Mirai mastered? Judging from Kakashi's appearance, it shouldn't be Kakashi who taught Mirai on his own initiative, right? Only Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma were confused for a moment because they didn't know what Chidori meant and couldn't understand why everyone had such expressions. Hey, answer my question. Seeing that everyone was standing there in a daze, Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Mirai indignantly and questioned again. Obito, don't get so excited. After Namikaze Minato reprimanded Uchiha Obito, he turned his gaze to Uchiha Mirai. Mirai, what is going on? About a month ago, Kakashi used Chidori when he challenged me. What the hell are you talking about? Uchiha Obito waved his hand in dissatisfaction. We are asking why you know Kakashi's ninjutsu. Looking at Uchiha Obito's excitement, Uchiha Mirai snorted disdainfully, then pointed at his eyes. As the last one in the group, I'm afraid you haven't experienced the horror of the Sharingan yet, right? No ninjutsu has any secrets in front of these eyes. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Uchiha Mirai's black eyes immediately turned scarlet. Looking at the slowly rotating Sharingan, Uchiha Obito lost consciousness and sat down on the ground. His face was full of disbelief, and he kept muttering to himself. Are you kidding me? Is this the 3-Tomo Sharingan? Looking at the scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan in front of him, Uchiha Obito's face was full of disbelief. As a member of the Uchiha tribe, he knew too well what the pair of eyes in front of him meant. 3 Magatama, the ultimate form of the Sharingan. Every ninja who possesses the 3-Tomo Sharingan is an elite in the clan, and their strength is at least Jonin. In a one-on-one situation, few ninjas can defeat an Uchiha ninja with a 3-Tomo Sharingan. It can be said that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit can only be fully exerted when the Sharingan evolves to 3 Magatama. But at the same time, evolving Sharingan to 3-Tomo Sharingan is an extremely difficult task. Most of the Uchiha can't even open their eyes, let alone possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan. According to Uchiha Obito, there are only dozens of people in the Uchiha clan who possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan. But now, Uchiha Mirai, who was born in the same year as him, actually possesses the 3-Tomo Sharingan. But he didn't even do the most basic thing of opening his eyes. In contrast, a feeling of powerlessness rose in Uchiha Obito's heart. This time, he, who had always been very confident, was really hit hard. It's actually 3-Tomo Sharingan. Mirai Yuhi Shinku and Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Mirai with great emotion for a moment. They already knew that Uchiha Mirai was a rare and talented ninja, but they were still shocked. Obito, do you need me to explain anything more? Looking at Uchiha Obito squatting on the ground, Uchiha Mirai asked calmly. No need. Namikaze Minato calmed down. A warm smile returned to his face, and he took the initiative to speak up to help the silent Uchiha Obito. Like Uchiha Mirai said, 3-Tomo Sharingan is able to see through the flow of chakra when ninjutsu is released and can cast and see through Jinjutsu, Kapi Taijutsu, and non-Kikai Jinkai Ninjutsu. Chidori is difficult in chakra nature transformation and form change. As long as he mastered these two powers, copying Chidori would not be a problem at all for 3-Tomo Sharingan. Mirai, you're awesome again. Yuhi Kurenai sighed as she looked at Uchiha Mirai. Although she didn't quite know what the 3-Tomo Sharingan meant, she was able to guess a little seeing her father and Namikaze Minato's surprised looks. Will you cook for me again in the future? Zihi Kurenai asked with some concern. Uchiha Mirai is getting better and better, and she feels that the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. Yuhi Kurenai is very afraid that one day, Uchiha Mirai will suddenly disappear from her world. Don't worry, I'll cook for you every day in the future. Uchiha Mirai patted Yuhi Kurenai's head and smiled. Zihi Kurenai nodded vigorously. It's a deal. Aside, Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Mirai, and fighting spirit gradually rekindled in his eyes. For the first time, he felt unprecedented pressure from a peer. It seems that he needs to practice harder. Otherwise, the once Konoha's #1 genius ninja would be left far behind and would become a joke. Namikaze Minato keenly noticed the change in Hatake Kakashi's eyes, so he continued, Mirai, you should help me enlighten Kakashi. If it is you, you will definitely be able to make Kakashi open up his closed heart. I'm not good at preaching. Uchiha Mirai frowned. I could try my best to meet your requirements. But then again, seeing Uchiha Mirai's sudden change of expression, Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder Obito gets mad every time he sees Mirai. This guy really makes people want to go crazy. Boom! As the detonating tag roared, Uchiha Mirai suddenly opened his eyes and his figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Next second, several screams were heard, and a system prompt sounded in Uchiha Mirai's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Looking at the 3 Sunagakure genin in front of him, Uchiha Mirai put away the long sword in his hand. Just by killing 3 genins, he received 3 rewards in a row. Really, the battlefield is the best place for him. Facing his 3 Tomo Sharingan, ordinary genin and chunin would be killed instantly. And on the battlefield, 90% of them are genin and chunin. With 8 inner gates as a trump card, as long as Uchiha Mirai doesn't encounter a Kage-level strongman or is surrounded, it is unlikely that his life will be in danger. Mirai, can you please not rush so fast every time? At least give us a chance. Sarutobi Asuma finally arrived, only to find that all the enemies were dead, and couldn't help but complain. War is no joke. Asuma, you dispose of the body. Uchiha Mirai turned and left. Every kill represents a reward. How could he give up this opportunity to become stronger to others? Snort! Sarutobi Asuma snorted in dissatisfaction, but still obediently followed Uchiha Mirai's orders and began to clean up the battlefield. These days, Uchiha Mirai's cruelty has been fully demonstrated. No one was ever left alive in his hands. The accumulated power grows day by day. Even he didn't dare to provoke Uchiha Mirai easily. 5 days passed in a flash. Along the way, we encountered attacks from 5 waves of hostile ninja teams. They are all ninjas from Sunagakure. However, these ninja teams are all reconnaissance teams composed of genin and chunin. There is no need for Namikaze Minato and Yuhi Shinku to take action. Uchiha Mirai and Hatake Kakashi can easily deal with them. Arrive at the frontline base camp. After handing over the supplies to the frontline leader Narashikaku, Uchiha Mirai and others stayed at the front line. Frictions on the border have become increasingly intense recently, and they are mainly responsible for clearing out the sand shinobi teams that sneak into the fire country. After simply arranging the accommodation, Uchiha Mirai took Namikaze Minato to the training ground. He agreed to Namikaze Minato's request to teach Kakashi from time to time, and in exchange, Namikaze Minato had a practice with him every day. Mirai, you're really anxious. Looking at Uchiha Mirai's anxious look, Namikaze Minato showed a helpless smile on his face. After traveling for such a long time, shouldn't we at least let him eat something and rest before we talk about sparring? Stop talking nonsense. We couldn't fight during the previous escort mission. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. Uchiha Mirai said as a matter of course. In his eyes, as someone who possesses a plundering system, Namikaze Minato is a treasure from head to toe, and Uchiha Mirai can't wait a moment. Hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Namikaze Minato could only put away his little thoughts, and his face became serious. Mirai, then you better be careful. He also wanted to see how powerful this unprecedented genius ninja was. Looking at Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mirai was also somewhat excited. Not everyone has the opportunity to fight against a strong man of this level. Not to mention, he also has a plundering system, so maybe he can get some unexpected rewards. Wind style, wind blade. Uchiha Mirai formed seals with both hands and released several sharp wind blades towards Namikaze's Minato. He did not choose the fire-style ninjutsu that the Uchiha clan was best at. After all, with Namikaze Minato's speed, it is difficult for fire-style ninjutsu to cause damage to him. Instead, it will block his vision, which is not worth the loss. Facing the incoming wind blade, Namikaze Minato's figure flashed and disappeared on spot. The next second, a specially made kunai stabbed towards Uchiha Mirai's neck. Clang! There was a crisp sound of metal collision, and Uchiha Mirai drew out the long sword at his waist to block Namikaze Minato's attack, while a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan began to rotate rapidly. The two fought at high speed. Namikaze Minato was extremely fast, but Uchiha Mirai was able to block all of his attacks with the help of the Sharingan. Is this the strength of a Kage-level warrior? Feeling pressure that he hadn't felt for a long time, Uchiha Mirai opened fire at full power, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Illusion, binding, kill. Before he could finish his words, Namikaze Minato disappeared again. This reaction speed, is it a bit unfair? Looking at Namikaze Minato, who reacted almost instantly, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but mutter. Sharingan's illusions are instant. I had been preparing for this for so long, but I didn't expect the other party to react so easily. I can only say that he is worthy of being the fastest man among the Hokage. Uchiha Mirai didn't know that Namikaze Minato was also in turmoil at this moment. Although he had been mentally prepared, Uchiha Mirai's performance still surprised him. The strength displayed by the opponent is already stronger than that of the average Jonin, especially his superb swordsmanship. It was as if he had been through a lot of training, and it didn't seem like something a genin who had just graduated from the ninja school less than a year ago could perform. Combined with 3 Tomo Sharingan's illusion and insight, it's extremely powerful. The most important thing is that Uchiha Mirai is not even 13 years old. A boy who is less than 13 years old actually possesses power beyond that of an ordinary Jonin. If this were to be told to others, I'm afraid the entire ninja world would be shocked. He has also been called a genius since he was a child, but in front of Uchiha Mirai, he suddenly felt ashamed. Compared to the other party, what kind of genius is he? Hey, being distracted during a battle is not a good habit. Uchiha Mirai launched a full-force attack on Namikaze Minato. He is very excited now. This was the first time he had fought with all his strength since he had obtained the system. He could feel that the power hidden in his body was becoming more and more accessible. Chidori. Uchiha Mirai's figure turned into a blue lightning and rushed towards Namikaze Minato. Stop. Looking at the collapsed trees, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. Mirai, we are just sparring. There's no need to take it so seriously, right? It can't hurt you anyway. Uchiha Mirai grumbled, giving up the idea of continuing the fight. Without opening the 8 inner gates, his speed would hardly pose a threat to Namikaze Minato. On the contrary, if Namikaze Minato used his full strength, he would probably be defeated in no time. Anyone who can make a name for himself in Mirai as someone who can unconditionally abandon the mission when encountering a yellow flash is indeed incredibly strong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully looting the reward. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hearing the system prompt, Uchiha Mirai sighed in disappointment. Although it was a good jutsu, it was far from his goal. Minato, we'll continue tomorrow. New. After making an agreement with Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mirai waved to Hatake Kakashi, who was watching from the side, already stunned. Come here, I'll torture you. For 5 days in a row, Uchiha Mirai would have a sparring match with Namikaze Minato every day without fail. The rewards you receive each day are also different. On the first day, I obtained the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The next day, he obtained the 4-symbol seal. The third day is about physical fitness. On the fourth day, I got the bonus Rasengan. Although these are some very good rewards, they are far from what Uchiha Mirai expected. What he wanted was a reward like the Flying Thunder God technique. Humph! I just don't believe that it will never be shipped. A new day began, and Uchiha Mirai looked at Namikaze Minato in front of him and rushed forward again. After sparring with Namikaze Minato these days, Uchiha Mirai has made great progress. It's not that his strength has improved much, but that he has become more proficient in controlling his own strength. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Namikaze Minato, as usual, activated the body flicker technique and left the battlefield. Mirai, your progress is amazing. You will definitely become an extremely outstanding ninja in the future. Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Mirai and spoke. The power that the opponent has shown now is enough to make him a capable ninja. Namikaze Minato was happy. There are so many outstanding young people in the village now. Once they grow up, those ambitious people from other countries should be able to settle down. However, Uchiha Mirai did not answer Namikaze Minato. His attention was completely attracted by the system prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Flying Thunder God Technique. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 120. Spiritual Power, 105. Chakra 7-8. Bloodline Limit, Sharingan. Wind Style, Vacuum, Sphere Lightning Style, Flying Thunder God Technique. Others, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique for Symbol Seal. The Flying Thunder God Technique that he had been dreaming of was finally obtained. Mirai. Seeing Uchiha Mirai in a daze, Namikaze Minato walked up to Uchiha Mirai and stretched out his hand and shook it. Nothing much. Let's stop here for today. Uchiha Mirai came back to his senses and forced a smile on his face. Now, he just wanted to find a place where no one was around to experience the reward he had just received. Aren't you going to torture Kakashi today? Namikaze Minato asked in surprise. In the past, after every sparring match, Uchiha Mirai would choose to fight with Kakashi. What happened today? After hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Uchiha Mirai turned his gaze to Hatake Kakashi, who was waiting on the side, and waved at him. Hatake Kakashi walked forward with some confusion. Bang! The forehead was suddenly poked by Uchiha Mirai. Kakashi, please forgive me. I'll spar with you next time. Returning to his room, Uchiha Mirai conveniently activated the barriers set up around the room. After pulling the curtains and taking careful precautions, Uchiha Mirai sat on the ground with his eyes closed and began to appreciate the reward he had just received. After a while, Uchiha Mirai opened her eyes in surprise. This time the reward was beyond his expectations. Just like the Uchiha-style swordsmanship that was plundered from Uchiha Fugaku, the reward plundered from Namikaze Minato this time is not just a Flying Thunder God technique. Instead, it contains Namikaze Minato's long-term understanding and insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. Those rich experiences, along with the training methods of Flying Thunder God technique, all flooded into Uchiha Mirai's mind. Even just like when he first obtained the Chidori, he also gained a deeper understanding of the concept of space and indirectly acquired the talent for space-time ninjutsu. You know, in the original work, even though the Flying Thunder God technique performed very well, only Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato were able to master it. From this we can see how difficult it is to practice space-time ninjutsu. But now, Uchiha Mirai has gained the talent to practice space-time ninjutsu through the reward of Flying Thunder God technique. The reward this time is really generous. Let's try it out first. After fully accepting the information in his mind, Uchiha Mirai took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag at his waist. A thought came to my mind. There is a complex Flying Thunder God mark on the blade of the kunai. Go! After the mark appeared, Uchiha Mirai threw the kunai in his hand to the side. The kunai shot out quickly. The next second, Uchiha Mirai's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared next to the kunai at the same time. Success! Grasping the kunai in his hand, Uchiha Mirai's face showed excitement. Putting aside the Flying Thunder God technique's bizarre and unpredictable offensiveness, just as a means of life-saving, the Flying Thunder God technique can already be regarded as the ceiling of the ninja world. It can be said that as long as one masters the Flying Thunder God technique, one will be invincible. In the original work, If Namikaze Minato had not chosen to die with 9 tails in order to protect Konoha, Uchiha Mirai really couldn't think of any way to kill Namikaze Minato. Now I can go surfing without any worries. Uchiha Mirai chuckled. As long as there are enough marks of the Flying Thunder God, no one can threaten his life. If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, run away. Back home, Minato. It's time to go home, Mirai. Konoha Border Base. Nara Shikaku looked at Uchiha Mirai and the others, his eyes revealing a trace of fatigue. It can now be confirmed that Sunagakure is preparing to provoke a war against Konoha. The village orders that any Sunagakure ninja that enters the Land of Fire will be killed without mercy. Starting today, you will be responsible for patrolling near the border as a team. Hearing Nara Shikaku's order, Uchiha Mirai nodded and walked outside first. Looking at his back, Nara Shikaku's eyes were somewhat complicated. He still couldn't believe that the Uchiha clan could produce such a ninja who was willing to take the lead in everything. In the dense forest on the border, Uchiha Mirai watched Yui Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma carefully set up traps, while he himself sat leisurely on a branch, secretly leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God. It doesn't consume much chakra anyway, so leaving some marks is never a bad thing. At this moment, the sound of a detonating talisman suddenly sounded nearby. Before Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurenai could react, Uchiha Mirai disappeared from the spot. 1,000 meters away, the 3 Sunagakure ninjas flew back as soon as the trap was triggered. The 3 of them were just genin. Now that they had been discovered, the best option was to evacuate immediately. But before they could run far, a young man holding a long knife rushed towards them. Seeing the boy, the 3 Sunagakure ninjas looked at each other and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. They stopped where they were, waited for Uchiha Mirai to approach, and immediately surrounded Uchiha Mirai. I'm really lucky. A little devil actually came to my door. Humph. I've seen many such ignorant fellows. They chase after the enemy without hesitation when they see him retreating. In fact, they're all self-righteous fools. What a pity. We only have one life. It's too late to regret. The 3 Sand Shinobi approached Uchiha Mirai, their faces still showing a hint of excitement. The kid in front of him looked like he had just graduated from a ninja school, and he was alone, so he was like a little white rabbit that had been delivered to his doorstep. You are right. The 3 Sand Shinobi were somewhat confused by what Uchiha Mirai said. The next second, a knife flashed. The head of a Sand Shinobi fell to the ground. What? What a fast speed! The 2 remaining Sand Shinobi all had shocked looks on their faces when they saw their companions being killed. Just now, they didn't even catch sight of each other's movements, and their companions had already been beheaded. The remaining 2 Sand Shinobi immediately realized that they seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. This seemingly reckless young boy in front of them is much stronger than them. He is definitely a talented ninja with great talent. Retreat separately. After realizing how powerful Uchiha Mirai was, the 2 of them ran to opposite sides. This way, at least one of them could escape and send the information back safely. Phew! Sand Shinobi ran only a dozen meters before his throat was slashed by a long knife, and he fell to the ground helplessly. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. However, looking at his companions who had already run hundreds of meters away in the opposite direction, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. His sacrifice was worth it. When such a talented ninja appears in Konoha, someone must be sent to assassinate him before he grows up. Such information is far more important than his life. But just before his consciousness gradually faded away, Sand Shinobi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly saw a kunai shot towards his companion and reach his companion's side in the blink of an eye. Sand Shinobi's heart tightened for a moment, but after seeing his companion drop the kunai, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, the Sand Shinobi lying on the ground widened his eyes. He saw that the young man who was originally beside him suddenly appeared next to his companion out of nowhere and stabbed his companion's heart with a knife. How did they do that? Damn it, this is such important information. Sand Shinobi's heart sank to the bottom. His consciousness could no longer hold on and dissipated into darkness. Uchiha Mirai wiped the long sword, put away the kunai on the ground, and the system prompt sounded in his ears at the right time. It's time to go home, Mirai. Konoha Border Base. Nara Ashikaga looked at Uchiha Mirai and the others, his eyes revealing a trace of fatigue. It can now be confirmed that Tsunagakure is preparing to provoke a war against Konoha. The village orders that any Tsunagakure ninja that enters the Land of Fire will be killed without mercy. Starting today, you will be responsible for patrolling near the border as team. Hearing Nara Ashikaku's order, Uchiha Mirai nodded and walked outside first. Looking at his back, Nara Ashikaku's eyes were somewhat complicated. He still couldn't believe that the Uchiha clan could produce such a ninja who was willing to take the lead in everything. In the dense forest on the border, Uchiha Mirai watched Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma carefully set up traps, while he himself sat leisurely on a branch, secretly leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God. It doesn't consume much chakra anyway, so leaving some marks is never a bad thing. At this moment, the sound of a detonating talisman suddenly sounded nearby. Before Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai could react, Uchiha Mirai disappeared from the spot. 1,000 meters away, the three Tsunagakure ninjas flew back as soon as the trap was triggered. The three of them were just genin. Now that they had been discovered, the best option was to evacuate immediately. But before they could run far, a young man holding a long knife rushed towards them. Seeing the boy, the three Tsunagakure ninjas looked at each other and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. They stopped where they were, waited for Uchiha Mirai to approach, and immediately surrounded Uchiha Mirai. I'm really lucky. A little devil actually came to my door. I've seen many such ignorant fellows. They chase after the enemy without hesitation when they see him retreating. In fact, they're all self-righteous fools. What a pity. We only have one life. It's too late to regret. The three sand shinobi approached Uchiha Mirai, their faces still showing a hint of excitement. The kid in front of him looked like he had just graduated from a ninja school, and he was alone, so he was like a little white rabbit that had been delivered to his doorstep. You are right. The three sand shinobi were somewhat confused by what Uchiha Mirai said. The next second, a knife flashed. The head of a sand shinobi fell to the ground. What a fast speed. The two remaining sand shinobi all had shocked looks on their faces when they saw their companions being killed. Just now, they didn't even catch sight of each other's movements, and their companions had already been beheaded. The remaining two sand shinobi immediately realized that they seemed to have provoked someone they shouldn't have. This seemingly reckless young boy in front of them is much stronger than them. He is definitely a talented ninja with great talent. Retreat separately. After realizing how powerful Uchiha Mirai was, the two of them ran to opposite sides. This way, at least one of them could escape and send the information back safely. Phew! Sand Shinobi ran only a dozen meters before his throat was slashed by a long knife, and he fell to the ground helplessly. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. However, looking at his companions who had already run hundreds of meters away in the opposite direction, a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. His sacrifice was worth it. When such a talented ninja appears in Konoha, someone must be sent to assassinate him before he grows up. Such information is far more important than his life. But just before his consciousness gradually faded away, Sand Shinobi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly saw a kunai shot towards his companion and reached his companion's side in the blink of an eye. Sand Shinobi's heart tightened for a moment, but after seeing his companion drop the kunai, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, the Sand Shinobi lying on the ground widened his eyes. He saw that the young man who was originally beside him suddenly appeared next to his companion out of nowhere and stabbed his companion's heart with a knife. How did they do that? Damn it, this is such important information. Sand Shinobi's heart sank to the bottom. His consciousness could no longer hold on and dissipated into darkness. Uchiha Mirai wiped the long sword, put away the kunai on the ground, and the system prompt sounded in his ears at the right time. By the time Uchiha Mirai had cleaned up the battlefield, Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma had just arrived. Mirai, are you okay? When Yuhi Kurenai saw Uchiha Mirai, she immediately asked with concern. No, Uchiha Mirai smiled. It was just 3 genin. I took care of them. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's nonchalant attitude, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma were speechless. Just 3 genin? You're just a genin, okay? Sarutobi Asuma frowned. Uchiha Mirai, you are being too reckless. We are operating as a team. You shouldn't abandon us and act alone. Hearing Sarutobi Asuma's question, Uchiha Mirai snorted. I don't need you to tell me what to do. You, Sarutobi Asuma, was very angry with Uchiha Mirai. Can we act alone like you in the future? Have you forgotten what you told us before? War is no joke. Never allow yourself to become a burden to your companions. Isn't that what you said yourself? In response to Sarutobi Asuma's question, Uchiha Mirai gave the other person a cold look. Asuma, rules are for the weak. Until you defeat me, you just need to follow my orders. Right or wrong? Morality? Ninja rules? He doesn't care at all. Uchiha Mirai only wants to do things according to his own wishes, and it is wishful thinking to use other things to restrain him. Hole. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists and his face turned red. As the son of the Hokage, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Sarutobi Asuma swore that if he was not defeated, he would have rushed up and beat up this annoying guy in front of him. For the next period of time, Uchiha Mirai led Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai in a ruthless sweep against the Sunagakure ninjas. Any sand shinobi they encountered, no one could escape. Even some Chunin were powerless against Uchiha Mirai. In just 10 days, Uchiha Mirai had already eliminated 10 sand shinobi teams. 25 of them died at the hands of Uchiha Mirai. Combined with the rewards obtained from daily competitions during this period, Uchiha Mirai's attribute panel has seen a significant increase. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 130. Spiritual power, 110. Chakra, 101. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Other. Looking at the 3-dimensional attributes that had all exceeded 100, Uchiha Mirai nodded secretly. Judging from his attribute points, he has reached Jonin's level in all aspects. And, due to the blessing of the 3 Tomo Sharingan, ordinary Jonin are no longer his opponents. Only elite Jonin can compete with him. If he adds the burst of 8 inner gates, the flying Thunder God technique, and the blessing of the Rasengan, he is confident that he can touch even a Kaga-level strongman. In just a few months, he has grown from a genin to his current level. Sure enough, cheating is the correct way to open it. This guy is really leisurely. Sarutobi Asuma snorted as he looked at Uchiha Mirai, who was resting with his eyes closed on the tree trunk. In a recent encounter with the Sand Shinobi, he was barely of any help. Most of the time, Uchiha Mirai is able to take out all the enemies by himself. This made Sarutobi Asuma, who always wanted to prove himself, very unhappy. In his opinion, Uchiha Mirai had stolen all the limelight that belonged to him, and even Uchiha Obito next door now dared to laugh at him loudly. How can he prove himself to his father if this continues? No, next time I have to show off before Uchiha Mirai. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists. During this period of time, he thought he had made great progress. He might not be as amazing as Uchiha Mirai, but he should not be bad either. Those Sunagakure ninjas are just some guys who look strong on the outside, but are actually weak on the inside. There is no need to worry about them at all. Just then, a bell sounded ahead. Sarutobi Asuma looked up, only to see a dozen shurikens coming quickly towards him. There are enemies. Sarutobi Asuma took out a special chakra knife, raised his hand to knock down the attacking shuriken, and then saw a ninja rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed without any hesitation. Good job. Sarutobi Asuma sneered and immediately rushed towards the Sand Shinobi. Fire style, ash burning. A cloud of high-temperature ash engulfed the Sand Shinobi and immediately exploded. Sarutobi Asuma struck a pose, staring straight ahead. The next moment, several high-speed spinning shurikens rushed out from the smoke. Clang, clang, clang. Sarutobi Asuma blocked several shurikens in front of him, and before he could catch his breath, a figure immediately appeared beside him. Bang! With a whip kick, Sarutobi Asuma only felt his eyes go dark, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Too fast. The opponent's speed and strength left him no time to react. The ninjutsu he just used seemed to have no effect on the opponent. Before he could steady himself, the sand shinobi had already rushed in front of him. There was a hideous scar on his face from the center of his brow to the corner of his mouth, and he exuded an astonishing, murderous intent. Looking at those cold eyes, Sarutobi Asuma felt as if his blood was frozen. From beginning to end, the other party didn't say a word, nor did he make any unnecessary movements, but he was about to take his life. Jonin! This is definitely Jonin! Sarutobi Asuma shouted loudly in his heart, but it was too late to say anything now. In the face of the opponent's powerful strength, he could not react at all. Just when Sarutobi Asuma was in despair, the Sunagakure Jonin who had stabbed him suddenly stopped, turned in the air, and quickly formed a seal. Wind-style suppression. Boom! Everything within a few meters ahead was cut into pieces and blown away by the sharp wind blades, turning into a vacuum zone. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt his body lighten, and he quickly retreated more than 10 meters. Looking at Uchiha Mirai standing beside him with his back straight, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but feel a little scared. Just now, I almost died. For the first time, he felt the horror of the battlefield. When the Jonin just now killed him, he didn't even want to waste a trace of chakra. Asuma, stay with Hong. Uchiha Mirai slowly drew out the long sword from his waist. After hearing the voice, Sarutobi Asuma came back to his senses and quickly warned loudly. Mirai, be careful. He is very strong. Ah, Asuma. Seeing Sarutobi Asuma's puzzled look, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, don't use your feelings to judge the opponent in my eyes. Funny little devil. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's look, the Sunagakure Jonin showed a smile on his face and looked at the kid in front of him who had forced him to change his strategy with interest. The opponent looked like he had just graduated from ninja school, but he grasped the timing of his attack very accurately. And the other party's rebellious remarks just now seemed as if he didn't take him seriously at all. It would definitely be very interesting to make a kid like this look desperate. Thinking of this, Sand Shinobi said in a cold voice, Kid, your strength is indeed good, but facing Jonin, this can't be your capital for arrogance. Tremble. Fear. Ha! Sand Shinobi continued to exude a strong killing intent and took the initiative to reveal his strength. But the boy opposite did not show any other expression as he expected. She just looked at him expressionlessly and snorted, Idiot. Damn kid. I'll let you know who the idiot is later. The enraged Sand Shinobi Jonin no longer hesitated, picked up the kunai, and rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. Wind style, wind blade. Earth style, earth flow wall. The sharp wind blade collided with the earth wall, dust flew, and a cloud of smoke rose. The next moment, Sand Shinobi appeared beside Uchiha Mirai. Clang! The kunai and the long sword collided, creating sparks. A look of surprise appeared on Sand Shinobi's face. The other party reacted so quickly. Before he could do anything, Uchiha Mirai drew his knife and slashed at his neck. Sand Shinobi raised the steel kunai in his hand to resist and began to think about his next move habitually in his mind. But the next second, Sand Shinobi's expression changed. The fine steel kunai in his hand was cut off without any hindrance the moment it touched the opponent's long sword. Phew! At the last moment, Sand Shinobi tried his best to lean back, but a deep scratch on his chest was still left. Bang! With a dull thud, Sand Shinobi felt his stomach cramp and his body was kicked hard and flew away. Run! Sand Shinobi made his decision immediately. The strength of the kid in front of him was beyond his expectations, and continuing to fight would only lead to death. The most important thing is to save your life. The Sand Shinobi stared at Uchiha Mirai closely, chakra flowing in his body, and his hands immediately prepared to form seals, performing the body flicker technique and body replacement technique to escape. But at this moment, something strange happened. In his eyes, the black-eyed boy's eyes had turned scarlet at some point. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sunagakure Jonin's heart trembled, and before he could react, he felt his mind go into a trance. The next second, there was a flash of lightning. Chidori. Looking at his pierced heart, Sunagakure's Jonin spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments. With a look of shock and unwillingness, his consciousness gradually dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Uchiha Mirai felt a little depressed when he heard the system prompt in his mind. I thought there would be a better reward for killing a Jonin, but I didn't expect it to be the same reward as killing a Genin. In terms of cost performance, it is ridiculously low. Win! Seeing Sand Shinobi lose consciousness, Yuhi Kurenai shouted in joy and rushed to Uchiha Mirai's side. This is Jonin. He was killed so easily by Mirai. So strong. Mirai, why did your sword cut through this Jonin's kunai in one go? Yuhi Kurenai asked curiously. In the battle, just now, this can be said to be the turning point that determined the outcome of the battle. If the weapon had not broken, the Sand Shinobi would not have been seriously injured. Zaihong was very curious about how this was done. After all, in the previous fight, the Sand Shinobi's weapon was clearly able to block Uchiha Mirai's long sword. Red, attaching wind-style chakra to a weapon can greatly increase the weapon's cutting ability. In combat, when you suddenly attach wind-style chakra to your weapon, it can often have unexpected effects. Uchiha Mirai patiently explained to Yuhi Kurenai. Even a fine steel kunai is no different from tofu in front of his long sword with wind-style chakra attached to it. You can actually do this, Mirai. You are a genius. Hearing Yuhi Kurenai's praise, Uchiha Mirai rubbed the other's head and messed up Kurenai's hair. Genius? Genius is just the threshold to see me. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes lit up. She disliked the feeling of being pretended. It's worthy of being called Mirai. It's always so smooth and effortless to install. Once you master the nature and form changes of chakra, you'll be able to do it too. Okay, let's clean up the battlefield. Uchiha Mirai glanced at the lifeless Sand Shinobi. Remember to be careful of the traps on him. New. Looking at the backs of Yuhi Kurenai and Uchiha Mirai, Sarutobi Asuma felt dazed. The Jonin that made him despair was so easily dealt with by Uchiha Mirai. Don't use your feelings to judge my opponent. Uchiha Mirai's words reappeared in his mind, and Sarutobi Asuma felt bitter inside. Maybe Red is not a wrong choice. Compared to Uchiha Mirai, he is indeed far behind. Sunagakure. Frontline base camp. Inside the tent, Granny Chiyo looked at the information scroll in her hand with a gloomy face. All the Sunagakure ninjas were silent, and the atmosphere was very depressing. The attack on Konoha hasn't been going well these days. Not only did they fail to obtain any useful intelligence, but they also suffered heavy losses. Originally, only some Genin and Chunin teams were killed or wounded, but now even Jonin are starting to disappear. Every Jonin was a vital fighting force to the village, and they could not afford such a loss. Luo Sha. Exist. Take 2 Jonin with you, form a decapitation team, and go teach Konoha a lesson. Yes. Seeing Luo Sha's somewhat nervous face, Chiyo's tone softened. Now that the 3rd Kazekage is missing, the village needs to choose a prestigious person who can convince the people to serve as the leader of the 4th generation. You are the successor to Magnet Style. Don't let me down. Hearing Chiyo's words, Luo Sha felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Becoming the Kazekage had always been his dream. Originally, he had no hope for this, but the sudden disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, who was in his prime, gave him another opportunity. However, because he has no background, Luo Sha has always been inconspicuous. But now, Grandma Chiyo, who holds absolute power in the village, has publicly expressed her support for him. Coming out of the tent, Luo Sha felt like he was dreaming. Recalling the conversation just now in his mind, Luo Sha's eyes were full of fighting spirit. This battle with Konoha is the best opportunity. As long as he can accumulate enough merits, and with the support of Granny Chiyo, the day when he becomes the fourth Kazekage is just around the corner. With this in mind, Raza selected 2 Jonin and rushed off in the direction of Konoha, the Fire Nation, in the dense forest on the border. Uchiha Mirai led Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai as they galloped through the trees. In recent days, the casualties of Konoha shinobi have gradually increased, and many patrol teams have disappeared inexplicably. According to intelligence, a Chunin squad was attacked in the northwest of the camp, and they were rushing to the direction of the squad to provide assistance. No conversation along the way. Arriving near the intelligence point, Uchiha Mirai silently raised his arms. Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma immediately stopped silently. Mirai, what's wrong? Yuhi Kurenai asked in a low voice. Something is not right here. If anything changes later, you must evacuate immediately. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's order, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma nodded at the same time. Since his last encounter with Tsunagekyu's Jonin, Sarutobi Asuma has become much more honest and no longer thinks about showing off himself. Several people groped forward cautiously, and suddenly a faint groaning sound came into their ears. The 3 of them looked at each other and took a few steps forward. Then, 3 Konoha shinobi were seen lying in a pool of blood, and the groaning sound came from one of them. They are ninjas from our village. Seeing the seriously injured ninja, Sarutobi Asuma cried out and immediately wanted to step forward to rescue his companion. But as soon as he started to stand up, Uchiha Mirai held his shoulders. Asuma, what's the first thing you do after you defeat your enemy? Sarutobi Asuma was shocked when he heard Uchiha Mirai's words. On the battlefield, finishing off the enemy is the most important thing. Most ninjas are very cunning, and it is not uncommon for them to pretend to be dead and launch sneak attacks. So, unless you encounter a very critical situation, the first thing to do after defeating the enemy is to finish off the enemy and make sure he dies. But now, there was no trace of the enemy on the ground, and it was obvious that the enemy had not suffered any harm. Under such circumstances, there was a ninja who was lucky enough to survive. Only a rookie ninja would do something like this. But the probability of having 3 rookies in a team at the same time is almost negligible. What's more, if they were really 3 rookies, then the other party would not have allowed the village's Chunin team to become what it is now. Combining various analyses, there is only one possibility for the current situation. This is a trap deliberately set by the enemy. After coming to the conclusion, Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Mirai beside him in surprise. Did this guy analyze the truth of the matter at the first moment? Not only is he strong, but his mind is also so clear. He is really a monster. Withdraw. Uchiha Mirai whispered an order. Encircling a point and attacking its reinforcements is a very common but effective tactic. Since he already knew that this was a trap set by the enemy, he certainly wouldn't rush into it. Mirai, if we leave like this, then he... Sarutobi Asuma looked at his companion groaning in pain in front of him, with a somewhat conflicted expression. Even though he knew it was a trap set by the other party, he felt bad to abandon his surviving companions and leave. Looking ahead and behind will only make you lose everything. If you feel bad, just kill more enemies to avenge your companions. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. At this moment, 3 figures appeared behind them. You are such a cold-hearted fellow. Are the lives of your companions so worthless in your eyes? The leader, Luo Sha, looked at Uchiha Mirai and the other 2 frivolously. In that case, a large amount of golden sand suddenly gushed out from under the seriously injured Konoha Chunin, instantly swallowing him up. Phew! The golden sand dissipated, leaving a patch of sticky blood and minced meat on the ground. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai clenched their fists. Dambi ******** D. Don't let such a low-level provocation make you lose your sanity. Uchiha Mirai drew his long sword, his eyes alert. He had already guessed the identity of the ninja in front of him from the other party's actions just now. Mirai's 4th Kazekage. Rosa, He possesses a magnet-style bloodline limit and is incredibly powerful. To him now, he is a very difficult and powerful person. It seems like I'm lucky today. I can actually meet such an interesting little guy. When Raza saw Uchiha Mirai's performance, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Not everyone can remain calm in such a situation. The enemy this time is not easy to deal with. Find a chance to run away first. No, we are a team and should advance and retreat together. Red, if you stay here, I'll have to divert my attention to protect you. We might as well go to the camp and ask for help. But this is an order. I understand. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's serious expression, Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma didn't dare to say anything more. This was the first time they saw Uchiha Mirai so serious. The enemy on the opposite side must be terribly strong. Run! Uchiha Mirai growled and threw several shurikens. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In midair, the shurikens turned into two into four. In the blink of an eye, they became overwhelming, rushing towards Luo Sha and others from all directions. Seeing this scene, Luo Sha snorted lightly, and countless gold sand poured out from the ground, blocking all the shurikens. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai both quickly evacuated in opposite directions. Baki Daishan, go after the other two. Yes. Upon hearing the order, the two Jonin who came with Raza chased in the direction where Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma left. Luo Sha controlled the gold sand and swept towards Uchiha Mirai. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Uchiha Mirai and Shadow Clone attacked at the same time. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the flames in the sky instantly engulfed Raza. It's useless. Raza hid his body behind Sakin, paying no attention to Uchiha Mirai's attack, and continued to attack Uchiha Mirai. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, Jingmen. Open. Uchiha Mirai did not continue to fight with Raza, but directly opened the 6th gate before the 8 inner gates. Baki and another one called Daisen are both Jonin, and he must stop the other, otherwise Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma will be in danger. After opening the 8 inner gates, Uchiha Mirai's entire body was covered in green steam. His speed increased several times, and he disappeared in a flash. When it moves, the ground is lifted up by the air. Die! Instantly he was next to Oyama. Uchiha Mirai slashed with his long sword, and Oyama immediately lowered his head. A strand of hair was cut off, and before Daishan could breathe a sigh of relief, Uchiha Mirai's hand was already pressed on his chest. Rasengan! Boom! Under the effect of the Rasengan, Daishan's body spun and flew backwards, knocking down several thick trees before falling heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Luo Sha and Baki were both shocked. Daishan was a veteran Jonin. How could he be killed instantly by just a little kid? What a joke. Uchiha Mirai kills Daisen instantly, surprising both Raza and Baki. A child who looks only in his teens actually possesses such strong power. Even though the opponent was obviously using a secret technique, the fact that he was able to achieve this level was enough to demonstrate his strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Wind Style Suppression. After killing one of Sunagakure Jonin, Uchiha Mirai did not stop and continued to rush towards Baki. Wind Style Windblade. Facing Baki's counterattack, Uchiha Mirai quickly formed seals with both hands. Wind Style Suppression. Countless wind blades collided with each other, and the powerful cutting ability shattered everything within the range. Baki, come back soon. Luo Sha had also caught up by now. He was not afraid of the guy in front of him confronting him head-on, but the other party's speed was too fast after using the secret technique. If Baki chooses to continue chasing the two Konoha shinobi who just escaped, his fate will probably not be much better than that of Oyama. A secret technique like this that can increase a person's strength in a short period of time will not last long. As long as we hold him back until he can no longer maintain his secret technique, things will be easy. Fire Style, Ash Burning. Seeing Raza rushing over, Uchiha Mirai formed a seal again. A large amount of high-temperature smoke spewed out of Uchiha Mirai's mouth, instantly blocking the view in front. Wind style once the typhoon passes. Faced with the overwhelming high-temperature smoke, Baki and Luosha were temporarily separated. He formed seals with his hands and tried to blow away the smoke using wind style. As long as he could reunite with Luosha, he wouldn't have to worry about his own safety. Just then, a kunai burst out from the smoke. Baki kept his hands moving, but just tilted his head slightly. As a jonin, if he couldn't even dodge this kind of attack, he might as well just run into it and die. Phew! Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Baki looked down in disbelief and found a long knife emitting an icy cold light piercing through his heart. How was that possible? Baki's eyes widened in horror. Isn't that little kid a few dozen meters away from him? Why did she suddenly appear behind him? Bang! With strong reluctance and doubt, Baki's body fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Once the typhoon passes, Uchiha Mirai silently put away the kunai with the mark of the flying thunder god. This was his trump card, and it would be better not to expose it at this stage. A strong wind blew, and the high-temperature smoke dissipated. Looking at Baki lying on the ground, lifeless, Luosha was shocked and angry. Baki was a very good jonin under him, and Mirai had great hopes of becoming an elite jonin, but now she is dead here. After losing 2 jonin in succession, Raza felt like his heart was bleeding. But at the same time as he was angry, Luosha's heart was also in turmoil. He killed 2 jonin so easily in such a short time. Could it be that this kid in front of him already possesses the strength of a Kage-level warrior? Chidori. There was a flash of lightning, and Uchiha Mirai was in front of Raza in the blink of an eye. Bang! Chidori left a hole in the thick gold sand, but did not pose any threat to Luosha. The attack had no effect, and Uchiha Mirai began to attack Raza from different directions, trying to use his super high speed to find flaws, just like when Lee fought Gaara in the original work. But the current Raza is obviously not comparable to Gaara during the Chunin exam. Raza was like a turtle without any flaws, and Uchiha Mirai's attack had no effect. 3 Tomo Sharingan. So you're a brat from the Uchiha clan. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan, excitement returned to Raza's face. Such a talented young man also possesses the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. If the enemy's body could be brought back, the mistake of losing 2 of Jonin's men would be completely insignificant. Magnet style, golden sand waves. Countless gold dust rushed towards Uchiha Mirai, and Uchiha Mirai could only fly backwards. Uchiha Mirai's eyes turned cold as he watched the gold sand accumulate and cover the area within 100 meters. He has almost reached his limit now. Not to mention the side effects brought by the 8 inner gates, his own chakra has been almost exhausted. Really, Kage-level strongmen and ordinary ninjas are completely different concepts. He was able to kill a jonin like Baki in seconds, but when facing a Kage-level warrior like Raza, he had a hard time hurting him at all. Magnet style, gold dust world law. The gold sand within 100-meter range formed a huge barrier, and countless gold sand spears, as sharp as bamboo shoots, took shape in the barrier. Seeing that there was less and less space to hide, Uchiha Mirai sighed. The only way to avoid this kind of dense barrier attack is to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as he was about to make a move, a 3-pronged kunai flew to his feet, and then a golden figure appeared out of thin air beside him. Mirai, I'm a little late. A gentle voice sounded, and Namikaze Minato pulled Uchiha Mirai and used the Flying Thunder God technique again to leave Raza's attack range. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Yuhi Shinku, and others beside him, Uchiha Mirai's brows relaxed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Magnet-style, gold, dust bloodline limit. Feeling the information flooding into his mind, Uchiha Mirai knew he was safe, and he no longer insisted, closing his eyes and fainting. Hiss! Uchiha Mirai opened his eyes, and the pain in his body instantly made him grimace. The aftereffects of 8 inner gates were worse than he had imagined. He now felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Mirai, you're awake. Hearing the voice, a happy smile immediately appeared on Zaihong's face. Oh, how long have I been unconscious? About a day. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes were slightly red. Mirai, are you okay? Feeling the other party's concern, Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, It's okay. I'm just a little thirsty. I'll go get you some water. Yuhi Kurenai hurriedly went to the table to pour a glass of warm water, carefully helped Uchiha Mirai up, and then fed him the water with her own hands. Mirai, you really scare me. I thought I'd never see you again, Zairahong said with some fear. That day he and Sarutobi Asuma went to the camp to ask for help, and after briefly describing their experiences, he saw that the expressions of Nara Shikaku, Namikaze Minato, and Yuhi Shinku all became extremely nervous. On the way, they learned that Raza was the strongest of the younger generation of Sunagakure. Not only did he reach the strength of a Kaga-level strongman, he also possessed a magnet-style bloodline limit. He is a strongman at the same level as the shadows of each village. Not to mention that he was accompanied by 2 Jonin from Sunagakure. Although Namikaze Minato and others rushed to the place where Uchiha Mirai was attacked as soon as possible, everyone's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. Although they knew Mirai was very strong, but encountering an enemy like this, Mirai would probably be in great danger. But what no one expected was that when they arrived, they saw 2 dead bodies of Sunagakure ninjas lying on the ground, breathless. Not far away, the ninja named Luosha was controlling the golden sand in the sky and preparing to use his ultimate move. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato Senpai mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, Uchiha Mirai would have been killed by that move. Mirai, you don't know how dangerous it was. If it's any later, I won't be able to see you again. Until now, Zairahong is still a little scared. That situation was really too dangerous. There's nothing we can do about it. If I hadn't stayed behind to cover your retreat, you would have died. Uchiha Mirai pinched Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks and smiled. He was indeed almost exhausted at that time, but the actual situation was far less dangerous than Shiri Hong had imagined. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique, he can transfer himself to an absolutely safe place at any time. Of course, he wouldn't say this kind of thing on his own initiative. Mirai, you're so kind to me. Kurenai Yuhi was moved by Uchiha Mirai's words. He was clearly a talented ninja with unlimited potential in the future, but at the most critical moment, he chose to stay alone for her. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly threw herself into Uchiha Mirai's arms. After a while, cough, 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 seeing her daughter lying in Uchiha Mirai's arms, Yuhi Shinku coughed loudly a few times. Yuhi Kurenai woke up in shock and turned around to see her father, Nara Shikaku, Namikaze Minato, and others. Mirai, you finally woke up. Are you okay? Nara Shikaku looked at Yuhi Kurenai's shy look and took the initiative to speak, breaking the silent atmosphere. Uchiha Mirai calmly released the hands holding Yuhi Kurenai. It's okay, I just feel a little weak. The others were even more surprised to see that Uchiha Mirai didn't seem to be hurt. A 13-year-old boy facing the siege of a Kaga-level strongman and 2 Jonin. Not only was he not injured, but he killed the 2 enemy Jonin. If such a record were to spread, the entire ninja world would be shocked. Nara Shikaku walked to Uchiha Mirai's bedside. Mirai, can you tell us in detail about the battle? At the time, I judged that the enemy was very strong, so I asked Hong and Asuma to evacuate first. In order to prevent them from being pursued, I directly opened the 8 inner gates. This is the only way to hold out until you arrive. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's explanation, Yuhi Shinken nodded. When in the village, Mirai trained for a while with a ninja named Might Dai. 8 inner gates technique was passed on to Mirai by Might. Nara Shikaku was a little surprised to hear Yuhi Shinku's explanation. Is it the Might Dai known as the 10,000 Years Genin? That's right. Nara Shikaku took a breath. He thought he was quite smart, but now he felt a little confused. A secret technique taught by a 10,000 years genin helped another genin hold off the siege of a Kaga level and 2 jonin and even killed 2 of them. Why did he feel that this world had suddenly become unfamiliar to him? By the way, what happened after I fell unconscious that day? It's a bit embarrassing to say that the ninja named Luo Sha ran away. Hearing Namake's Minato's words, Uchiha Mirai nodded without comment. Yuhi Shinku is good at illusion techniques, but her strength is not yet at the level of elite Jonin, so she probably won't be of much help in the battle with Raza. And Namake's Minato's style happens to be the least suited to dealing with ninjas like Raza, who are good at large-scale bloodline limits and defense. In particular, Luo Sha can also fly at high altitudes with the help of magnet style. So, there's nothing surprising about the other party being able to run away. After reviewing the events of the day in detail, Nara Shikaku and others saw that Uchiha Mirai was indeed fine, so they left one after another. After everyone left, Uchiha Mirai's eyes sparkled. In the battle with Raza, he obtained the Magnet Style Gold Sand Bloodline Limit. This was the first time he had plundered a Bloodline Limit reward since he awakened the system. He was so lucky that he obtained the Kekiai Genkai in the first battle with Raza. It seems that I have to find time to go to the desert to Pan for some gold. Uchiha Mirai muttered. In the battle with Raza, he personally experienced the power of the Magnet-style Bloodline Limit. As long as you don't face attacks from perverts like Susanoo or True Several Thousand Hands, during this period, the Magnet-style Bloodline Limit can indeed be called absolute defense. Those ninjas who do not have strong killing power will probably feel a strong sense of powerlessness when facing the Magnet-style Bloodline Limit. With such a powerful Bloodline Limit, Uchiha Mirai must of course treat it as his trump card and make good use of it. Anyway, with the Flying Thunder God technique, his whereabouts should not be easily discovered. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai left a shadow clone in its place and disappeared directly into the room. The Kingdom of Wind. Frontline Base Camp. Looking at Chiyo with an ugly expression, Luo Sha knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and dared not speak. His Jonin decapitation team, led by a Kaga-level warrior, not only failed to kill any powerful enemies, but also lost 2 Jonin. If it was an ordinary ninja, it would not be surprising if he was executed immediately. You mean, a genius ninja from the Uchiha clan appeared in Konoha? That's right. Hearing Chiyo's words, Luo Sha nodded quickly. That brat has the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and has mastered some special secret technique that can increase his strength several times. Baki and Oyama died at the hands of that brat. Originally, that brat had been cornered by me, but at the most critical moment, Konoha's reinforcements arrived. No need to explain. Chiyo interrupted Raza with a frown. Pass on my order. From now on, Sunagakure officially declares war on Konoha. Yes, Raza, all the previous Kazekage have Magnet-style Bloodline Limit, but not only ninjas with Magnet-style Bloodline Limit can become Kazekage. I see. After hitting Luo Sha, Chiyo's eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. Why do a group of extremely outstanding and talented ninjas appear in Konoha every once in a while? A teenage kid actually has the strength to compete with Raza. If he is allowed to grow up, he may become the next Hatake Tsukumo. No, maybe that brat will be stronger than Hatake Tsukumo. After all, Hatake Tsukumo didn't have a bloodline limit as powerful as the Sharingan. Such a guy must be strangled in the cradle. Fire style How Long Hua technique. Wind style suppression. The combination of fire style and wind style instantly cleared a vacant area on the battlefield ahead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power, +1. Ding! Congratulations, host. A series of warning sounds rang out, and Uchiha Mirai grabbed Kakashi's shoulders and quickly flew backwards. Kill him. Uchiha Mirai is there. Hurry up. Damn you. Don't even think about escaping this time. Dozens of Sunagakure ninjas were besieging Uchiha Mirai, and in the distance some sand shinobi were rushing towards them at a very fast speed. Countless shurikens, kunai, and ninjutsu smashed towards them desperately, swallowing up everything, and the earth was shaking. Mirai, you run first, I'll cover you. Looking at the sand shinobi getting closer and closer, Hatake Kakashi gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Uchiha Mirai snorted. Multiple shadow clone technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. After quickly forming seals with both hands and using shadow clone to perform several combination ninjutsu, Uchiha Mirai directly opened the front third gate of the 8 inner gates, and his speed increased dramatically. Mirai, you really attract hatred. Kakashi looked at the crazy Sunagakure ninja and couldn't help but sigh. Stop making sarcastic remarks here. If you act so impulsively again next time, I won't come to save you. Uchiha Mirai detonated the detonating tag that he had prepared long ago, and with a roar, Vice Admiral Sunagakure's ninja was left far behind. After returning to the camp, Uchiha Mirai threw Hatake Kakashi to the ground, took out a few ration pills, and stuffed them into his mouth to replenish his strength. Feeling the chakra in his body slowly increase, Uchiha Mirai breathed a sigh of relief. It has been 2 months since I arrived at the front line, and this kind of thing happens almost every day. After his last encounter with Raza, Sunagakure officially declared war on Konoha, starting an all-out war. At the same time, the news that he single-handedly fought against Raza, Baki, and others spread like wildfire, causing a great sensation in the ninja world. Almost all ninjas knew that a talented young man with extraordinary strength had appeared in Konoha's Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mirai was certain that this was Sunagakure's conspiracy. The purpose is to put him in the spotlight and make him a target of public criticism. Uchiha Mirai believed that once this news spread, not only Sunagakure, but other ninja villages would also regard him as a thorn in their side. After all, strangling a genius in the cradle is the most cost-effective approach. On the battlefield with Sunagakure, Uchiha Mirai also received special care. Whenever he was recognized, the Sunagakure ninjas would start attacking him frantically. If Konoha village had not used Uchiha Mirai as bait and set up an ambush in advance to severely defeat Sunagakure's attack, the pursuit of Sunagakure ninja today would probably have been even more crazy. Of course, in contrast, Uchiha Mirai's strength improved rapidly during this period of time. There are more than 200 attribute points alone that were looted. In addition, there are dozens of various ninjutsu. Compared to when he came to the front line, Uchiha Mirai's power could be said to have undergone a drastic change. Name: Uchiha Mirai. Constitution: 200. Spiritual power: 180. Chakra 192. Bloodline limit: Sharingan, Magnet style, Gold Sand. Ninjutsu: Lightning style, Chidori. Flying Thunder God technique. Wind style, Suppression. Wind style, Typhoon passes. Other. Looking at the attribute panel where all 4 attributes were close to 200, Uchiha Mirai's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, the battlefield is the most suitable place for him to improve his strength. It's a pity that he hasn't acquired any pervert physique now, and his endurance and recovery ability are a little lacking. If he could acquire a physique like this sage body, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. But speaking of special physiques, Uchiha Mirai has a goal in mind. You can still laugh. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's appearance, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Living in a high-pressure environment like the battlefield every day and being the focus of attention of the other side. If it were anyone else, they would have suffered from mental breakdown long ago, right? But Uchiha Mirai is full of energy and always runs to the battlefield excitedly. Hatake Kakashi strongly suspected that Uchiha Mirai had some kind of mental illness. Kakashi, you don't understand the fun of cheating, so don't try to figure out what I'm thinking. Hatake Kakashi was a little confused after hearing Uchiha Mirai's incoherent words. This guy was saying something incomprehensible again. However, thinking of the dangerous situation just now, Hatake Kakashi still spoke to Uchiha Mirai solemnly. Mirai, if you encounter such a dangerous situation in the future, you should run away by yourself. For the village, the most important thing is that you can survive and grow to the top. Hearing what Hatake Kakashi said, Uchiha Mirai glanced at him and said, "Are you being so pretentious again?" "Who's being pretentious?" Hatake Kakashi blushed. "Be serious. This is a serious matter. For a ninja, all actions must be based on the interests of the village first. Just like a ninja who fails to complete a mission is called trash, in the face of the interests of the village, everything can be abandoned, even if it's a companion." Bang! A resounding slap left Hatake Kakashi stunned in place. "Kakashi, you got the logic wrong. We don't live to protect the village. On the contrary, the village exists to protect us," Uchiha Mirai said calmly. "A ninja who fails to complete a mission is called trash. Then someone who doesn't cherish his companions is even worse than trash. You must first have small love before you can have great love. If you can't even have small love, the so-called great love is nothing more than a slogan for sophisticated profiteers to sacrifice others. Compared to Senior Tsukumo, you are far behind in that you only dare to follow the rules." Looking at Hatake Kakashi's dazed look, Uchiha Mirai turned around and went back to her room. Since he promised Namikaze Minato to enlighten Hatake Kakashi, he doesn't mind giving him a lecture at the appropriate time. By the time Kakashi came to his senses, his promise would have been fulfilled. It was a long time before Hatake Kakashi came to his senses. His eyes were already filled with tears. He clenched his fists and opened his mouth silently. For so many years, he has been brooding over what happened to Hatake Tsukumo. In his heart, he actually sided with his father, but he didn't have the courage to show it. He could only desperately remind himself to put the mission first. He had also sacrificed his companions' lives for the sake of his goals several times during missions. Because of this, he woke up from nightmares countless times. But now, someone finally told him, father did not make the wrong choice. A ninja who fails to complete a mission is called trash. Then a person who doesn't cherish his companions is even worse than trash. As Uchiha Mirai's words just now echoed in his mind, Hatake Kakashi's eyes gradually became gentle. "My dear father, you taught me since I was young to find a goal worth pursuing throughout my life. Now, I seem to have found it." At dawn, the Fire Nation border, Uchiha Mirai flew towards them from a great distance, stepping on the gold dust. When they arrived above the Konoha headquarters, Uchiha Mirai scattered the gold dust under his feet and began to fall from the air. Flying Thunder God technique. A low shout. Uchiha Mirai's figure disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the room. With a wave of his hand, he canceled the shadow clone technique. Not finding anything unusual in the other party's memory, Uchiha Mirai then untied the barrier that had been set up around the room. "There is enough gold now, so we can stop collecting it for now." Uchiha Mirai put the storage scroll sealed with gold dust into his arms, a satisfied look on his face. Most of the territory of the Kingdom of Wind is desert, and the gold reserves there are extremely rich. In just 2 months, Uchiha Mirai had collected enough gold sand to be used against the tailed beasts. Also, magnet-style bloodline limit is really convenient. In addition to providing super strong defense and attack methods that can kill on a large scale, Uchiha Mirai also has the ability to fly at high altitudes for long periods of time. In the ninja world, the ability to fly is extremely rare, and most ninjas do not have the means to fight against flying ninjas. In the original story, Deidara was able to defeat Gaara single-handedly in Sunagakure because he had the ability to fly, and during the battle, the other Sand Shinobi could only watch helplessly. Uchiha Mirai was able to escape danger every time from Sunagakure's attacks because he could see clearly from high altitude every night the ambushes set up by Sunagakure in advance, thus avoiding the enemy's large forces on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Uchiha Mirai packed her clothes and saw Yuhi Kurenai's chubby little face as soon as she opened the door. "Oh, what are you so happy about?" Uchiha Mirai asked curiously while looking at Yuhi Kurenai. "Mirai, there's news from the village. We can go back today," Zihi Kurenai said happily. "Go back?" "Yes, I heard from Lord Urashikaku that ninjas on the front lines can go back and rest for a while every 2 months. Here, every day is filled with fighting and death. If you don't get enough rest, you will go crazy over time. New. Let's go. Although he could get rewards by killing enemies every day, such a long time did make him mentally exhausted. It would be nice to go back and change my mood. The two arrived at the tent, where Namikaze Minato, Yuhi Shinku, Uchiha Bito, Sarutobi Asuma, and others were already waiting. Seeing the two people coming in, Narashikaku smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work during this period. I will report everyone's performance on the front line to the Hokage. Especially Mirai." Narashikaku fixed his eyes on Uchiha Mirai. "You have helped and made a lot of contributions. Not to mention that Uchiha Mirai killed so many Sand Shinobi. Just the fact that he used himself as bait to lure hundreds of Sand Shinobi into Konoha's ambush was already a great achievement." Listening to Narashikaku's words, Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Bito, Yuhi Kurenai, and others all felt that it was a little unreal. He is a partner who graduated at the same time as them, but now he has become an excellent ninja who can stand on his own. And let's not talk about it. Konoha Village. Looking at the bustling buildings and busy streets, Uchiha Mirai and his group all had relaxed smiles on their faces. Compared to the front line, this place is like heaven. The tense spirit finally relaxed at this moment. "Mirai, you guys go back first. We'll have dinner together tonight." Yuhi Shinku spoke. As the leader of the Jonin, he also has to report detailed intelligence to the third generation. "Mirai, I'm going back now. See you tonight." Yuhi Kurenai waved at Uchiha Mirai. After spending so much time on the front line, she can finally take care of herself. Sarutobi Asuma nodded to Uchiha Mirai and left quickly. After everyone left, Uchiha Mirai walked alone on the streets of Konoha, feeling a little bored. Although Konoha is considered the most prosperous village among all the ninja villages, as a time traveler, Konoha Village is just a larger town in his eyes. We arrived at a dessert shop, and Uchiha Mirai ordered a few skewers of tricolor meatballs. As soon as I sat down, I saw a boy wearing Uchiha costume walk in. The boy has a bulbous nose and big eyes. He is not as handsome as other Uchiha people, but he looks honest and simple. "Please give me 2 strings of 3-color meatballs." "Thanks." The boy politely took 2 strings of 3-color meatballs from the waiter, looked around, found an occupied table, and sat down. But as soon as the boy sat down, the villagers who were eating at the table immediately got up and left with their food. The boy continued to look for the next target, and the same experience happened 3 times in a row. Well, the boy sighed, looked helpless, and found an empty seat to sit down alone. He couldn't remember how many times this had happened. No matter how he showed goodwill, the villagers still avoided him. Snap! Seeing the plate in front of him, the boy looked up in surprise, but when he saw that the person in front of him was wearing the same clothes as him, he became a little disappointed. "May I have your name?" Uchiha Mirai asked, looking at the boy who looked strangely familiar. The boy said timidly, "Uchiha Shursui." Uchiha Mirai was a little surprised to hear the boy's words. Unexpectedly, he would meet Uchiha Shursui here. This is a ruthless person who can use Susanoo with one eye, and the Mangekyo Sharingan is known as the distinguished heavenly gods with the strongest illusion. Even compared to Uchiha Itachi, his talent is not inferior. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by Shimura Danzo and committed suicide unwillingly. "Who are you?" Seeing that the boy in front of him was staring at him and didn't seem to be causing trouble for him, Uchiha Shursui spoke in confusion. "Uchiha Mirai." "Huh? Are you Mirai-senpai?" Uchiha Shursui opened his mouth in surprise. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew all too well what Uchiha Mirai had been doing on the front lines over the past 2 months. However, unlike others who focused on Uchiha Mirai's strength and talent, Uchiha Shursui admired Uchiha Mirai more for his willingness to sacrifice himself to cover his companions at the critical moment of life and death. This act of selfless dedication is in line with his idea of the will of fire. "Mirai-senpai, please give me your guidance." Uchiha Shursui stood up and bowed respectfully. Looking at Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Mirai's heart moved. Now Uchiha Shursui is so young that he has not yet established his own worldview. If I could intervene properly, maybe I could become his right-hand man. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai showed a faint smile on his face. It's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. After quickly finishing the three-colored meatball in his hand, Uchiha Mirai walked outside. Uchiha Shursui saw this and quickly followed. He was still very curious about the seniors who had made great achievements in this clan. Soon, the two arrived at the clan's land. The time now is around 11 o'clock in the morning. People who have been busy all morning are about to take a break, and most of them have relaxed smiles on their faces. After seeing Uchiha Mirai, many Uchiha people greeted her with smiles on their faces. Mirai, I heard that you have made great contributions on the front line recently. Haha, you are worthy of being our clan's genius ninja. You really bring honor to our Uchiha clan. There are rumors out there that when you, Mirai, faced a Kage-level strongman and 2 Jonin, not only did you not get hurt, but you even killed the 2 Jonin. That's amazing. Mirai, you are the pride of our Uchiha clan. You must be careful in the future. Although most of the Uchiha people are unruly, they have a natural admiration for the strong. Uchiha Mirai's deeds make many Uchiha people proud. So, the current Uchiha Mirai is a very popular existence in the hearts of the Uchiha people. After greeting everyone one by one, Uchiha Mirai brought Uchiha Shursui to his room. Wait a moment, I'll go make some food, Uchiha Mirai said, and turned back to his work. When on the front line, most of the time I rely on Bingliang pills to replenish my physical strength. Now that he finally got home, he had to reward himself. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air, and Uchiha Mirai brought all the prepared ingredients to the table. Braised pork, steamed sea bass, spicy fried chicken, twice-cooked pork, a whole roasted leg of lamb, and a few simple cold dishes. Looking at the sumptuous meal in front of him, Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened. Smells so good. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Uchiha Mirai placed a pair of chopsticks in front of Uchiha Shursui. I just came back today, so I didn't prepare much. Just eat whatever you have. Uchiha Shursui nodded blankly. The meal is already so sumptuous, and you still say we haven't prepared too much? Then I'll start. Uchiha Shursui originally wanted to be reserved, but after smelling the tempting aroma, he finally couldn't help himself. Uchiha Shursui picked up a piece of fat and lean braised pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. It melts in your mouth, fragrant but not greasy. The texture and taste are so great. Seeing Uchiha Shursui's look, Uchiha Mirai also became hungry and started to gobble up the food. Ninjas have big appetites, so all the food was quickly eaten up by the two of them. After eating, Uchiha Shursui came back to his senses and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Mirai-senpai, thank you for the hospitality. This meal was like opening the door to a new world for Uchiha Shursui. He didn't expect that there was such delicious food in the world. When I came back just now, I noticed that everyone looked at you in a rather unfriendly way. What happened? Uchiha Mirai looks at Uchiha Shursui's questions. Uchiha Shursui hesitated and sighed. Everyone thinks that I've been flattering the people in the village and that I am a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Thinking of Uchiha Shursui's performance in the dessert shop today, Uchiha Mirai immediately understood the whole story. Mirai-senpai, I just want the tribe members and the people in the village to live in harmony. Uchiha Shursui felt a little aggrieved. Everyone says that the Uchiha people are hot-tempered and arrogant. I want to change everyone's view of the Uchiha people. After listening to Uchiha Shursui's explanation, Uchiha Mirai touched his chin and said, Shursui, you are just doing useless work. The disappointed look on Uchiha Shursui's face became more obvious. Even Mirai-senpai thinks so? I'm just stating the facts. But what should I do then? Uchiha Shursui raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. The villagers did not accept him, and his clansmen were hostile to him. Are we just going to allow the village and the family to remain hostile to each other? Shursui, what do you think of me? Hearing Uchiha Mirai's question, Uchiha Shursui said respectfully, "Mirai-senpai is a very good ninja. Not only is he the pride of the tribe, but even the people in the village are full of praise for the senior." Uchiha Shursui enviously said, "I wish I could be like my senior. So, am I trying to please other people like you?" Uchiha Shursui seemed to understand what Uchiha Mirai meant, and whispered Kaido, "No, no." Uchiha Mirai nodded. "If you fawn on others, they will only treat you more contemptuously. If you look down on yourself, how can you possibly win the respect of others?" Uchiha Shursui was silent for a while, still a little confused. "But if we don't take the initiative to change, the gap between the village and the Uchiha clan will become deeper and deeper. If this continues, the village and the family might become incompatible." Uchiha Mirai was stunned when he heard Uchiha Shursui's concern. The children in the Hokage world are really precocious. Did Shursui already foresee what would happen to Mirai? "Mirai-senpai, what do you think?" Looking at Uchiha Shursui's hopeful eyes, Uchiha Mirai showed a faint smile on his face. "Shursui, why don't you consider the problem from a different angle? You always think about changing the Uchiha clan. Why don't you think about changing the village?" Uchiha Shursui froze in place when he heard what Uchiha Mirai said. "Change the village?" Uchiha Shursui said in confusion. "Mirai-senpai, I don't quite understand what you mean. Isn't it too radical to change the village?" "Shursui, do you think the current situation of the village and the Uchiha clan is all because of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Mirai said in a deep voice. "In other words, do you think that all the faults are ours?" After hearing Uchiha Mirai's question, Uchiha Shursui thought for a while and then slowly shook his head. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be like this. Although many of the ninjas in the family seem to be aloof and arrogant, they are actually very kind and excellent ninjas." Uchiha Mirai nodded in satisfaction and said calmly, "That's right. You are still young, and there are many things you don't understand. If you're willing to listen, I can tell you why the village and the Uchiha clan are in the way they are now. Now that his strength has grown, he no longer has to be as cautious in doing things as before. Since he has decided to recruit Uchiha Shursui as his subordinate, he must completely change the other party's perception." Under Uchiha Mirai's gaze, Uchiha Shursui's face showed excitement and anticipation. Maybe, from the mouth of this talented ninja in the clan, he could hear completely different answers than before. "Mirai-senpai, I want to hear it. Please tell me everything you know. In that case, let me tell you. But remember, this matter can only rot in your own heart, and you must never tell anyone." Uchiha Mirai looks on the warning road to Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Mirai's serious gaze, and his expression unconsciously became nervous. "Please rest assured, I will keep the secret even if it costs my life." The story begins in the Sengoku period. Seeing Uchiha Shursui concentrating, Uchiha Mirai sorted out her words. In the Sengoku period before the establishment of Konoha, ninjas existed in the form of families and attacked each other for mercenary missions. Hyuga clan, Sarutobi clan, Shimura clan, Hozumi clan, Uzumaki clan. The two most powerful ninja clans are the Senju and the Uchiha clan. Once someone hires ninjas from one clan, the enemy will definitely hire ninjas from another clan to fight back. Over time, the two tribes became enemies, and each wanted to eliminate the other as soon as possible. This situation continued until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both became clan leaders. In order to stop children of a few years old from fighting and dying, the two of them teamed up to sweep across the entire Sengoku and established a one-country, one-village system. And so Konoha Village was born. Uchiha Shursui listened to Uchiha Mirai's story attentively, his eyes full of surprise. Although these things are recorded in the family's secret files, he has not yet come into contact with them. Uchiha Mirai's words made him feel like his eyes were opened. After Konoha was founded, Senju Hashirama was elected first Hokage. After living there for a while, Uchiha Madara keenly realized that the system they had established had major flaws and would inevitably breed darkness over time. So he chose to leave Konoha. It is worth mentioning that when Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he ordered the Uchiha clan to leave with him, but the clan members who were accustomed to a stable life did not follow the former leader. Everyone has already considered themselves as part of the village. So that's how it is. Uchiha Shursui was a little confused. Since all the tribesmen were willing to abandon Uchiha Madara and stay in the village, why did the situation become like this now? As if seeing Uchiha Shursui's confusion, Uchiha Mirai continued. After Senju Hashirama died, the most popular Senju Tobirama became second Hokage. Unlike Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama is very hostile to the Uchiha clan. Evil Uchiha. This is a catchphrase that Senju Tobirama often says. Under Senju Tobirama's policies, the Uchiha clan was gradually squeezed out of the core power of the village, and the Uchiha clan's land was planned to the edge of Konoha village. In order to prevent the Uchiha from getting their hands on the position of Hokage in the future, Senju Tobirama established the Konoha police force and handed over the village's security to the Uchiha. Hearing this, Uchiha Shursui raised his right hand. Mirai Senpai, letting the Uchiha clan handle the village's security issues, isn't this a sign of trust in our clan? Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Shursui, you are too naive. Most of the ninjas in our clan are not good at speaking. What we think in our hearts often becomes the opposite of what we say when we express it. Senju Tobirama realized this, so he asked the Uchiha clan to form the Konoha police force. The safety of the village is the responsibility of the Umbu, who are directly under the Hokage. The so-called maintenance of law and order is more about dealing with the various trivial matters of the villagers. Whether the treatment is fair or not, it will arouse hostility from some villagers. Over time, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the ordinary villagers became increasingly bad. Senju Tobirama gave the Uchiha clan a sword, but the blade is facing us. After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Uchiha Shursui felt as if something had suddenly dawned on him. His brain became much clearer in an instant. No wonder the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the villagers is getting worse and worse. No matter how hard they try, there is little effect. It turns out that the root cause lies here. If this is the truth of the matter, then isn't this all a conspiracy by the second Hokage? After waiting quietly for Uchiha Shursui to think for a while, Uchiha Mirai took a sip of tea and continued his explanation. Later, before Senju Tobirama died, he directly designated the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The so-called Jonin voting system is a dead end. As the founders of the village, the Uchiha clan has completely lost their voice. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who inherited Senju Tobirama's ideas, came to power, the suppression of the Uchiha clan became increasingly obvious until it led to the situation we have today. Shursui, this is the truth of the matter. Who do you think is to blame for this? After hearing Uchiha Mirai's question, Uchiha Shursui was silent for a while, then said firmly, "It's the village's fault. It's obvious. The current tense situation between the village and the Uchiha clan is entirely due to the prejudice of the second generation and his successors. So changing the Uchiha clan is just a futile effort." Uchiha Mirai said in a deep voice, "What really needs to be changed is Konoha. My eyes have seen Mirai. If you continue like this, the Uchiha clan will eventually be on the road to destruction." Mirai Senpai, what should we do then? Uchiha Shursui was a little flustered. Now all power in the village is in the hands of the third Hokage. How easy is it to change such a huge village? The solution is simple. As long as you have absolute power, everything will change naturally. Seeing Uchiha Mirai's indifferent expression, Uchiha Shursui said in horror, "Mirai Senpai, are you planning to lead the Uchiha in a rebellion?" Shursui, if it fails, it's called rebellion. If it succeeds, it's called revolution. But with our strength, can we really be a match for the village? And if a coup is launched, many people will die. Hearing Uchiha Shursui's concerns, Uchiha Mirai snorted, "Shursui, you have to remember that all the fault lies with them. They themselves pushed us into a dead end. And with me here, things may not be as serious as you think. When we can show the power that makes the Hokage family despair, they will naturally fall apart. Looking at Uchiha Mirai's confident look, Uchiha Shursui felt that he had been completely impressed by the other party's magnanimity. He had never imagined that this young man, who was only a few years older than him, actually had an extremely ferocious tiger hidden in his heart. Okay, now that you know everything, tell me what you think. Uchiha Mirai looked at Uchiha Shursui and asked with a smile, Mirai-senpai, I will work hard to become stronger so that you can have more leverage. Uchiha Shursui placed his head on the ground and performed the ritual of Dakaza to Uchiha Mirai. Seeing his look, Uchiha Mirai silently withdrew his hands from his waist. Uchiha Shursui is just the beginning. Sooner or later, the entire Uchiha clan, under his leadership, will become a powerful ninja clan that the entire ninja world looks up to. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood alone in front of the window, puffing on his pipe with a complicated expression. Not long ago, Yui Shinku gave him a detailed report on the mission log during this period. Combined with the information sent back by Nara Shikaku, he roughly understood what happened on the front line. Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't expected that Uchiha Mirai's talent would be so high. 1 year after graduating from Ninja Academy, he already possessed the strength to face Kage level. Although, according to the intelligence, Uchiha Mirai relied on the secret technique of 8 inner gates to gain a short-term boost in strength, and he was only struggling under Raza's attack and almost died at the opponent's hands. But it is enough to illustrate the other party's talent. Even a mirror of that time was much inferior to the Uchiha Mirai. However, unlike in the past when he was always wary of the Uchiha ninjas, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any special thoughts about Uchiha Mirai. The thought that the other party chose to sacrifice himself in the moment of crisis so that his teammates could escape safely. Such an action made Sarutobi Hiruzen very happy. In his eyes, Uchiha Mirai has completely inherited the legacy of the will of fire. No matter how strong this ninja is, he has the confidence to control him. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew without turning around that it was his old friend coming. Only he would dare to barge into the Hokage's office so rashly. Hiruzen, Uchiha Mirai has returned to the village. I request that the root ninjas take control of him. Shimura Danzo got straight to the point. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, knocked the pipe in his hand on the desk a few times, and then slowly spoke. Danzo, I told you a long time ago that Mirai is the ninja I am optimistic about. His personality is not suitable for the root who stays in the shadows. I think you are getting old and confused, Shimura Danzo said coldly. Uchiha Mirai is so talented. Do you want Konoha to have another Uchiha Madara? Danzo, don't be alarmist here. I know exactly what you are thinking. No matter how talented Uchiha Mirai is, he is nothing to be feared until he activates the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shimura Danzo immediately asked, what if he opens the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of a cigarette, a relaxed smile on his face. It doesn't matter even if you open the Mangekyo Sharingan. According to records, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a cursed eye. Every Uchiha that possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan will eventually lose their sight. The village is under our control now. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan means nothing. A powerful aura flowed from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a ninja hero, he is confident that he can control everything in his own hands. Uchiha Mirai has no brothers or sisters and is destined not to have eyes like Uchiha Madara. He has many elite soldiers and generals under his command. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, and a group of powerful ninja and Umbu elites, plus his own strength. Who in Konoha can compete with him? After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo was a little puzzled. Hiruzen, there's obviously a simpler control method. Why do you want to go the long way? Danzo, you just need to do your part and don't ask about the rest. Hiruzen, sooner or later you're going to regret this. You've said this many times. Snort. Shimura Danzo left angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen half closed his eyes, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. This old friend of mine is still too immature. It would be fine if the Uchiha clan was obedient, but if one day the Uchiha clan was no longer willing to be dogs, the village would definitely take action against the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan was the ninja clan that founded Konoha. If he took action against the Uchiha clan, he would inevitably bear the infamy. But if the Uchiha ninjas were allowed to do it themselves, that would be a different matter. Uchiha Mirai, who is extremely talented and has inherited the will of fire, is the best candidate for the plan. Once the war is over, let Uchiha Mirai join Umbu. Late at night, in front of the barbecue restaurant, Yuhi Shinku brought Yuhi Kurenai and waved to Uchiha Mirai and the others. Everyone relax during this time, but don't neglect your training. New. Goodbye then. Yuhi Shinku burped and disappeared into the night with Yuhi Hong, who was reluctant to leave. When the two men disappeared, Sarutobi Isuma withdrew his gaze. I'm leaving too. After saying that, he activated the body flicker technique and disappeared from the spot, seemingly not wanting to stay with Uchiha Mirai for even a second. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mirai shook his head and didn't care too much. That's fine. He was destined to attack the Sarutobi clan, and might even kill Sarutobi Isuma himself, so it wouldn't be a bad thing for him to have a distant relationship between the two of them now. As we walked towards the tribe's territory, there were fewer and fewer people on the street. While passing through a dark and secluded alley, Uchiha Mirai suddenly stopped. Before and after him, two masked ninjas trapped him in the middle. Uchiha Mirai, Lord Shimura Danzo has ordered that you come with us. Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Shimura Danzo? Never heard of it. Danzo-sama is the Hokage advisor, and his orders are to be obeyed by all Konoha shinobi. The root ninja said coldly. Do you want to betray the village and become a traitor ninja? You really know how to put accusations on others. Uchiha Mirai snorted disdainfully. The next second, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. Oh no, he's going to take action. The two root ninjas were shocked when they saw Uchiha Mirai's Sharingan. They had always been rampant in the village and never expected that the other party would actually start a fight as soon as they said so. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Sharingan's illusion made them dazed for a moment, and when they came to their senses, the long sword had already pierced their chests. The root ninjas' eyes widened in disbelief. They had never imagined that the young man in front of them was so ruthless and that his attacks were killing moves without any hesitation. Uchiha Mirai, Lord Danzo will not let you go. Don't worry, I didn't intend to let him go. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Secret technique, shadow, mimicry. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Secret technique. Partial multiplication technique. Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai's lips curled up slightly. Through the search technique, he obtained some information about the root from the minds of the ninjas at the root. In order to avoid being harassed by Shimura Danzo from time to time, Uchiha Mirai decided to find something for him to do. After dealing with the bodies of the dead root ninjas, Uchiha Mirai secretly came to a temporary base of the root ninjas. From memory, there were 2 root ninja teams on duty inside, and the strongest were the 2 special jonin. After making sure that he had not been discovered, Uchiha Mirai formed seals with his hands and used the transformation technique to disguise himself. At the same time, a shadow clone was separated, and they rushed into the root ninjas' base one after the other. Konoha Village, land of the Uchiha tribe. 2 teenagers, one big and one small, were walking on the street. There were noisy discussions everywhere, and many people had expressions of gloating on their faces. Seeing this, the younger boy took the initiative to explain, Mirai-senpai, a very strange thing happened in the village last night. Hearing the boy's words, Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow calmly. Shursui, I went to bed early last night. What happened? Uchiha Shursui moved closer to Uchiha Mirai and lowered his voice. I heard that someone attacked a root base yesterday and killed several root ninjas. Yeah, yeah, but it's not that simple. Uchiha Shursui continued. I heard that this matter is related to the Nara clan and the Akamichi clan. Any evidence? A seriously injured root ninja escaped last night. He saw with his own eyes that the other party used the secret techniques of the Nara clan and the Akamichi clan. After saying that, Uchiha Shursui sighed. They're all ninjas from the Hokage family. I didn't expect that they would fight each other. After accepting Uchiha Mirai's ideas, Uchiha Shursui's understanding of the village became much clearer. Now that he heard this news, he felt more in favor of Uchiha Mirai's idea of changing the village. Internal strife can occur even at a time like this. Such a ruler has been corrupted by darkness. How do you know so much information? Uchiha Mirai asked in confusion. Shimura Danzo led the root ninjas to the Akamichi and Nara clans to cause trouble early in the morning. Everyone knows about it. Mirai-senpai, don't you know anything? Looking at Uchiha Shursui's inquiring eyes, Uchiha Mirai shook his head. Of course he knew that he had done this himself. After plundering the secret techniques of the Akamichi and Nara clans from the root ninja who attacked him yesterday, he went to the root ninja's base and killed several ninjas on duty. He also let the seriously injured ninja escape on purpose. Now his strength is not enough to break off with the other party. In order to avoid being harassed by the other party, he can only find something for Shimura Danzo to do. The family secrets are irrefutable. Given Shimura Danzo's character, this matter will never be let go easily. He can also have some free time. No conversation along the way. The two came to Uchiha Taijima's house. Master Patriarch, now that you are here, come in and sit down. Uchiha Taijima looked at Uchiha Mirai and Uchiha Shursui, and a friendly smile appeared on his face. Mirai, I've heard about your recent behavior in the village. You did a great job. You didn't bring shame to our Uchiha clan. Here is some money and a ninjutsu scroll. It's the family's support for you. Feeling the kindness released by Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Mirai smiled and took the things on the table into his arms. No one would ever have too much money or ninjutsu scrolls. Mirai, if you have any other requests, just let us know. The family will do their best to satisfy you. Everyone can see the potential of Uchiha Mirai, so as the clan leader, he naturally has to have a good relationship with him. This, Uchiha Mirai thought for a moment, and suddenly something came to his mind. Chief Taijima, I want to contract the summoning beast. After hearing Uchiha Mirai's request, Uchiha Taijima laughed a few times. This is easy. Most of the clan's ninjas have signed summoning contracts with the Ninja Cat clan. Although the Ninja Cat clan is not good at fighting, it is very convenient for transmitting messages and collecting intelligence. If you wish, I will arrange for you to sign the summoning contract now. What Uchiha Taijima didn't expect was that Uchiha Mirai shook his head slightly and rejected his proposal. Are there other summoning beasts in the family? Well, Uchiha Taijima frowned and thought for a while. Besides Ninja Cat, there is another option. Crow. Hearing the answer he wanted, Uchiha Mirai nodded immediately. That's it. The crow was the summoning beast he had decided on long ago. Nothing else. Just handsome. After confirming the summoning beast, Uchiha Taijima turned his attention to Uchiha Shursui, who was standing beside him. Shursui, since you are here, what kind of summoning contract do you want to sign? I like crows, too. Uchiha Shursui standing road. I see. Uchiha Taijima was not stingy towards the son of his old friend. After agreeing to the other party's request, he also took out several ninjutsu scrolls and gave them to Uchiha Shursui. If you have any needs, just tell me, and the family will do its best to satisfy you. Uchiha Taijima emphasized again. Uchiha Mirai and Uchiha Shursui nodded at the same time. Understood, Chief Taijima. After chatting for a while, Uchiha Taijima asked someone to take Uchiha Mirai and Uchiha Shursui to sign the summoning scroll with Crow. After the two left, Uchiha Taijima's face turned red and he coughed violently a few times. Looking at the bright red blood in his palm, Uchiha Taijima sighed silently. He doesn't have much time left, and this is all he can do for his family before he dies. I hope that when Mirai and Shursui grow up, they can bring some changes to the family situation. After leaving Uchiha Taijima's house, Uchiha Mirai and Uchiha Shursui came to a dense forest in the back mountain. While Uchiha Mirai was training, he also gave some guidance to Uchiha Shursui. He already has a wealth of practical experience, and has also gained some training experience from Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. So just a few simple words helped Uchiha Shursui a lot. Mirai-senpai, thank you so much for today. If there is anything I don't understand in the future, can I ask you for advice? Looking at Uchiha Shursui's expectant eyes, Uchiha Mirai nodded. Of course. After that, Uchiha Mirai changed the subject. Shursui, you know that being a ninja is a very dangerous profession, right? Mirai-senpai, what do you want to say? You are too weak now, but you know too many secrets. Uchiha Shursui immediately understood what Uchiha Mirai meant. He looked at Uchiha Mirai with a firm look in his eyes and said, Mirai-senpai, if you have any ideas, just tell me. I can do anything. Then I'll be frank. Uchiha Mirai said slowly, in order to prevent you from passively revealing our secret, I need to place a seal on you. Although he still trusted Uchiha Shursui, it was better to be cautious about some things. It just so happened that when he killed the root ninja last night, he looted the seal of the tongue to eradicate trouble. This sealing technique is a ninjutsu specially developed to prevent the person being cast from revealing confidential information. Whenever the person under the spell tries to say something related to a specific matter, his entire body becomes paralyzed, making him unable to speak or move. It's perfect for keeping secrets. After briefly explaining to Uchiha Shursui the effect of the seal of eliminating tongue trouble, an expression of admiration appeared on Uchiha Shursui's face. As expected of Mirai-senpai, you can actually think of these things. Please start. Uchiha Shursui had no aversion to this. After all, the secrets he knew were related to the future of the Uchiha clan and even the entire village of Mirai. If being branded with the mark of the tongue eradication spell could eliminate the risk of him leaking secrets, he would be extremely happy to do so. Mirai-senpai, be careful. Uchiha Shursui threw out several shurikens, which collided with each other in midair and flew towards Uchiha Mirai from all blind angles. Then Uchiha Shursui formed seals with his hands, and his chest swelled rapidly. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball followed closely behind, engulfing Uchiha Mirai's figure. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and dust flew all around. At this moment, a kunai rushed out from the flames and stabbed towards Uchiha Shursui's throat. Uchiha Shursui pulled out the short sword and quickly dispersed all the kunai. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Shursui's figure disappeared from where he was and appeared next to Uchiha Mirai. Phew! The sharp blade pierced Uchiha Mirai's body. Quack! 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 Uchiha Mirai's body suddenly turned into countless crows and flew in all directions. Then, Uchiha Shursui felt his body sink and was buried in the soil, with only the part above the neck exposed. Mirai-senpai, I lost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power +1. Okay, that's enough training for today. Uchiha Mirai released Uchiha Shursui, feeling slightly envious. This is a true genius. In just a few days, his strength has undergone a drastic change. Unlike him, he can only rely on cheats to improve his strength. Mirai-senpai, let's have dinner together tomorrow. It's my treat. Forget it, I have something to do tomorrow. Oh, Uchiha Shursui nodded obediently, but there was still a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It seems that I won't be able to eat the delicious food prepared by Mirai-senpai tomorrow. Looking at the bento box that suddenly appeared in front of him, Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up. Mirai-senpai, you're such a nice person. Konoha Village. On the second floor of the apartment building, Uchiha Mirai stood at the door and knocked. Here I come. A crisp sound was heard, and the door was opened. A red-haired woman in an apron came into view. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Namikaze Minato. Ah, you're Uchiha Mirai, right? The woman's face showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and she moved aside to make room for him. I often hear Minato mention you. He says you are an incredible genius. Thank you for the compliment. Uchiha Mirai smiled. Kushina, this is a gift for you. Call me sister. Okay, Kushina. When I walked into the room, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noara Lin were sitting on the sofa chatting, while Namake's Minato was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Uchiha Mirai walk in, except for Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi, all came over and greeted him warmly. Is Mirai here? Namake's Minato's voice came from the kitchen. Wait a moment, the food will be ready soon. Okay, Uchiha Mirai responded. Today, the Namake's Minato team had a dinner together, and because of Kakashi, Minato also invited him to dinner. He finally had a chance to get close to Uzumaki Kushina, and he wasn't going to miss it. After being on the front line for 2 months, Uchiha Mirai found that his endurance was still a little too poor. After using 8 inner gates, the body will enter a period of fatigue. After all, it's because his physique is too ordinary. It would be great if we could take advantage of this opportunity to snatch the Uzumaki Sage Body from Uzumaki Kushina. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai showed an innocent smile to Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, can you help me get a glass of water? Of course you can, but shouldn't you respect your seniors? Uzumaki Kushina said somewhat unhappily. Oh, then could you please get me a glass of water, Aunt Kushina? Uchiha Mirai finished speaking, and the air in the room froze. Uzumaki Kushina stared at Uchiha Mirai with wide eyes. What did you just call me, little brat? Auntie, is there any problem? You should call me sister, B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists, and her red hair fluttered in the wind behind her. This was the first time she was called Annie since she was a child. Does she look that old? Sister Kushina, I was just joking. Uchiha Mirai's words calmed Uzumaki Kushina down a bit, but the next second, Uchiha Mirai spoke again. I heard from everyone that when you get angry, your hair will move around like an octopus, and today I saw that it is indeed true. Silence. Endless silence. An astonishing, murderous intent spread throughout the room. Kill you. Uzumaki Kushina picked up the frying pan and hit Uchiha Mirai with it. Uchiha Mirai quickly dodged. Crackling. The room suddenly became chaotic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully looting the reward. Uzumaki's sage body. Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai showed excitement on his face. So awesome. I got the Uzumaki sage body on the first try. I'm so lucky. A warm current rushed into the body, and the chakra in Uchiha Mirai's body began to grow rapidly. In just a short moment, it had increased dozens of times. Moreover, Uchiha Mirai could clearly feel that not only chakra, but also physique, mental strength, and other aspects had all made a qualitative leap in an instant. As expected, it's the Uzumaki sage body. Too pervert. How dare you laugh, little brat? Seeing the smile on Uchiha Mirai's face, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't hold back any longer, and a strong chakra burst out. Not good. Flying Thunder God Technique. There was a flash of golden light, and Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina disappeared into the room at the same time. After a while, Namikaze Minato, with a bruised face, brought Uzumaki Kushina back to the room. Seeing his appearance, Uchiha Mirai silently mourned for him in her heart for a few minutes. Minato, all for Konoha's Mirai. Little devil, I'll let you off this time. Be more careful with your words next time. Uzumaki Kushina sees the Uchiha Mirai through her eyes. Uchiha Mirai nodded obediently. Sister Kushina, I won't play pranks anymore. Now that he had already obtained the most desired reward, he would naturally not deliberately provoke Uzumaki Kushina. Snort. Compared to Obito, you're really not likable at all. Uzumaki Kushina snorted and pulled Uchiha Obito to the dining table. Obito, this is the time for growth. You should eat more. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's appearance, Uchiha Mirai's opinion of Uchiha Obito dropped even lower. Among Namikaze Minato's 3 disciples, Uzumaki Kushina's favorite is Uchiha Bito, and he usually takes good care of him. But how did Uchiha Bito do it? When Uzumaki Kushina was at his weakest, he forcibly extracted 9 tails from his body and attached a detonating talisman to the newly born Naruto, causing the destruction of his master and his wife's family. The most outrageous thing is that he actually blamed Namake's Minato for not recognizing him at the time. If he didn't want to wait for Uchiha Bito to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and then snatch the Kimui from him, he would be looking for an opportunity to kill him now. After finishing her meal, Uchiha Mirai went straight back to her room after promising Uzumaki Kushina that she would bring her a present to apologize next time. Having just obtained the Uzumaki Sage Body, he really wants to feel the changes in his body. Autumn wind howled. Lush green had turned to sheets of gold. Pedestrians hunched into their coats and hurried along. Perched on a thick branch, a young man stared into the distance, lost in thought. 12 years since he'd crossed into the Hokage world. The initial thrill had long faded. Every day, now, he planned the same thing: how to survive. Inside the room, Uchiha Mirai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Is this the power of the Uzumaki Sage Body? It is indeed powerful. Uchiha Mirai muttered a little excitedly. After his body turned into an Uzumaki Sage Body, the chakra in his body increased dozens of times. From the original ordinary elite Jonin chakra, it suddenly became a human-shaped tailed beast-like existence. If he were to face Luo Sha now, he would be fully confident that he could wear the other person down. In addition, his body had also undergone earth-shaking changes in terms of mental strength and physical fitness. In general, even though the three-dimensional attributes have not increased, Uchiha Mirai's strength has undergone a qualitative leap compared to before. The most important thing is that his physique is now Uzumaki Sage Body, which means that every attribute point plundered by Mirai is improved based on Uzumaki Sage Body. In other words, every point of physical fitness, chakra, and mental strength attribute gained in the future is likely to be several times more than before. Uchiha Mirai thought of a battery advertisement that fits the bill. 1 XX battery is better than 6. After feeling the changes in his body, Uchiha Mirai stood up, opened the barriers set up in the room, and directly opened the 8 inner gates. First door, open, open. Second gate, shut up, open. The third gate, the gate of life, opens. Sixth gate, Jingmen, open. As the 6th gate was open one after another, Uchiha Mirai's body was filled with violent energy. If the barrier had not been activated in advance, such violent chakra would have caused panic in the village. Actually, Uchiha Mirai had a vague feeling that with his current physical condition, he should be able to attack the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Jing Gate. However, the energy that could be unleashed by the 7th gate was too great. Even if a barrier was set up in advance, Uchiha Mirai could not guarantee that it would not be noticed by outsiders. So after thinking about it, I decided to give up. After a while, Uchiha Mirai took a deep breath and released the 8 inner gates. A wave of fatigue swept over him, but Uchiha Mirai still showed a satisfied smile on his face. Compared to the last time, after opening the 8 inner gates this time, not only did it last longer, but the side effects were also much smaller. Let's wait and see tomorrow. After experiencing it for a while, Uchiha Mirai did not continue to toss and turn, but lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Uchiha Mirai got up and stretched his body, and found that there was nothing abnormal except a slight soreness in his body. As expected of an Uzumaki Sage Body, this recovery speed is truly a pervert. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After the last battle with Luo Sha, it took him more than half a month to recover his body to its peak condition. But now I have recovered after just one night's sleep. The gap between them is self-evident. The Uzumaki Sage Body is already this strong. So how strong is the legendary perfect Sage Body? As the last golden fallen leaf returned to the soil, The cold winter wind began to make pedestrians on the street unconsciously shrink their necks. It was on such a bleak day that two green figures, steaming all over, ran out from the dense forest in the distance, standing upside down. Guy, the Chunin exam is about to be held. You must work harder. I will, father. Come on, we're almost at the finish line. Hold on. I'll treat you to ramen. Wah! Two people rushed into Ichiraka ramen shop yelling, Boss, give me 4 large bowls of char siu ramen. Okay, wait a moment. After ordering, Might Guy and Might Dai found a corner and sat down. Soon, 4 bowls of steaming hot ramen with generous portions were served. Please enjoy your meal. The sound of hula hula of slurping noodles was heard, and soon the 4 bowls of ramen were cleaned up, without even a drop of soup left. After the two of them finished eating, a handsome black-haired boy walked in from outside the door. Mirai. Might Guy looked at the boy, then stood up and waved excitedly. Guy. Uncle Dai. Seeing Might Dai and Might Guy, Uchiha Mirai sat next to them. Mirai, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Today's meal is on my treat. Might Dai waved his hand and said generously, Uncle Dai, you should save your money to buy some meat to supplement your nutrition. I have my own money. Uchiha Mirai shook his head to reject Might's kindness. Ichiraka ramen is not cheap, and Might and his son have always lived in poverty, and he doesn't want to make the other party spend money. Mirai, my father is rich now. Where did you and your son go to make a fortune recently? Hearing Uchiha Mirai's teasing, Might laughed a few times. Come to think of it, it's all because of you. Because of me? Seeing that Uchiha Mirai was a little confused, Might Guy immediately explained. That's right, because of you, Mirai, father can make a lot of money now. What is going on? Uchiha Mirai was even more confused. He didn't do anything, did he? Mirai, you returned from the front line a month ago. At that time, you successfully held off Raza and 2 Jonin of Sunagakure with the help of 8 inner gates. After the news reached the village, father was summoned personally by the 3rd Hokage. After a detailed evaluation, the Hokage-sama personally promoted father to special Jonin. My father's income is much higher now than before, and after my father handed over the 8 inner gates training method to the village, he also received a large reward. Might Guy looked at Uchiha Mirai with gratitude. Not only did the other party encourage him as a hard-working genius and help him find confidence, he also helped his father get rid of the title of 10,000 years genin. He was truly a benefactor to their family. I see. I won't be polite today. After understanding the whole story, Uchiha Mirai did not continue to refuse and directly ordered a deluxe ramen. Since the other party is not short of money, it would be a bit pretentious for him to refuse. Mirai, I haven't seen you lately. What have you been busy with? While waiting, Might Guy asked curiously. In the past month, Uchiha Mirai had not asked him to train together, which made Might Guy feel a little disappointed. The Chunin exam is coming up soon. I've been training with Hong and the others lately. Uchiha Mirai explained. Hearing his answer, Might Guy felt much better and then smiled. So that's how it is. I really envy Hong and Asuma for being able to be teammates with you, Mirai. Just then, a little girl came over with a big bowl of ramen. Please enjoy your ramen. Looking at Ayam, who was only about 6 or 7 years old, Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but rub her hair. Thank you, little sister. Ouch! My hair! Bad brother! Akaris pouted and ran away angrily. After teasing Ayam, Uchiha Mirai smiled and took a mouthful of hot ramen. Continuing the previous topic, Guy, how are you preparing for the Chunin exam? I can't wait. Might Guy waved his fist with fighting spirit. Everyone has worked hard for this Chunin exam for a long time. Mirai, you must not be careless. Be careful of capsizing in the dish. Hearing Might Guy's words, Uchiha Mirai silently called out the system panel and took a look. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 213. Spiritual power, 207. Chakra 209. Bloodline limit. Sharingan magnet style. Gold sand. Ninjutsu. Others. Partial multiplication technique. Shadow imitation technique. Uzumaki sage body. Looking at the 3-dimensional attributes that had all exceeded 200, as well as the various ninjutsu, secret techniques, and bloodline limits. Uchiha Mirai smiled silently. If you want to make him fail the Chunin exam, you probably have to let Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, do it himself, right? The problem was simple, brutal, even. He was Uchiha. Forget the genocide still years off. The third ninja war alone could swallow him whole. In this world, genius was the cheapest currency. Unless you were one of the handful of monsters, talent just made you a prettier stepping stone. And the Uchiha's favorite way to support the plot was to die. The village elder's malice, Hiruzen, Danzo, wasn't yet open war, but the cracks were there. When conflict came, he'd be cannon fodder on some nameless mission. Annoying. He raked a hand through his hair, eyes turning cold. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. As long as those two lived, the Uchiha would never know peace. A sudden commotion snapped him back. He glanced down the alley. "Oh, I heard a new yakiniku place opened. Want to go tonight?" My treat. A square-jawed boy blocked a pretty girl's path, arms spread like a gate. "Asuma, can you calm down?" I said I'm not in the mood today. Yuhi Kurenai frowned. "Who ticked you off? Tell me. I'll fix him up." Asuma puffed his chest. Kurenai rolled her eyes. Always so self-assured. Annoying, but he was the Hokage's son. She swallowed the retort and moved to leave. Asuma reached for her wrist. "Ah, what are you doing?" Kurenai sprang back, voice sharp. Relax, Hong. If not barbecue, dessert? Or shopping." He blocked her again, grinning like nothing was wrong. "Asuma, move. You're really irritating." His face darkened. Pride flared. "No, you." Kurenai's eyes misted with angry frustration. Hokage's son or not, this was over the line. "Move. No. Move." I said no. The bickering drilled into the boy's skull. His mood, already sour, curdled. "Quiet. I'm thinking." Both heads snapped up. On a branch several meters above, a handsome youth in a shirt emblazoned with the Uchiha fan looked down. "Uchiha, Mirai." Asuma and Kurenai recognized him instantly, the clan's rising genius. Sorry," Kurenai murmured. She had razor voice. "TCH," Asuma snorted. "Who do you think you are? If it's noisy, leave." "Leave." Mirai's lips curled into a thin, dangerous smile. He gathered chakra to his soles, walked down the trunk as if descending steps, and landed lightly. Kurenai and Asuma exchanged a look. That control wasn't ordinary. "What do you think you're doing?" Asuma asked, taking half a step back despite himself. "Simple," Mirai said. "You pay for what you just did." "You dare." "Why wouldn't I?" "Because you're the Hokage's son." His sneer was razor-thin. Color surged into Asuma's face. He hated that title more than any insult. With a shout, he swung. Mirai dropped his center of gravity. A blur, a sweep. Asuma's feet left the ground, body horizontal in midair. Fast. Asuma's pupils shrank. Before he could recover, thud, Mirai's heel slammed into his chest. Asuma skidded back several meters and hit the ground hard. "Too weak," Mirai said, dusting off his sleeve. "That mouth of yours is louder than your fists." His temper eased. He turned to go. "Wait." He glanced at Kurenai. "Thank you," she said softly. Mirai nodded. "People who corner you don't stop because you're afraid. Remember that. Next time, do this." The voice chimed at his skull. Uchiha Mirai froze the instant a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. A system. 10 years after crossing into this world, the thing he had prayed for day and night had finally come. Before he could doubt it, a light blue panel unfolded in front of his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 20. Chakra, 7. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Ninjutsu, clone technique, transformation technique, body flicker, shadow clone, earth release, decapitation technique, fire release, great fireball. Others, shuriken throwing, trap making. His chest tightened, excitement rushing in. "It's real. Are you okay?" Kurenai's soft voice pulled him back. She stared at him nervously, her porcelain-like face tilted in concern. For the first time, Mirai noticed the ruby eyes, the round cheeks, the delicate features. His lips curved. Without thinking, He cupped her head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. My lucky star. In this world, talent ruled the beginning, bloodline ruled the middle, and cheats ruled the end. With the system, he could finally soar. Uchiha Mirai, you bastard! Bang! From behind, Asuma, having just staggered up, saw it happen. His goddess kissed before his very eyes. He blacked out on the spot, collapsing again with a strangled cry. Why you kissed me? Kurenai's face flushed scarlet. She pointed at him, stammering. I just remembered. There's a cat waiting to discuss the meaning of life with me. But, you, bastard. Mirai vanished down the street. Kurenai stomped in fury, glaring after him. Even so, she found herself chasing him. Mirai finally stopped at the edge of the Uchiha district and turned back. Kurenai, panting, pouted. He found the expression dangerously cute. You're brave, following me into clan territory, he said, waving her over. Flustered, she hurried to his side. If not for him, she never would have dared step foot here. Uchiha were infamous for their hostility. Watch your step. They're traps. In your own yard? She whispered wide-eyed. She searched, but saw nothing. The memory of how he had floored Asuma sent a shiver through her. So precise, so sharp. Among their classmates, maybe only Kakashi could rival him. They reached his courtyard. Instead of flowers, rows of vegetables grew in neat beds. These are just food supplies, Mirai explained, leading her inside. She followed his steps carefully, pulse quickening at every glance from passing clansmen. By the time she sat opposite him in his spotless, sparsely furnished home, her heart was beating too fast. About earlier, Mirai said suddenly, I lost my head. Did something stupid. Whatever you want me to do to make it up, I'll do it. Kurenai blinked. Her cheeks warmed. Was this a confession? Too fast, too sudden. What should she say? Before she could answer, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. She flushed crimson. Mirai only chuckled. Wait here. When the aroma hit her nose, Kurenai nearly fainted. She took a bite, and her eyes went wide. This is amazing. What dish is this? Fish-flavored shredded pork. Green onion ribs. Just things I tinkered with. Mirai waved it off. Tea tinkered? You invented this. Kurenai gaped. In a world torn by war and scarcity, food like this was unheard of. She looked at the boy across from her. Genius fighter, trap maker, cook, and now, her secret savior. What kind of treasure have I stumbled onto? After finishing her meal, Yui Kuren patted her slightly bulging belly with satisfaction. This was the most filling meal she had ever had since she was a child. He is very powerful and can even set traps skillfully. Not only can he grow his own vegetables, but he can also cook delicious food. Why does it seem like Uchiha Mirai is so good at everything? Really, he is the same age as me. Yui Kurenai looked at Uchiha Mirai, her heart filled with curiosity. Konoha Village. Second floor of apartment building. Uchiha Mirai knocked on the door with 2 exquisite cakes in her hands. Kushina. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Uzumaki Kushina put her hands on her hips and said, Little brat, can't you just call me sister? A gift for you. Uchiha Mirai ignored Uzumaki Kushina and held the cake forward. Uzumaki Kushina's face immediately turned from gloomy to bright, revealing a smile. Mirai, what's the matter with you coming here this time? Uchiha Mirai immediately said, I accidentally made you angry when I visited you last time. This time I came here to apologize to you. Oh, you're so kind. Uzumaki Kushina was a little skeptical, and it's been almost a month since the last time. Hearing his words, Uchiha Mirai showed an innocent smile on his face. Because I have the Chunin exam recently, I am quite busy. Besides, I came here this time to ask you for some advice. Uchiha Mirai stated his purpose. Can I give you some advice? Uzumaki Kushina was a little surprised. Minato should be better at this, right? Uchiha Mirai smiled and shook his head. He has already taught me many times. I want to find someone to help me correct my shortcomings. Maybe I can get some unexpected gains. As for why I came to you, because everyone says that you're also a very good ninja. Uchiha Mirai said seriously. Kid, you have good taste. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's praise, Uzumaki Kushina snorted proudly. I agree to your request. She couldn't leave the village to carry out missions. As a ninja, she either went shopping or stayed at home every day. She was almost bored to death. So, after hearing that Uchiha Mirai wanted her to give him some guidance, Uzumaki Kushina agreed without any hesitation. After closing the door, the two walked towards the Hokage rock. After arriving at the back mountain, Uzumaki Kushina waved to Uchiha Mirai and said, "Little boy, let me see your strength first." "Kushina, you better be careful then. I should be the one saying this. Attack me with all your strength." Uzumaki Kushina hummed. Uchiha Mirai threw several shurikens while quickly forming seals with both hands. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Technique. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. In an instant, hundreds of shurikens wrapped in flames attacked Uzumaki Kushina from all directions. "Little devil, you are quite good at this." Uzumaki Kushina laughed a few times, and amazing chakra burst out of his body. Wind-style, great breakthrough. It was obviously just a C-rank ninjutsu, but with the blessing of Uzumaki Kushina chakra, its power was ridiculously strong. All the dense, flaming shurikens in the sky were blown away at once. Uchiha Mirai appeared beside Uzumaki Kushina and kicked at him with a whip kick. Uzumaki Kushina raised his arms to block. Bang! 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 Uchiha Mirai and Uzumaki Kushina tangled together, making a series of dull noises. This guy's physical fitness is really pervert. Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but complain. His current physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, but when fighting with Uzumaki Kushina using physical skills, he is still at a disadvantage. He didn't know that Uzumaki Kushina's heart was also in turmoil. A teenage kid could actually match her in a physical duel. Minato was right. This guy Uchiha Mirai was a monster. After a moment, Uchiha Mirai pretended to be defeated and took the initiative to end the battle. "Kushina, is the battle just now enough? Do you have anything to say about me?" Hearing Uchiha Mirai's question, Uzumaki Kushina rolled his eyes. "I have nothing to say. You shouldn't be taking the Chunin exams with your abilities. You should be taking the Jonin exams." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Kagura's Hard Eye? Hearing the prompt from the system in his mind, Uchiha Mirai's heart moved, and he felt that his whole body became much clearer in an instant. The wind blows the leaves off, birds sing, and insects chirp. All the sounds and images became clearer than ever before. Uchiha Mirai knew that this was a sign that his perception had greatly improved. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai closed his eyes and activated the Kagura Heart's Eye according to the information received in his mind. The next second, Uchiha Mirai sensed 6 strands of chakra hidden nearby. In addition, countless chakra sources farther away also appeared clearly in his perception. It's like a map with a black background covered with dense red dots. The ones nearby are probably the Umbu and the roots who are responsible for monitoring Kushina. Those chakra sources scattered around in the distance should each represent a ninja. Uchiha Mirai was secretly surprised. According to his estimation, after opening Kagura's mind's eye, the range he could perceive had almost reached about 10 kilometers. The observation range of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is expanded 10 times. Moreover, he could also sense the strength of each chakra source. It can be said that with the secret technique of Kagura's Heart's Eye, he will be like having a god's perspective and will not have to worry about being ambushed or attacked. It's really not a foul. "Little ghost, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's puzzled voice, Uchiha Mirai came back to his senses and a sincere smile appeared on his face. "Kushina, thank you so much for today. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance." He sparred with Uzumaki Kushina twice, once to obtain the Uzumaki Sage Body and once to obtain the Kagura Heart's Eye. The rich harvest made him very excited. But now it would be better to go back and familiarize yourself with the Kagura Heart's Eye. Then goodbye. It's so confusing. I haven't even said anything yet. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but mutter a few words as he looked at Uchiha Mirai's back. This kid is really hard to guess what he is thinking. "Kushina, Uchiha Mirai is a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The Hokage-sama does not want you to get too close to him. After Uchiha Mirai left, a masked Umbu appeared in front of her and said solemnly, "Snort, tell that old man to leave me alone, or I'll tear down his office." Uzumaki Kushina, cold bleach. It's bad enough that she's under surveillance and can't leave the village every day, but now they even interfere with who she gets along with. Do you really think she doesn't have a temper? If she hadn't wanted to avoid causing trouble for Minato, she would have gone to argue with that old guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a long time ago. Crackle, crackle. The sound of footsteps on snow was heard. Shiri Hong raised her head, and a smile immediately broke out on her chubby face. She exhaled a breath of white air, raised her right hand, and waved. "Mirai, over here." "Oh, have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, I just arrived too." When Uchiha Mirai approached, Kurenai Yuhi suddenly became a little shy, twisting and turning with her hands behind her buttocks. "You have hemorrhoids?" "Bah, you have hemorrhoids." Uchiha Mirai shook his head in confusion. "Then why are you being so pretentious here?" Yuhi Kurenai glared at Uchiha Mirai in embarrassment and stuffed a red scarf into his hand. "A scarf?" Seeing Uchiha Mirai's questioning look, Yuhi Kurenai raised her chin and snorted. "I just saw that you were wearing too thin clothes, and I was worried that you would get sick and affect the upcoming Chunin exam. Don't think too much." The overwhelming sense of tsundere made Uchiha Mirai unable to hold back his laughter. He put the scarf around his neck and showed a surprised expression. "It's so warm." The corners of Yuhi Kurenai's mouth curled up slightly, but before she could say anything, she heard Uchiha Mirai speak again. "Kurenai, where did you buy this?" "I'll buy a few dozen to keep." "Mirai, you big idiot." "Haha, I was just teasing you." Uchiha Mirai looked at Yuhi Kurenai and said sincerely, "Kurena, thank you. I like it very much. Why do you have to tell me specifically whether you like it or not?" "Hey, it's almost time. Let's go to the exam room first." Hearing the voice beside him, Uchiha Mirai looked surprised. "Huh? Asuma? When did you come?" This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. He was obviously the first one to arrive, okay? Don't pretend like you just saw him. Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists. Humph. A grown man actually wears a scarf, and a red one at that. It's not manly at all. Uchiha Mirai walked past him without looking away, and turned to look at Yuhi Kurenai. Strange, why is there such a strong smell of vinegar so early in the morning? Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Sarutobi Asuma stomped his feet in anger. "I really want to beat this guy up." Uchiha Mirai walked into the ninja school and met Hatake Kakashi, Noera Rin, and Uchiha Bito on the way. "Mirai, good morning." "Huh, how do you know this is the scarf Hong knitted for me?" The three of them had black lines on their faces. "Did anyone ask you about your scarf just now?" After Uchiha Mirai left, Uchiha Bito looked expectantly at Noera Rin beside him. Lin, demain." As I walked into the teaching building, I saw a group of people gathered at the corner of the stairs, seemingly arguing about something. "Why won't you let us in?" "That's right. We are all ninjas here to take the exam. Why are you blocking the way?" "The exam is about to start. Please get out of my way." Uchiha Mirai and the others looked forward and found two people blocking the door of classroom 501, one in front and one behind. All those who wanted to go in were easily knocked to the ground by the other side. "Are these guys too bad?" Sarutobi Asuma said angrily. "How could they block the door of the examination room and not let people in?" "Mirai, should we go take a look?" Yuhi Kurenai asked, looking at Uchiha Mirai. "Don't worry about them." Uchiha Mirai shook his head. "The guys standing around here are destined to be eliminated." After hearing what Uchiha Mirai said, Sarutobi Asuma snorted in dissatisfaction. "Do you have the same idea as those two guys blocking the door? Are you planning to eliminate your competitors using such a despicable method? This isn't a mission right now, so I'm not going to sit idly by no matter what decision you make." Hearing Sarutobi Asuma's words, Uchiha Mirai shrugged. "Whatever you want." After saying that, Uchiha Mirai turned to Yuhi Kurenai and said, "Kurena, let's go up first." Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Yuhi Kurenai was a little surprised. "Mirai, Isn't the examination room here? Hong, look carefully. Is this really our examination room? Shiri Hong was stunned for a moment, and then she noticed something unusual. She was very talented in illusions, and after being reminded by Uchiha Mirai, she easily realized that she was under an illusion. Open. As the illusion was lifted, the license plate number 501 in front of him began to distort and change, turning into 401. Mirai, have you discovered this a long time ago? Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Mirai in worship. Although this illusion is not difficult to break, it is not an easy task to detect the abnormality at the first time. You must remember that the Chunin exam does not necessarily have to be conducted in the examination room. Once your thinking is limited by your inherent cognition, you're likely to fall into a trap carefully designed by others. Mirai, I know. Sarutobi Asuma's face turned pale as he watched the two of them walk towards the upper floor. When he thought about his high-spirited speech just now, he felt like a clown. Hateful. Why is it that he is always outdone by Uchiha Mirai, even though he tries so hard? After standing there in a daze for a while, Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth and followed Uchiha Mirai up the stairs. If he stops here, he will have no way to get rid of the shadow of Hokage's son. Arriving at the real examination room, Uchiha Mirai and the other two pushed the door and walked in. The classroom was so crowded that it could only be described as a sea of people. The seats were already full, and there were still many people standing in the corridors, corners, and walls. How can we take the exam? Is there something wrong with the arrangement? Seeing the scene in front of her, Zihi Kurenai asked in surprise. Sarutobi Asuma also frowned. That's really nonsense. How can one examination room accommodate so many candidates? How can I take the exam if I can't even sit down? Sarutobi Asuma wanted to find the relevant person in charge to report the situation on the spot, but when he saw that Uchiha Mirai still looked indifferent, he inexplicably felt something was wrong. Never mind. Let's see what Uchiha Mirai has to say first. As soon as this thought came to mind, Sarutobi Asuma felt a sense of shame. But thinking of the embarrassment of being slapped in the face many times in the past, Sarutobi Asuma did not make any unnecessary movements. Look, this guy is Uchiha Mirai. That genius from the Uchiha clan? He looks just ordinary. If the Hokage hadn't admitted it himself, I really wouldn't believe that such a brat could have killed 2 Jonin. Hey, letting a monster like this take the Chunin exam. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Amid the discussion among the crowd, Uchiha Mirai walked to a seat near the window and said, "All of you move aside. I want this seat. I want this position." After hearing Uchiha Mirai's Haki declaration, the classroom suddenly became quiet. His name was already very eye-catching here, and now, when he said this, he attracted everyone's attention in an instant. What did you say? We were the first to come here. If you want to sit in on the test, come earlier next time. The ninja from the team, named by Uchiha Mirai, retorted coldly. They knew that Uchiha Mirai was very powerful, but that didn't mean they would obediently follow his orders. I'll give you one last chance. Leave on your own, or I'll help you leave. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. Don't be so arrogant here. Do you want to disrupt the order in the examination room? Be careful not to be disqualified from the exam. Seeing that the 3 still had no intention of leaving, Uchiha Mirai snorted. Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 consecutive muffled sounds, and the 3 Genins who were sitting just now fell into the crowd. Uchiha Mirai sat quietly in the seat she had just grabbed, and Yuhi Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma also sat down silently. Seeing that Uchiha Mirai actually chose to take action, the classroom immediately exploded. This is the Uchiha clan's ninja, so arrogant. How dare you attack your companion so brazenly? Aren't you afraid of being disqualified? He's a talented ninja from a wealthy ninja clan, and his teammate is the son of the Hokage. Even the examiner wouldn't dare to mess with him, right? But Uchiha Mirai's movements just now were really fast. I didn't even see clearly before those 3 unlucky guys flew out. Hearing the whispers of people around him, Sarutobi Asuma felt uneasy. Because of Uchiha Mirai's behavior, He has been labeled as the arrogant and domineering shadow of the second generation. If he hadn't been so impressed by the previous slap in the face, he would have angrily asked Uchiha Mirai what he was trying to do. Although Yuhi Kurenai didn't understand Uchiha Mirai's intention, out of trust in Uchiha Mirai, she sat quietly in her seat, motionless. She knew that Uchiha Mirai's usual personality was definitely not like this, so there must be some other meaning behind such an action. Seeing that Uchiha Mirai did not continue to move after grabbing the seat, everyone's eyes gradually shifted away. Among them, some candidates looked thoughtful. For a moment, the atmosphere in the classroom became inexplicably strange. After a while, the classroom suddenly became chaotic. Many teams without seats began to imitate Uchiha Mirai and forcefully grab seats. Except for the area where Uchiha Mirai is located, almost all other places were affected. Inside the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuhi Shinku, Namikaze Minato, and other instructor Jonin all had shocked looks on their faces. Jinhong, your disciple is really perceptive. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a complicated expression. This time, the rules for the Chunin exam were set by him personally. He also designed many tests that he thought were very interesting. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was complacent with his design, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Mirai could guess his thoughts in such a short time. Recalling Shimura Danzo's previous advice, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a little flustered. Could it be that he really raised a tiger to cause trouble? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly laughed at himself. He was really influenced by that guy Danzo. Konoha Village has been run by him into an iron barrel. A small Uchiha will definitely not be able to make any waves. Senior Jinhong is really lucky to have such a worry-free disciple. Namikaze Minato also praised with a smile. After spending a long time together, he also developed a liking for Uchiha Mirai. He, faced with everyone's teasing, Shiri Jinhong felt mixed emotions. This kid is so good that his own daughter is about to be kidnapped. When the old father Zi Junhong thought that the scarf that Zi Hong knitted overnight was not for him, he felt his heart bleeding. Dingling! A quick bell rang, and several masked Umbu ninjas walked into the classroom. Quiet. With a low shout, the classroom gradually became quiet. Now, anyone without a seat should leave the classroom immediately. What? Hearing Umbu's request, all the standing ninjas couldn't help but exclaim. Leave the classroom? Does this mean they have been disqualified from taking the exam? Why do you want us to leave the classroom? We clearly had seats, but they were taken away by others. There are no seats. Isn't it because you didn't arrange them properly? Why should we bear the consequences? Faced with the questioning of a group of ninjas, several Umbu revealed undisguised murderous intent. This is the rule. If you don't want to be permanently disqualified from the exam, leave now. The indifferent tone silenced the indignant Genins. They knew that these Umbu ninjas who reported directly to the third Hokage would not joke with them. Everyone turned their eyes towards the window in the back row. There, Uchiha Mirai sat in his seat with his arms folded across his chest and a calm expression, as if he had expected all this. This guy, had he thought of this a long time ago, so he tried to grab a seat? Everyone looked at Uchiha Mirai with fear in their eyes. Being able to detect this hidden rule the moment he entered the examination room, his keen insight is too terrifying. Some ninjas sitting in their seats showed expressions of relief on their faces. If they had not figured it out in advance, they would be the ones who would lose the qualification now, right? Others who lost their qualifications showed regretful expressions on their faces. Just now, they were criticizing Uchiha Mirai's outrageous behavior, but they didn't realize that they were the clowns. The other party clearly gave their solution to the problem at the first opportunity, but they chose to ignore it because of their ignorance and arrogance. If they had figured it out earlier, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Mirai with shining eyes, and she knew that Mirai's actions must have a special meaning. Now seeing that, it is indeed true. Sarutobi Asuma lowered his head in disappointment. Although he did not suffer shame because of his impulse this time, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He felt depressed every day he spent in Konoha. Perhaps leaving Konoha is a good choice. When the examination room became quiet, Umbu's ninjas stood in the four corners. Umbu, who was standing on the podium, waved his hand. All right, the first test of the Chunin exam is about to begin. After briefly introducing the rules, Umbu distributed the test papers that had been printed in advance. The rules are very simple. As long as you can get a passing score, you can advance to the next assessment. Uchiha Mirai picked up the test paper and glanced at it, and found that it was full of very simple basic questions. For example, the nature of chakra, the meridian system in the human body, how to perform ninjutsu, etc. There are only the last two questions, which are about bloodline limits and bloodline elimination, and it takes a certain amount of knowledge to answer them. Compared to the Chunin exam hosted by Marino Abiki that the 12 youngsters participated in, it was way too easy. It seems, in times of war, the theoretical knowledge of ninjas is much more relaxed. Uchiha Mirai finished answering the questions in a short time. I glanced around the examination room and found that everyone looked relaxed and did not seem to be under any pressure at all. Soon, the exam time was over. Umbu, who was in charge of supervising the exam, marked the papers on the spot, and in the end, only 5 people were eliminated because of failing scores. Only 2 people were eliminated because of cheating. This shows that the difficulty of this exam is indeed very average. Candidates who pass the exam will gather in the Forest of Death in 3 days. After saying some information about the next exam, the Umbu ninja left with the test paper. The first Chunin exam is over. The name Uchiha Mirai has reappeared in people's vision after being silent for a while. 3 days later, the outskirts of the Death Forest. After signing a life and death agreement, each ninja team that participated in the Chunin exam received one of the earth coiling axes. This exam is conducted in teams, and as long as you can gather all the earth coiling axes and successfully enter the central tower, you will be considered successful. The Death Forest is full of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. The environment is harsh, and your life could be in danger if you're not careful. In order to simulate the brutal environment of the battlefield, this assessment tacitly allows each team to fight each other at all costs for victory. Of course, as long as the team chooses to surrender by handing over the scroll before being killed during the battle, the other teams will not be able to continue attacking. Such a cruel rule made all the candidates taking the exam look heavy-hearted. Except for the Uchiha Mirai squad. Almost all teams reached a consensus. If you run into the Uchiha Mirai team, you can only consider yourself unlucky. 12 o'clock noon. Each ninja team entered the Death Forest from a different entrance. The second round of the Chunin exam officially begins. Forest of Death. Because it is winter now, there are bare tree trunks and withered vines everywhere. Compared to spring and summer, it is difficult to find a suitable hiding place in the Death Forest now. In addition, it had just snowed not long ago, and the ground was covered with snow. It is almost impossible to hide your tracks. Mirai, what are your plans? After observing the surrounding environment, Yuhi Kurenai habitually asked for Uchiha Mirai's opinion. Uchiha Mirai waved forward. Go straight to the central tower. Zihi Kurenai was a little puzzled. But if we can't gather all the earth coiling axes, we won't be able to pass the test, even if we reach the central tower. We will always meet other teams along the way. Uchiha Mirai explained patiently. If you don't meet them, just wait at the entrance of the central tower. The team that came to the central tower must have gathered all the earth coiling axes. If we grab them, we can clear the level. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Yuhi Kurenai opened her mouth in shock. Can we still play like this? After thinking about it carefully, I found that it seemed to make sense. If this method were used by other teams, it would probably be completely unrealistic. After all, if you stand guard at the door of the central tower, you will likely become the target of public criticism. But their team is different. With Mirai's strength, there's no need to worry about such things. Asuma, what do you think? Uchiha Mirai turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Asuma. I'm fine with either. You decide. Looking at the silent Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Mirai was a little puzzled. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Asuma seemed to have become a little depressed since the first Chunin exam. However, he was not interested in exploring too much about the second generation of filmmakers who were in their rebellious period. He immediately determined the direction, raised his hand, and waved. "Let's go." Maybe it was because we were traveling too fast. It only took an hour for Uchiha Mirai and his two companions to arrive at the entrance of the central tower. According to the plan, they just stood silently at the door, waiting for the arrival of other ninja teams. As time went on, more and more ninja teams arrived at the central tower. However, because they could see Uchiha Mirai and his men guarding the door at a glance, each team chose to stop and watch from a distance. Then a magical scene happened. 3 days later, more than a dozen ninja teams stood not far from the central tower. In the cold wind, everyone squatted on the ground and looked at each other, all feeling helpless. What is Uchiha Mirai up to? He's guarding here. Is he trying to eliminate everyone? That shouldn't be the case. The examiner will definitely come out to stop it. Could it be that they didn't collect the Chi-Tien Earth Coiling Axis, so they wanted to rob the team that came to the central tower? Don't tell me. It's very likely. Damn it, that arrogant Uchiha brat. Hearing the discussion, Uchiha Obito couldn't help it. He stood up and snorted. "Kakashi, are we going to wait here forever? You're not bad at all. You should be able to hold back Uchiha Mirai, right?" Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Hatake Kakashi shook his head. "You think too highly of me. As long as Mirai is here, no one can enter the central tower." Seeing that Hatake Kakashi has so little confidence, let alone others. After a moment of silence, someone suggested, "If we attack together, the Uchiha Mirai may not be able to stop all of us." No one agreed. Uchiha Mirai is a strong man who can kill Jonin. Who dares to be the first to step forward? This scene made Might Guy's blood boil. So cool. If only his youth could shine as brightly as Mirai's. Mirai, they don't seem to dare to come over. Is this really going to work? Yuhi Kurenai looked at Uchiha Mirai with some concern. The examination time for the Death Forest is 5 days. 3 days have passed now. She originally thought that she could just snatch the team that wanted to pass the level, and that would be the end of it. But she didn't expect that after such a long time, not even one team had any intention of coming. If this goes on, will the village just sit back and do nothing? Don't worry, Red. There will always be someone who can't help it. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. Before he finished speaking, the sound of fighting was heard from the front. Immediately afterwards, 2 scrolls, one for heaven and one for earth, were thrown over from distance. Well, we can pass the level now. Uchiha Mirai stood up and took the scroll in his hand, then turned and walked into the central tower, leaving Zihi Kurenai confused. No, there is actually such a way to pass the level. I just sat at the door and rested for 3 days, and then someone took the initiative to collect the scrolls and sent them up. Heaven-defying. Too heaven-defying. After Uchiha Mirai walked into the central tower and submitted the Earth Coiling Axis, the ninja teams waiting outside rushed in one after another. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. My goodness, such a bizarre scene. Even if the Chunin examination is held for another 100 years, I'm afraid it will be impossible to replicate it. After completing the game, Uchiha Mirai walked aside and closed his eyes to rest. There are still 2 days left until the end of the competition, and they still have to wait here patiently before the time expires. 2 days later, with the last team of ninjas submitting the Earth Coiling Axis, the assessment in the Death Forest came to an end. Immediately afterwards, a cry of surprise was heard. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, came before the crowd, supported by a group of Jonin. Thank you for your hard work. Being able to come here proves that everyone is a strong ninja. However, strength is not the only criterion for becoming a good ninja. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's passionate speech, Uchiha Mirai snorted in disdain. I don't know how he can be so shameless to say such words in front of everyone. Just when Uchiha Mirai was about to fall asleep while listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stopped. He took a puff of his cigarette and a kind smile appeared on his face. The last round of this exam is a one-on-one battle. Candidates will determine their opponents through a random draw by computer. Whether you win or lose, everyone gets 3 chances. Finally, the judging panel will decide whether or not the candidate can be promoted to Chunin based on each person's performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished reading out the exam rules, and the names on the large central screen began to change rapidly. The next second, the screen froze. Might Guy versus Uchiha Obito. Seeing his name appear on the screen, Might Guy shouted excitedly, "I'm the first one to appear. With so many people watching, I have to perform well." Youth doesn't allow for slacking off. Compared to the energetic Might Guy, Uchiha Obito walks slowly to the center of the venue with his hands in his pockets. "Guy, although you're not my target, I lost to you in the graduation exam because of my carelessness. This is a good opportunity for me to avenge myself. Come on, I won't show mercy." Seeing Uchiha Obito's confident look, everyone present began to whisper. This guy is also a ninja from Uchiha. He looks so cool, so he must be very powerful, right? Of course, no one in the Uchiha clan is easy to mess with. Just look at Uchiha Mirai. But I heard that Uchiha Obito was a laggard in ninja school. Huh, impossible. Hearing everyone's discussions, Uchiha Obito's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Snort. After today, you will let everyone know that he, Uchiha Obito, is no longer the last place guy he used to be. Referee, let's start. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee blew the whistle in his mouth. The next second, a green figure flashed by. Shadow Leaf Dance. Bang! Uchiha Obito was kicked in the chin and his body flew into the air. Leaf Hurricane. Uchiha Obito was kicked again by a whip kick in midair, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Obito, this guy. Kakashi and Noera Lin both held their foreheads, speechless about Uchiha Obito's performance. They just saw clearly that when the referee announced the start of the fight, Obito had not yet pulled his hands out of his trouser pockets, so he was defeated in one blow without even being able to resist. The second match, Noera Lin versus Yuhi Kurenai. The third match, Ebisu versus Shiranui Gunma. Scene 11. Hatake Kakashi versus Uchiha Mirai. Seeing the 2 names on the big screen, everyone present showed excitement on their faces. If we had to choose 2 recognized strong men in this Chunin exam, they would definitely be Uchiha Mirai and Hatake Kakashi. Moreover, both of them are recognized as genius ninjas. One is recognized as Konoha's #1 genius, and the other is a talented young man from the wealthy Uchiha family. Kakashi became famous earlier, but Uchiha Mirai has been gaining more momentum recently. The fight between the 2 of them instantly aroused everyone's interest. Who do you think will win this battle? It must be Uchiha Mirai. During the second exam, Kakashi admitted that he was no match for Uchiha Mirai. But Kakashi is also quite strong. I heard that he was in Anbu for a while. It will be difficult for Uchiha Mirai to win. Yes, no matter what, this duel will definitely be very exciting. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Mirai and Hatake Kakashi walked to the center of the venue. Uchiha Mirai looked at Hatake Kakashi and shrugged. "Kakashi, you're out of luck." "No, I should say I'm lucky." Hatake Kakashi clenched the chakra short sword with both hands. "In this Chunin exam, the opponent I most want to face is you." "Yeah." Looking at Hatake Kakashi's eyes, full of fighting spirit, Uchiha Mirai chuckled. "Then you have to be serious. I am not used to showing mercy. Don't worry. I have mastered a lot of new ninjutsu during this period, which will definitely surprise you," Hatake Kakashi said, and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a cold light pierced through Uchiha Mirai's body. Quack, quack, quack. Uchiha Mirai's body turned into dozens of crows flying in all directions. Crow clone. Hatake Kakashi quickly looked around and didn't see Uchiha Mirai, so he jumped directly and jumped high into the air. As he jumped up, 2 arms stretched out from the ground where he was standing. "I won't fall for the same trick a second time." "Yeah." Hearing the voice behind him, Hatake Kakashi turned around suddenly and found that Uchiha Mirai had appeared behind him at some point. Bang! An elbow knocked Hatake Kakashi to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Mirai placed the long sword in his hand on Hatake Kakashi's neck. Lose, Kakashi loses. What just happened? How come the battle was over in the blink of an eye? It was too fast. I couldn't see their movements clearly. This is the strength of Uchiha Mirai. Even Hatake Kakashi was defeated so easily. Yeah, it felt like the two of them were not on the same level at all. Uchiha Mirai ended the fight in just a few seconds. Is this a battle between strong men? I don't understand it at all. Can anyone explain it to us? No one expected that a battle that everyone was looking forward to would end so anticlimactically. Uchiha Mirai directly crushed Hatake Kakashi. I actually lost just like that. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Mirai with a bitter look on his face. He knew that he was no match for Uchiha Mirai, but he never thought that he would be defeated so easily. In the battle just now, Uchiha Mirai simply used a few of the most basic ninjutsu. Neither the powerful 8 inner gates nor the Uchiha clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan had been used by the opponent yet. In this situation, he was actually crushed by Uchiha Mirai. From the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, the two were evenly matched. Then, Uchiha Mirai was able to catch his Chidori with one hand thanks to the Sharingan. Until now, Uchiha Mirai didn't use any of his trump cards and easily defeated him. The gap between the two people became wider and wider, which was a big blow to Hatake Kakashi, who had always been arrogant. Kakashi, don't chase after fancy things. Sometimes the most basic things are often the most effective. Uchiha Mirai confronts Hatake Kakashi on the way. In the original work, Hatake Kakashi had amazing talent as a child, but after getting the Sharingan, he chose to take another path. With his fancy ninjutsu, he earned the name Copy Ninja Kakashi. In Uchiha Mirai's opinion, this was a complete waste of his talent. If Kakashi could put all his energy into studying Hatake's swordsmanship, his achievements would definitely be 100 times better than the so-called Konoha technician. At least, I won't win so ugly when facing someone like Momochi Zabuza. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Uchiha Mirai and Hatake Kakashi walking off the field, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a few times, attracting everyone's attention. The battle just now ended very quickly, but it was actually very exciting. Considering that many people don't understand, I will explain it to you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little helpless. This battle clearly went beyond the level of a Chunin duel, causing many people to not understand what was happening. In order to satisfy everyone's curiosity, he could only step forward and act as a tour guide. When the battle began, Kakashi first approached Uchiha Mirai through the body flicker technique, and then pierced Uchiha Mirai's body with the short sword. But that was just Uchiha Mirai's crow clone. After the crow clone was dissolved, it turned into dozens of crows and flew everywhere. Just then, Hatake Kakashi noticed something was wrong under his feet and chose to jump into the air to avoid Uchiha Mirai's heart decapitation technique. But in fact, the one performing the heart decapitation technique is still Uchiha Mirai's shadow clone, and the purpose is just a feint. Uchiha Mirai's true form used the transformation technique to hide among the crows that were flying around earlier. Wait until Kakashi is in the air and can't gain leverage, then appear behind Kakashi and take him down with one strike. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis, all the ninjas present showed shocked expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that a battle that ended so quickly would involve so many secret confrontations. Especially Uchiha Mirai. This guy is so terrifying, his series of tricks are hard to guard against. Even from a god's perspective, they felt suffocated. This is so scary. If I meet an opponent like Uchiha Mirai in the future, I really don't know how I will be able to survive. Shadow clone, transformation technique, C rank, ninjutsu. They're just ordinary things, but they have unimaginable effects. Is this the world of genius ninjas? Why do I feel like I can do this to? Next time I meet an enemy, I'm going to fight like this. Don't dream. Have you ever thought about it? The battle just now happened in a split second. Using so many ninjutsu at once, do you have such a terrifying speed to form hand seals? That's true. After listening to everyone's discussion and Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Hatake Kakashi felt as if something had suddenly dawned on him. He hasn't practiced basic techniques such as hand seals and swordsmanship for a long time since his father's death. I originally thought that the more skills I mastered, the better, but now it seems that this is not the case. If you want to become a truly strong person, you must have a solid foundation. The third individual battle continued and lasted until the afternoon. Uchiha Mirai yawned in boredom. After defeating Hatake Kakashi, his subsequent opponents chose to forfeit directly, causing him to almost fall asleep. Fortunately, when the exam was over, it wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen who came up to summarize. Otherwise, Uchiha Mirai was sure that the old man would make some brainwashing remarks again. Well, this Chunin exam is successfully concluded. The ninjas who have been awarded promotion spots will receive the relevant documents and tactical vests within the next 3 days. With the examiner's voice, this Chunin exam officially came to an end. Except for Uchiha Obito, who was not promoted to Chunin, Might Guy, Kurenai Yui, Sarutobi Asuma, Kakashi, and others all passed the test. Let's have dinner together today, Kurenai Yui suggested to Kakashi and the others. Hearing her proposal, everyone nodded in agreement. We were all classmates and had a pretty good relationship. Now that we were promoted to Chunin together, we should find a place to celebrate. I won't go. Uchiha Obito shook his head in denial. He felt very disappointed that he didn't become Chunin, and he didn't even feel like eating with Noera Rin. Obito, it's okay. The Chunin exam is held every 3 months. You will definitely be promoted to Chunin next time. Noera Lin comforted. Haha, of course. After all, I'm going to be the Hokage. Uchiha Obito put his hands on his hips and laughed a few times, then turned his back to everyone and said, I promised my grandma that I would go back and buy flour for her. I'm leaving now. Looking at Uchiha Obito's back, Noera Lin felt helpless. Obito is good in everything except being too stubborn sometimes. Whenever something happens, you want to isolate yourself, which is really worrying. Shall we go then? Feeling everyone's gaze, Uchiha Mirai asked tentatively. Why does it feel like he has inexplicably become the backbone of everyone? Led by Uchiha Mirai, the group came to the most popular barbecue restaurant in Konoha Village. While no one was paying attention, Ebisu took out the shochu that he had secretly prepared. Although Ninja has a rule that minors are not allowed to drink, the atmosphere was set, so everyone poured themselves a glass. Uchiha Mirai clearly saw that after Yuhi Kurenai took a sip of wine, an excited smile appeared on her face. That cute look made Uchiha Mirai feel itchy inside. Then he remembered that in the original work, Kurenai Yuhi was a woman who loved drinking just like Tsunade. I don't know if Hong can drink a lot. If not, then he is unlucky. Just then, a breeze blew, and Uchiha Mirai looked up and saw Hatake Kakashi coming to him with a wine glass. Mirai, you taught me another lesson today. No matter how big the gap between us is, I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes one day. After saying that, Hatake Kakashi drank the wine in his hand, and a blush appeared on his face. Looking at Hatake Kakashi's eyes, full of fighting spirit, Uchiha Mirai could feel that Kakashi had changed a lot, and his personality had gradually become more cheerful. Most importantly, Kakashi regained the desire to become stronger. In this way, perhaps in the near future, Kakashi will become a capable subordinate of his. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirai raised the wine glass in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Kakashi, I look forward to that day. Land of the Uchiha tribe. In the dense forest behind the ancestral hall, a few wooden blocks stood alone in the open space, and then a kunai was shot out from a distance. The moment the kunai approached the wooden pier, Uchiha Mirai's figure appeared out of nowhere. Rasengan! Boom! Countless wood chips flew everywhere, and the wooden pier broke into pieces. Ah, something still feels a little off. Uchiha Mirai stood there with a troubled look on his face. Since he got the Flying Thunder God, he would set aside some time every day to practice. But until now, he has not been able to be as smooth as when Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique. Because every time he teleports through the Flying Thunder God technique, he needs a certain amount of reaction time to analyze the positions of both the enemy and us, so as to determine the next offensive action. Although the time was short, it did not have much impact when facing those weak ninjas. But Uchiha Mirai knew that once he had to face those strong people above Kage level, this sense of sluggishness would make the Flying Thunder God technique lose its original weirdness. In a battle between strong men, the slightest gap could be infinitely widened. This kind of defect is what Uchiha Mirai absolutely does not want to see. It seems that it is unlikely to improve my reaction speed through training. In this case, we can only go to Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Mirai muttered. Now he could only pray that Namikaze Minato also had that special physique. Otherwise, even if he had a plundering system, it would not be realistic for him to improve his reaction speed. Mirai, you're here? Looking at the lunchbox in Uchiha Mirai's hand, Uzumaki Kushina showed a warm smile on his face. Originally, he was quite unhappy about Uchiha Mirai taking up Minato's time every day. After all, Minato often needs to go out on missions, and the two of them don't have much time together. But after eating the food prepared by Uchiha Mirai, Uzumaki Kushina's attitude changed 180 degrees. No way. The novel foods that Uchiha Mirai brought were so delicious that she couldn't refuse them. Kushina, please pay attention to your facial expressions. Drooling over food is not a very nice thing to do. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Uzumaki Kushina snorted. You should tell your girlfriend about these requests. Grabbing the lunchbox from Uchiha Mirai's hand, Uzumaki Kushina turned around and shouted, Minato! Here I come. Namikaze Minato ran out of the room and said to Uzumaki Kushina, Kushina, don't forget to leave some food for me this time. I see. The first few times it was because I was distracted while reading a novel. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's impatient look, Namikaze Minato put his hand on Uchiha Mirai's shoulder. Mirai, let's finish this quickly, otherwise I'll be hungry again later. After saying that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and took Uchiha Mirai to the place where they usually trained. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the two started fighting directly. As soon as half an hour passed, Namikaze Minato immediately stopped sparring. Mirai, that's all for today. I'm going back now. Looking at Namikaze Minato disappearing on the spot, Uchiha Mirai's mouth twitched. This guy's movements are really smooth. But Uchiha Mirai wasn't unhappy at all. After all, Namikaze Minato always tried his best whenever he sparred with him. Being able to fight against such a strong man every day is of great help to his improvement in all aspects. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Uchiha Mirai's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Extreme Reaction Nerve. Uchiha Mirai's face suddenly became excited. Extreme Reaction Nerve? What he wanted finally came. His guess was correct. Namikaze Minato's physique should also be a special physique similar to Sage Body, so he was able to plunder it through the plundering system in the form of battle rewards and become his own ability. Uchiha Mirai looked at his attribute panel. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 215. Spiritual power, 207. Chakra 210. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Magnet style, Gold Sand. Ninjutsu. Others, Shiki Fujin, 4-symbol seal, 8 inner gates technique, Kagura Heart's Eye, 8 sign seal, adamantine sealing chains, contract seal, Uzumaki Sage Body, extreme reaction nerve. Looking at the densely packed attribute panel, Uchiha Mirai nodded with satisfaction. In addition to the extreme reaction nerve he had just obtained during the period after the Chunin exam, he also plundered a lot of rewards from Namikaze Minato. Most of them were sealing techniques, which was quite a harvest. In this world, sealing techniques are a very special thing, and there's almost nothing that cannot be sealed by sealing techniques. Ninjas of the Amaterasu Flame, tailed beasts, dragon veins, impure world reincarnation, and even those as strong as Otsutsuki Kagaya will also be sanctioned by the sealing technique. It can be said that, Any sealing technique is extremely precious. Now that you have obtained the reward you wanted, let's go to the tribe's land and experience it for ourselves. Uchiha Mirai chuckled and headed in the direction of the Uchiha clan's land. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Mirai's figure kept flickering in the dense forest and disappeared immediately after each appearance. At the same time, where he disappeared, the trunks of the trees would leave traces of attack at the same height. After a long time, Uchiha Mirai stopped and looked at his masterpiece. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. After possessing the extreme reaction nerve, his reaction speed is simply outrageous. The lag that was originally felt when using Flying Thunder God technique has completely disappeared, and it is incredibly smooth. Moreover, the extreme reaction nerve does more than just make Flying Thunder God easier to use. Combined with 3 Tomo Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision, various attack methods can be easily used while moving at high speed. Uchiha Mirai feels that he is now extremely powerful. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood, leaning back in his chair, puffing out cigarettes one after another. In front of him was the intelligence that had just been sent from the front line. The third Raikage of Cloud, Shinobi Village, died in a Wagakure. It is said that he was besieged by tens of thousands of ninjas led by the third Tsuchikage Inoki, and died of exhaustion after holding out for 3 days and 3 nights. According to intelligence, the third Raikage led several elite ninjas to form a decapitation team and wanted to launch a surprise attack on a Wagakure. However, due to the leakage of intelligence, he was ambushed by Oinoki. In order to protect his men and escape, he chose to stay behind alone. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen had only one comment: reckless man. Those guys in Cloud Shinobi Village are just a bunch of brainless fools. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. Although his teacher, Senju Tobarama, made the same move as the third Raikage back then, and chose to take the initiative to cover their retreat in order to protect them, he was eventually killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku, 2 rebel ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village. Such an action once left a deep impression on him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen now disagrees with it. As he grew older, his views on many things changed dramatically. Ing is the soul of a village and should be stationed in the center. How can he put himself in danger? A reckless man like Third Raikage, who does things without considering the consequences, does not understand politics at all. Now that he's dead, Cloud Shinobi Village is probably in chaos, right? If it were him, he would never make the same choice. But it's a good thing this way, as Cloud Shinobi Village and a Wagakure will attack each other, and Konoha will be able to reap the benefits. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the office door. "Come in." "Hokage-sama, this is bad." Looking at Umbu, who hurried in, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "What's the matter?" "The ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village attacked our forward camp." "What?" Hearing Umbu's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and immediately stood up from his seat. "Hokage-sama, this is a secret report from the front line." Taking the information scroll from Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. Although such information seemed outrageous to him, he also knew that no one would joke with him about such a thing. What's going on in these idiots' heads? Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The third Raikage died at the hands of the Wagakure ninja. According to normal logic, shouldn't you, Cloud Shinobi Village, seek revenge on a Wagakure? Why are you attacking Konoha? Do you think he is easy to bully? Go get Orochimaru. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his swollen head, feeling a sense of powerlessness rising in his heart. The war with Sunagakure was already enough of a headache for him, and now there was another Cloud Shinobi Village. In the dark, Iwagakure and Kirigakure are watching closely. If the Ninja World War breaks out again, will Konoha be able to hold out under the siege of other villages like it did before? 3 days later, after receiving the order from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Mirai set out for the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi Village that day. During this period, Uchiha Taijima even came to him specially and was even willing to give up part of the Uchiha clan's interests in order to keep Uchiha Mirai in the village. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was tempted by that condition. However, Uchiha Mirai firmly refused such a request and insisted on going to the battlefield in Cloud Shinobi Village. That positive look made Sarutobi Hiruzen more confident in his plan. That's a meat grinder that can cost you your life if you're not careful. No matter what kind of ninja, they would not want to seek excitement on the battlefield. But a genius who came from a wealthy ninja clan and had the strong support of his family behind him actually resolutely chose to go to the battlefield. Isn't this a manifestation of inheriting the will of fire? Fortunately, he did not listen to Danzo's advice at the beginning. Otherwise, such a good seedling would have been wasted. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Uchiha Mirai, who possessed this kind of awareness, would become a sharp blade in his hand that could stab the Uchiha clan at any time. Uchiha Mirai naturally had no idea what was going on in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind as he was gradually becoming a disembodied person. With his current power, he doesn't need to care what people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo think. If you annoy him, the worst that can happen is that you will break up with him in advance. There was only one reason why he wanted to go to the battlefield, and that was to plunder rewards by killing enemies. After 2 days of traveling at full speed, Uchiha Mirai saw Orochimaru, the commander-in-chief, at the base camp. Upon seeing Uchiha Mirai, Orochimaru did not bother to hide the interest in his eyes. If Uchiha Mirai didn't know that Orochimaru was interested in his body, he would really think that this guy had some special fetish. Mirai-kun, I've heard of your name for a long time. This is the first time I see you today. Nice to meet you. Orochimaru stretched out his slightly pale right hand towards Uchiha Mirai. Nice to meet you. I wonder what the situation is on the front line now. Uchiha Mirai smiled and didn't go to shake Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru wasn't angry, but took out a map and began to explain. The Cloud Shinobi village has more ninjas than us, but the overall strength of the ninjas is not as good as the ninjas in our village. Except for the fact that we were caught off guard by the enemy's sneak attack at the beginning, the situation has gradually stabilized now. It's just that, in terms of high-end combat power, there's a huge gap between us and Cloud Shinobi Village. At this point, Orochimaru sighed. Especially AI and Killer Bee. The two of them have been making surprise attacks on Konoha's ninjas everywhere, causing heavy casualties. Moreover, they never fought Konoha head-on, but just ran away after fighting every time. Even if he was ambushed once, he would be unable to do anything to those two guys on his own. Mirai-kun, do you have any ideas for this? Orochimaru asked while looking at Uchiha Mirai. He has always been very stubborn, but for some reason, he really wanted to hear what the young man in front of him thought. In response to the question thrown by Orochimaru, Uchiha Mirai said calmly, "This matter is not as difficult to solve as you think." Oh, Orochimaru was a little surprised. Could it be that this recognized young genius really has some good idea? Seeing Orochimaru's curious look, Uchiha Mirai smiled slightly. It's simple. We just need to kill more people than them. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he heard Uchiha Mirai's words. He had indeed never thought of this idea before. In terms of overall strength, Cloud Shinobi Village is much worse than Konoha. If they were to kill each other's lower-level ninjas, then Cloud Shinobi Village would be the one to have a headache. Mirai-kun, it seems that you have some special strengths that allowed you to be sent here to help when the other companions can only perform tasks such as escorting supplies. Well then, I will assign 2 Jonin to form a surprise attack team with you later. You will be responsible for carrying out the mission of clearing out the Cloud Shinobi Village Genin and the Chunin team. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Mirai shook his head. No, I prefer to carry out missions alone. Yes, but be careful. Orochimaru didn't say anything, but waved at Uchiha Mirai. Mirai-kun, go and rest for a while. As a commander, he needs to formulate the mission as quickly as possible. If he can accumulate enough reputation on this battlefield, there will be no obstacles on his path to becoming Hokage. By then, he would have enough rights to experiment with everything he wanted. The Fire Nation border. Uchiha Mirai quickly shuttled through the dense forest. After arriving at a place far away from Konoha's headquarters, Uchiha Mirai closed his eyes silently. Kagura hard eyes. As his perception spread, countless red dots appeared in Uchiha Mirai's mind. Each red dot represents a ninja. Let's start with the closest one. Uchiha Mirai opened his eyes and quickly disappeared from the spot. A week had passed since he arrived at the front line. During this week, Orochimaru listened to Uchiha Mirai's advice and began to send various surprise attack teams to continuously attack the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village, and achieved very good results. Uchiha Mirai also killed many Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas during this time and looted many rewards. After all, possessing Kagura's mind eyes, he is like having a god's perspective. No matter what kind of disguise Cloud Shinobi used, he couldn't escape his perception. Moreover, because the perception range of Kagura's mind's eye is as long as 10 kilometers, the perception ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were unable to detect his whereabouts. It could be said that this battlefield has become his back garden where he can wander around at will. Hurry up and explore this area, then we will retreat. A burly Cloud Shinobi urged. Got it. We don't want to waste time. The other Cloud Shinobi sighed. The war on the border has become increasingly tense recently, and many teams that went out to collect intelligence have mysteriously disappeared. Even several Jonin were missing. Under such circumstances, the intelligence gathering team has been replaced by Chunin and Jonin instead of Jinin and Chunin. Their team is composed of 1 Jonin and 2 elite Chunin. But even so, there are still many casualties in the village every day. In this situation, staying outside for 1 more second means 1 more point of danger. Just after the 3 of them checked a part of the area, a black figure suddenly rushed towards them. Enemy attack. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village immediately drew their weapons and got into fighting stances. When they saw that the enemy coming was only a teenager, the 3 Cloud Shinobi looked at each other and rushed towards the boy at the same time. On the battlefield, they will not underestimate any opponent. But before they could make a move, the 3 Cloud Shinobi felt their bodies losing control. Looking down, they saw that the shadows under their feet had connected with a group of shadows without them knowing when. The next second, a large amount of golden gold sand swallowed their bodies. Sandfall funeral. Phew. Except for the Jonin who used a secret technique to break free from the shadow binding at the last moment. The other 2 Cloud Shinobi were directly crushed into a pool of meat paste. Magnet-style bloodline limit. Is it Sunagekyu's Raza? The Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village quickly retreated, their eyes filled with horror. This iconic bloodline limit is easy to recognize. In the ninja world, no one except Raza has the ability to control gold sand. But he couldn't understand why Luo Sha would come all the way from Sunagakure to attack them. Judging from the current situation, Cloud Shinobi Village and Sunagakure should have the same goal, right? Looking back, the young man who was chasing him had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes were full of indifference. At the same time, a kunai was thrown from his hand and flew towards him at a high speed. Whoosh! Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin dodged sideways, the kunai flying past him as he increased his speed to ultimate. It is suspected that Sunagakure Raza appeared nearby and attacked them. He must pass such important information back to the village. But what he didn't expect was that the young man who was dozens of meters away from him suddenly appeared in front of him. Rasengan! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution, +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Thunderblade technique, falling thunder. Following the system's prompt, the black-haired boy directly used fire style to burn the bodies of the 3 Cloud Shinobi. Then, he rushed towards the next target without stopping. The killing continued until after sunset. In just one day, Uchiha Mirai eliminated more than a dozen ninja teams. More than 30 Cloud Shinobi died in his hands. This is because the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village are too scattered. Otherwise, there would definitely be many more ninjas who died at his hands. Kagura's Heart's Eye, Flying Thunder God Technique, Rasengan, Shadow Binding Technique, Chidori, Magnet-Style Bloodline Limit. With various powerful trump cards working together, Uchiha Mirai is like a killing god, chopping melons and vegetables along the way. Even the elite Jonin could not stop him in the face of his endless combo skills. That's all for today. Looking at the skyrocketing attribute panel, Uchiha Mirai left in the direction of Konoha's headquarters with satisfaction. These days, the gain in attribute points alone is close to 300 points. Even he himself felt that this growth rate was a bit outrageous. If he didn't kill enemies on the battlefield, it would take him a year to collect all these attribute points based on battle rewards alone. Cloud Shinobi Village. Snap! With a roar, the huge solid wood desk instantly shattered into pieces. AI's entire body was wrapped in arcs of electricity, and his murderous intent filled the entire room. Hole. What the hell is going on? Why do we lose so many ninjas? Didn't you collect any useful information? Originally, with his and Killer Bee's participation, the war was going smoothly. Konoha was losing ground in order to guard against their surprise attack. But starting from a few days ago, ninjas on their side began to disappear one after another. Up to now, there's been no news of 20 Jonin. The number of Genin and Chunin is even more numerous. If this continues, they might as well just surrender. Lord AI, Konoha is very likely to have adopted the same countermeasures as us, choosing to form a surprise attack team specifically to attack the ninja team we sent out to gather intelligence. That's why the current situation has occurred. Mabai analyzed calmly. When AI was furious, she was the only one who dared to speak up. Of course I know this. What I wonder now is, why can they do this? Even if the other party adopted the same strategy as him, it would not be an easy task to find their ninjas along the long border. There's only one possibility that could have caused such heavy casualties to them. Konoha knew the location of their ninja team very well. That's something I've never been able to figure out. Mabai frowned. The locations and missions of the various ninja teams in Cloud Shinobi Village were not clear to AI and Killer Bee, except for her as the general commander. In this case, how was Konoha able to ambush their team so accurately? No matter what, gather the ninjas and launch a full-scale attack on Konoha when we are ready. Hearing AI's words, Mabai nodded. Cloud Shinobi Village can't afford it. Since the previous strategy has been cracked by Konoha, the only way to win this war is to fight quickly and decisively. Late at night, Uchiha Mirai rushed towards the Konoha camp somewhat disappointed. Throughout the entire day today, he had not found a suitable Cloud Shinobi Village ninja team to attack. All the militants seemed to have retreated back into the camp. Have we gone too far in this period of time? Uchiha Mirai silently reflected. There may be too many Cloud Shinobi who died at his hands during this period. So before the Cloud Shinobi Village comes up with a countermeasure, it is very likely that it will no longer send ninja teams to harass Konoha as before. After all, dozens of ninjas were lost every day, including some Jonin. No ninja village can afford such a loss. While Uchiha Mirai was thinking, dozens of lion majesties quickly wrapped around his body, opened their mouths, and bit him hard. Quack, quack, quack. Uchiha Mirai's body transformed into dozens of crows and scattered. At the same time, a huge fireball fell from the sky and swallowed all the lion majesties. Smelling the aroma of meat gradually wafting into the air, Uchiha Mirai looked towards the dense forest beside him. Orochimaru, come out. As expected of Mirai-kun, you are really perceptive. Orochimaru smiled and walked out from the shadows. In the moonlight, his unusually fair face revealed an undisguised murderous intent. What do you want to do? Uchiha Mirai asked calmly as he looked at Orochimaru. I just want to ask Mirai-kun a question. Orochimaru saw that Uchiha Mirai was not affected at all, so he put away his murderous intention. According to my intelligence, the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village have suffered heavy losses these days, and are now even in retreat. But I investigated other surprise attack teams that were sent out. Although they achieved certain results, they only killed less than 100 people in total. Such a loss is insignificant to Cloud Shinobi Village and is unlikely to cause a guy like AI to make the decision he is making now. Orochimaru spoke out his analysis bit by bit. After thinking about it, the only possible thing that could happen to you, Mirai-kun. Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow. So? Orochimaru's eyes flashed. So let me see how you do this, Mirai-kun. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru's arms transformed into dozens of lion majesties, which opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. Wind style, wind cutting technique. The sharp wind blade cut all the poisonous tongues in half. Then, Uchiha Mirai kept making seals with both hands. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Wind style, a great breakthrough. The flames like a sea of fire engulfed everything in front of them, and Uchiha Mirai quickly retreated. Where he had been standing, Orochimaru burst out from the ground with the Kusanagi sword in his mouth. Clang! Uchiha Mirai drew his sword to block Orochimaru's attack, and the two soon began to fight. Mirai-kun, you really surprise me more and more. Orochimaru looked at the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Mirai's eyes, a curious look on his face. Whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, the young man in front of him performed outstandingly and was not at all inferior even when facing him. Is it really possible for a boy who just graduated from ninja school a year ago to do such a thing? Recalling the scene when he first met Uchiha Mirai, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh. Although Uchiha Mirai defeated Hatake Kakashi at that time, he was still very immature in his eyes. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, the other party has grown to this level. Orochimaru, that's enough for today. Uchiha Mirai swung his sword and forced Orochimaru back. There's no point in continuing to fight. Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Mirai-kun, are you saying that my strength is not even qualified for you to use your trump card? I've really been underestimated. As the apprentice of the third Hokage, it had been a long time since Orochimaru had made a name for himself, and no one had spoken to him like this. 10,000 Snakes Formation. Orochimaru lay prone on the ground. Thousands of lion majesties crawled out of his mouth, and soon surrounded Uchiha Mirai within a few dozen meters. Mirai-kun, each of these lion majesties is extremely poisonous. If you get bit by one, you will most likely lose your life. Whether you can survive depends on your own ability. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the lion majesty on the ground immediately pounced towards Uchiha Mirai at the same time. Knowing Orochimaru's character, he would not give up easily unless he was taught a profound lesson. Uchiha Mirai snorted and threw the long sword in his hand towards Orochimaru at the last moment. Is that all? Looking at the incoming sword, Orochimaru dodged it easily. I originally thought that Uchiha Mirai had some unknown trump card, but I didn't expect that at the critical moment of life and death, he couldn't even launch a decent attack. Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment and released the summoning of the 10,000 Snakes Formation. But the next second, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank. Uchiha Mirai, who was supposed to be lying on the ground dying and waiting for him to save him, disappeared. A huge sense of crisis rose from the bottom of my heart. Orochimaru's intuition of having been on the brink of life and death many times made him sense the breath of death. Rasengan! Boom! Orochimaru's body was knocked out, breaking several giant trees before crashing heavily to the ground. It was a close call. I almost died. The new body crawled out of his mouth, and Orochimaru looked at the Uchiha Mirai in front of him with lingering fear. If he hadn't used the Great Snake-style body replacement technique at the last moment, that attack would have most likely killed him on the spot. Only, how did Uchiha Mirai, who should have been devoured by the 10,000 snakes, appear silently behind him? Orochimaru's eyes unconsciously looked at the long knife stuck in the tree trunk where he was just standing, and the expression on his face gradually became shocked. Could it be that? Chidori. Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Orochimaru looked at his heart, pierced by Uchiha Mirai in disbelief. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprentice, Orochimaru is no stranger to Konoha's various forbidden techniques. The one used by Uchiha Mirai is definitely the Flying Thunder God technique. Only this kind of spatial movement could evade his perception and appear beside him without any warning. Only, Orochimaru was not thinking about why Uchiha Mirai was able to master the Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden technique sealed in the Book of Seals, but was thinking about another question. If Uchiha Mirai used his own weapon, the long sword, as a medium for the first time to perform the Flying Thunder God technique, how did he suddenly appear beside him this time? Orochimaru, you have seen my trump card. Whether you can survive depends on your own ability. Uchiha Mirai did not choose to kill Orochimaru. It would be such a pity if such a crazy scientist died here. What's more, with Orochimaru's endless means of saving his life, he didn't believe that the other party would be killed so easily. Mirai-kun, you really surprised me. Just as Uchiha Mirai thought, another layer of snake skin was shed, and Orochimaru crawled out of his original body panting. Although he looked a little disheveled, there were no signs of injury on his body. However, although the body replacement technique of the Great Snake style can block all the damage received, the consumption of chakra is extremely huge. After performing it twice in a row, even Orochimaru felt a little tired. But compared to the physical fatigue, Uchiha Mirai's performance today shocked him even more. Not only was he able to hold his own against him in taijutsu and swordsmanship, he also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. Uchiha Mirai was able to use the Rasengan, and Orochimaru was still able to understand it. It was no secret that the other party had close ties with Namake's Minato. But Uchiha Mirai used the Flying Thunder God technique, and Orochimaru couldn't understand it at all. This is a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals. Without the Hokage's permission, other ninjas will never have the opportunity to practice it. What kind of deal did Uchiha Mirai reach with Namake's Minato that would make the other party risk being labeled a traitor and teach him the Flying Thunder God technique? Seeing Orochimaru's puzzled look, Uchiha Mirai naturally didn't explain anything. He put the long sword back, looked at Orochimaru, and spoke slowly. Orochimaru, let's make a deal. What deal? Orochimaru asked, somewhat confused. When I take control of Konoha village, you come and help me, and I will provide you with all the resources you want. Orochimaru was stunned when he heard Uchiha Mirai's words. Mirai-kun, do you know what you were talking about? Uchiha Mirai chuckled and said, You don't believe what I said? Orochimaru remained silent. The Uchiha clan ninjas are indeed a bunch of lunatics. He admitted that Uchiha Mirai was strong, but that was it. If he hadn't expected that the other party had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he would never have been defeated so easily in today's battle. Moreover, no matter how strong a person is, he will appear very small when facing a behemoth like a village. Take control of the entire village? What a joke. Even though he had the title of Hokage's disciple and had worked in Konoha for decades, he did not dare to say such words. And Orochimaru set his sights on Uchiha Mirai. Mirai-kun, have you forgotten that I will be the next Hokage? Did you make a deal with the wrong person? Orochimaru warned. If Uchiha Mirai wants to control the entire village, she will inevitably stand on the opposite side of him. How can the two of them cooperate? Uchiha Mirai couldn't help but laugh when he heard Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru, you can't be Hokage. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, and a dangerous aura appeared on him again. Mirai-kun, what do you mean by that? Is there someone in this village who is more suitable to be the Hokage than me? Hearing Orochimaru's question, Uchiha Mirai spoke calmly. You should know Shimura Danzo's ambition, right? He will definitely spread the news of what you did during the Hokage election. Just the fact that they secretly conducted human experiments is enough to make you unable to turn over. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face became stiff. Mirai-kun, I really underestimated you. You even know such a thing. However, given my prestige in the village, even if Shimura Danzo does something like this, it will not affect the outcome of the matter. Orochimaru said confidently. He has always been very careful, and when he conducted human experiments, he always carried out them at the root experimental base and never left any handles. Moreover, after the Second Ninja World War and the reputation he had accumulated over such a long period of time, there were countless ninjas supporting him. It is not so easy for Shimura Danzo to destroy his reputation by relying on rumors. Of course, it won't work if it's just Shimura Danzo, but what if the third Hokage is also secretly pushing this? Hearing Uchiha Mirai's words, Orochimaru's expression finally turned ugly. What do you want to say? Orochimaru, you think that your current prestige and power will help you win the election for Hokage, but in fact, the opposite is true. It means that you will be out of control. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. You have completely lost what a civilian ninja should be like. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not allow you to take the stage. My eyes have seen you, Mirai. Looking at the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan, Orochimaru was in a trance for a moment. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and having served under him for so many years, he knew his teacher very well. After thinking about it carefully, Orochimaru felt that what Uchiha Mirai said was not impossible. How about it? Do you want to agree to my terms? After giving Orochimaru some time to think, Uchiha Mirai spoke again. You don't need to pay anything, you just need to make me a promise. Orochimaru suddenly smiled. Mirai-kun, you really impressed me. I was almost convinced by you. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Uchiha Mirai shrugged. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Time will tell us the answer. One day you will see me on a throne. Listening to Uchiha Mirai's confident speech, Orochimaru put away his smile, stood up from the ground, and looked meaningfully. Mirai-kun, aren't you afraid that I will tell others about your affairs? The Hokage is my teacher. Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, I know it costs extra money. Just kidding. Since I'm telling you these things, I'm not afraid of you talking nonsense outside. Uchiha Mirai waved his hand and walked towards the camp. My conditions remain the same. You can always come to me. After he left, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable emotion rising in his heart. As far as he could remember, he had never encountered a situation like today. In front of Uchiha Mirai, it was as if everything was seen through him. Could it be that things will really develop as Uchiha Mirai said? After a while, Orochimaru adjusted his mentality. A smile appeared on his face again, and he murmured softly, Mirai-kun, since you were so sure, let's wait and see. I will definitely find out what secrets you are hiding. Panel. Uchiha Mirai's mind moved, and a translucent light curtain appeared before his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 315. Spiritual power, 302. Chakra 311. Bloodline limit, Sharingan. Magnet style, gold sand. Ninjutsu. Other. Looking at the attribute points that have all exceeded 300, Uchiha Mirai's mouth curled up slightly. In just half a month, the attribute points he plundered increased by more than 300 points. Coupled with the improvement of Uzumaki's sage body, now his physical indicators have reached a terrifying level. Even compared to the rakeage of Cloud Shinobi Village, his physical fitness is not much inferior. Even in terms of chakra and mental strength, he is even more powerful. His current body is far from reaching its peak condition. If he were given a little more time, and his Uzumaki Sage body fully developed, coupled with the attribute points plundered during that time, Uchiha Mirai couldn't imagine how strong his physical body would be. Mirai-sama, Orochimaru-sama requests that you come over. New. Following the ninja outside the door to Orochimaru's tent, Uchiha Mirai walked in alone. The two looked at each other and tacitly agreed that nothing had happened a few days ago. Orochimaru, what is the matter with you calling me here this time? Uchiha Mirai asked. Orochimaru had a sick smile on his face. Mirai-kun, according to the tip-off, a large number of Cloud Shinobi Village ninja troops are stationed in the territory of the Land of Soup and the Land of Sound. All of our bases in the two countries have been occupied. It seems like they are planning to go to war with us. The Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Fields are two countries located between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. As countries without even a ninja village, every time there is unrest in the ninja world, these small countries will become the main battlefield for the confrontation between the big countries, in order to prevent the war from spreading to the big country's homeland. This can be considered a tacit understanding among major countries. The weak will be beaten, which is vividly reflected in this turbulent ninja world. Now that the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have eradicated all of Konoha's strongholds in the land of rice and the land of hot springs, their next step will most likely be a full-scale invasion of the land of fire. In order to prevent the Fire Nation from being affected by the war, they must take the initiative to drive the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village out of the border between the two countries. What do you plan this? Uchiha Mirai sat in his seat, watching as Orochimaru spoke quietly. Orochimaru came to him. He must have had some plan. Mirai-kun, I just hope you can help me at a critical moment, that's all. After knowing Uchiha Mirai's strength, Orochimaru put him on an equal footing with himself, so his tone was more of a request than an order. Just do it boldly. I will take action at the right time. Orochimaru felt relieved when Uchiha Mirai agreed straight away. If Uchiha Mirai chooses to attack, then he won't have to worry about AI and Killer Bee teaming up to attack him. When will we act? Tonight. Late at night. Thick dark clouds blocked out all the moonlight, and the earth was pitch black without a single light. Uchiha Mirai activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan and sneaked quickly in the dark, killing all the sentries in Cloud Shinobi Village wherever he passed. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. With the super perception of Kagura's mind's eye, Konoha's ninja troops are getting closer and closer to the camp of Cloud Shinobi Village. When the two sides were less than a kilometer apart, the camp of Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly lit up. Then there was a burst of chaotic noise. Seeing this, Orochimaru pulled out a flare from his arms and fired it high into the sky. Bang! Dazzling fireworks lit up the surroundings, and the ninjas of Konoha Village charged at the same time. Kill! The shouts of killing resounded through the sky. For a ninja, a distance of 1 kilometer was just a blink of an eye. Cloud Shinobi Village was caught off guard, and the formation in front was instantly disrupted by the Konoha Shinobi. In just a moment, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village suffered heavy casualties. However, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, the quality of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village is still very good. After sacrificing a certain number of ninjas, they gradually stabilized their formation. Damn it, it's those Konoha ninjas, kill them. Enemy attack. Don't sleep, get up and meet the enemy. You little rat who only knows how to sneak attack. Now you can have a taste of my power. As the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas deployed their formations, the two sides fought each other, and the war officially began. On a small hill not far away, Orochimaru looked at the ninjas who were already fighting each other with a serious face. Mirai-kun, it's time for us to take action too. No, I will follow the plan. Uchiha Mirai spoke lightly. Seeing this, Orochimaru bit his finger and said, summoning technique. Boom! A giant snake with purple stripes all over its body appeared at Orochimaru's feet. Orochimaru, what are you looking for me at this late hour? Manchi roared angrily. Believe it or not, I will eat you. Orochimaru was used to the irascible 10,000 snakes. After this time, I'll help you get more sacrifices. That's more like it. After hearing what Orochimaru said, Mandara snorted, how do we fight? Go to the battlefield ahead, break up the ninja formations from the Cloud Shinobi Village, and kill as many enemies as possible. Looking in the direction Orochimaru pointed, Wan Shi sneered, tell your guys to stay away from me. I don't have the energy to distinguish these bugs. I see. Take us there first. After hearing what Orochimaru said, Mandrake realized that there seemed to be more than one Orochimaru on his head. Orochimaru, who's the other brat? Do you think anyone can step on my head? Wan Shi roared in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, he felt a pain on the top of his head, and then he saw a young man with long black hair appear in front of him. The young man's eyes were blood red, and a cold, ominous power continued to emanate from the other person's eyes. Looking at Wan Shi, the young man said coldly, Wan Shi, your noise makes me a little upset. Uchiha's eyes. Seeing the young man's eyes, Wan Shi felt a thorn in his side. Its keen intuition told it that it should not provoke the young man in front of it. Making an instant decision in his mind, Wanshi decided to endure it for the time being. Without saying a word, the 10,000 snakes twisted their huge bodies and crawled quickly towards where the Cloud Shinobi village was. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was stunned. He knew Wanshi's temper very well. Even if he faced him, he would fight with him if they had a disagreement. But now that his head had been pierced by Uchiha Mirai, he had no reaction at all. There is only one possibility for this to happen. In Manda's perception, Uchiha Mirai is much more dangerous than him. Could it be that, when Uchiha Mirai fought him that day, he was far from using his full strength? How did this kid manage to possess such strong power in such a short time? With summoning beasts like Manda joining the battlefield, it immediately caused heavy casualties to the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. The attacks released by those ordinary Genin and Chunin were like tickling to Manda. I'm leaving first. Seeing that the Cloud Shinobi Village's formation had been disrupted by the 10,000 snakes, Uchiha Mirai no longer hesitated and activated the body flicker technique to disappear from above the 10,000 snakes' heads. Seeing Uchiha Mirai suddenly appear, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were startled at first, and then they surrounded Uchiha Mirai. "You arrogant little Konoha brat! You actually dare to come here? Are you looking down on your Cloud Shinobi grandpa? Hole, kill him. He's actually a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Ha ha. What a feat that's come right to my doorstep. Dig out his eyes, and we in Cloud Shinobi Village will have a Sharingan in the future." Listening to the arrogant voices of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, Uchiha Mirai raised his hand and broke the neck of a Cloud Shinobi Village ninja, with a look of contempt on his face. "Do you want to dance too?" The three Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and Uchiha Mirai was like a graceful dancer, dancing gracefully surrounded by the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Every time he attacked, he could accurately take the life of a Cloud Shinobi Village ninja. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Chakra +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Spiritual power +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Too slow. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Uchiha Mirai snorted in dissatisfaction. It's so hard to get such an opportunity. It would be a waste if we could only reap the rewards with such efficiency. The next second, Uchiha Mirai's hands quickly formed seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! A series of white mist dissipated, and Uchiha Mirai and a dozen shadow clones formed a circle and began to form seals at the same time. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Wind style, a great breakthrough. With the help of wind style ninjutsu, the flames turned into a sea of fire that engulfed everything in all directions. A large number of screams were heard, and a burnt smell filled the air. At the same time, the system prompts kept ringing in Uchiha Mirai's mind. This is the efficiency that matters. Uchiha Mirai smiled with satisfaction. But in the eyes of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, his smile looked like a demon from hell, full of madness and bloodshed. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for so many of us. Just hold on. This brat will eventually run out of chakra. A Cloud Shinobi who resembled a commander shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Mirai stabbed his heart. Your idea is good, but unfortunately, you will never see that moment. Just then, a flash of blue lightning cut through the darkness. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster with a bull's head and an octopus's body quickly rushed towards the 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru, you be *******D. Tonight is the night you die. Brother's right. Konoha will be repelled by us. Maybe it will be a bit tiring tonight, but if we don't try hard, it may be considered a crime. Bye, shut up. Boom. AI and the fully transformed Killer Bee rushed towards Orochimaru and Manda respectively. With the addition of these two people, Cloud Shinobi Village finally stopped its one-sided decline. On the contrary, Orochimaru and Mando were forced to retreat step by step. After just one glance, Uchiha Mirai withdrew his gaze and began to concentrate on harvesting the lives of the surrounding ninjas. Maybe because Orochimaru and Mando were delayed, the elite ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village began to gather towards him. Haha, Lord AI and Lord Killer Bee are here to support us. Konoha Village will definitely be defeated. Kill this arrogant Uchiha brat. You've killed so many of our companions. Don't even think about escaping today. Go to hell, be *******D. Although these elite ninjas could not put any pressure on Uchiha Mirai, they greatly reduced his efficiency in killing enemies. Uchiha Mirai simply didn't want to continue fighting with them, but used the Flying Thunder God technique to move directly to another place. What's going on? Why did this guy suddenly appear here? At present, when the Flying Thunder God technique has not yet become popular, few people in the ninja world are aware of the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the eyes of these Cloud Shinobi, Uchiha Mirai is like a ghost. Every time when they are surrounded, he can appear out of thin air in a place where their strength is weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. A large number of ordinary Cloud Shinobi died at the hands of Uchiha Mirai, and the elite Cloud Shinobi were so angry that their teeth were about to break. Every time they were about to surround Uchiha Mirai would appear in another place. They ran around several times in a row, but to no avail, and instead they became very tired. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Mirai gradually became excited. He turned a war into a lawn mowing game. The rapidly increasing attribute points kept his body in peak condition. If given enough time, Uchiha Mirai even felt that he could kill all the tens of thousands of Cloud Shinobi present by himself. As casualties increased, finally, the Cloud Shinobi near Uchiha Mirai collapsed. After countless attempts and hundreds of lives lost, they were sure of one thing. If we keep fighting, everyone will die at the hands of this Uchiha demon. Then, a magical scene appeared. Uchiha Mirai, whose body was soaked in blood and looked like a devil escaping from hell, chased thousands of Cloud Shinobi everywhere. In front of him, all these militants had thrown away their weapons. There's only one thought in their minds now: escape. Only if you run fast enough and far enough will you have hope of surviving the devil. Their disarray set off a chain of reactions. The Cloud Shinobi who were unaware of the truth saw their companions running for their lives, and in order to avoid being trampled and crushed, they could only turn around and run away. This scene stunned all the ninjas of Konoha. What's going on? The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were killed by Uchiha Mirai alone. Boom! The huge body of the Wanshi was once again knocked away, leaving a deep groove on the ground. Orochimaru, I did my best. Remember your promise. If the sacrifice does not satisfy me, you will die. After Wanshi finished speaking, his body turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared on the spot. Orochimaru was also knocked away by AI's punch. What on earth is Mirai doing? Orochimaru was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, and he almost couldn't help but curse. According to the original plan, after AI and Killer Bee appeared, Uchiha Mirai should have been the first to join him in fighting the brothers. But up to now, he hasn't even seen the shadow of Uchiha Mirai. Now Wanshi has taken the initiative to cancel the summoning technique. He alone cannot withstand the combined attack of two top Kage-level powerhouses. Is it all I can do to retreat first? Orochimaru was somewhat unwilling, but he had no choice. If he faced AI and Killer Bee alone in his current state, he would most likely die here. But just as Orochimaru was about to signal to retreat, AI, who had been pestering him, suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and sped off in the other direction. Orochimaru looked at the battlefield in shock, and he realized that the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village had collapsed at some point. A figure covered in blood was following the group of Cloud Shinobi, continuously reaping lives. Orochimaru opened his mouth in disbelief, his face full of shock. During the time he was fighting AI and Killer Bee, Mirai-kun alone brought down the Cloud Shinobi Village's ninja army? Phew! After stabbing a Cloud Shinobi through the heart, Uchiha Mirai heard the system's prompt sound again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the reward. Constitution +1. Uchiha Mirai's mind moved, and a translucent sky blue panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Uchiha Mirai. Physique, 515. Spiritual power, 462. Chakra 461. Looking at his own three-dimensional attributes on the panel, Uchiha Mirai's face was full of excitement. In just one short night, his attributes had skyrocketed by nearly 600 points. Among them, the physical attribute has exceeded the 500 mark. The sudden increase in power made Uchiha Mirai a little dazed. He even had the illusion that he could destroy the ninja world with one punch. Besides this, Uchiha Mirai could feel that his 3-Tomo Sharingan had also changed a lot. The feeling of sourness, swelling, and numbness has lasted for a long time. At the same time, the pupil power has also seen a huge improvement. Uchiha Mirai had a hunch that it wouldn't be long before his 3-Tomo Sharingan would evolve again. Uchiha Mirai knew very well that if 3-Tomo Sharingan evolved again, it would be Mangekyo Sharingan. When Uchiha Mirai thought of the strange and powerful eye techniques of Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Tsukuyami Amaterasu distinguished Heavenly God's Flame control Kamui. If he awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan, what dojutsu will he gain? As for chakra, there is no need to say more. Even if he wants to go the route of humanoid self-propelled machine gun, he will not have to worry about the lack of chakra. Thinking of the humanoid self-propelled machine gun, Uchiha Mirai touched his nose. With his current reserve of ninjutsu, even a certain famous technician in the original work could not be compared with him. If he wanted to take the route of continuously releasing ninjutsu to bombard the enemy, it really wouldn't be a big problem. After just a brief thought, Uchiha Mirai decisively gave up the idea. If he keeps releasing ninjutsu, his hands will probably be disabled in no time. Unless he could become like Senju Hashirama, who could do whatever he wanted in the future, he would not try this fighting method. Sure enough, a large battlefield like this is the most suitable place for me. It's just that, I think I need a rest for a while after this to adjust my mentality and adapt to the sudden increase in strength. After feeling the harvest of tonight, Uchiha Mirai murmured to himself. Although his system is a killing-type plug-in, he does not want to become a ruthless killing machine. If he doesn't adjust his mindset in time after killing so many people, Uchiha Mirai is afraid that he will become so cold and indifferent that he feels that he is not of the same species as others. In that case, even if the entire ninja world surrendered to him, he probably wouldn't feel much pleasure. This is not about the saintly heart at work, but as a human being, once you lose your emotions, what is the difference between you and a walking corpse? At this moment, a sonic boom sounded, and at the same time an angry voice came from behind. Damn Konoha brat, I will kill you. AI was like a flash of blue lightning and instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Mirai. He raised his strong arms, clenched his fists, and smashed towards Uchiha Mirai. After sprinting over an ultra-long distance, AI's speed has reached ultimate. His attack, with the dual blessing of speed and strength, fell down with the power of thunder. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful shock wave spread out in all directions. The earth was shaking continuously, and smoke and dust were rising. But the next second, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, AI's body flew backwards like a cannonball, plowing a nearly kilometer-long ditch on the ground. How is this possible? Lord AI was actually knocked away. You must be kidding. Lord AI's fist would knock even 8 tails away with one punch. I must have been caught in an illusion. It is impossible for that Konoha brat to do such a thing with his frail body. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village exclaimed in unison. As the son of the third Raikage, they were all too familiar with AI's power. When 8 Tails went berserk, AI was able to rely on his physical strength to hold off 8 Tails. Now, after launching such an earth-shattering attack, He was actually knocked away by the opponent in the blink of an eye. How could there be such a pervert in this world? Unlike the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village, the ninjas from Konoha were all smiling. Originally, when they saw AI transform into thunder and attack Uchiha Mirai from behind, their hearts were in their throats, fearing that such a talented ninja like Uchiha Mirai would die. But what no one expected was that as fast as AI rushed over, he flew backwards at the same speed. This extremely fast reversal surprised many Konoha ninjas, and they all couldn't help but show joy on their faces. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. The guy from Cloud Shinobi Village aggressively went looking for trouble with Uchiha Mirai. I really thought he was so strong. Idiot. Ike is the third Raikage son, a recognized candidate for the fourth Raikage, and a monster with physical fitness comparable to that of a tailed beast. Do you really think he's weak? Is AI so strong? How did Uchiha Mirai do what he did just now? I don't know. Maybe he's stronger than AI? Gurgle. Hearing this conclusion, all the ninjas of Konoha looked at each other and couldn't help swallowing. Come to think of it, Uchiha Mirai was able to scare those brainless Cloud Shinobi into running away all by himself. That was really terrifying. Thinking back carefully, it seems that the reason we were able to win so easily today was because of Uchiha Mirai. Yes, fortunately, he is a ninja on our side. If he was on the other side, I really can't imagine how things would turn out. Just as everyone was talking, AI struggled to stand up from the ground and reconnected his dislocated arm with a click. His face looked grim, and his eyes were full of disbelief. With the help of lightning-style chakra mode, his physical fitness has reached an extremely terrifying level. He was fully aware of how terrifying his attack just now was. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Orochimaru wanted to take his punch head-on, he would be beaten to pieces. But just now, he was knocked so far away by a punch from that little brat from Konoha. The most important thing is that AI could feel that the little devil didn't use any secret techniques just now, and he relied entirely on his own body's original strength when fighting him. How could there be someone in this world who possesses such a perverted physique? Is the other party a monster? Even if you are a monster and have killed so many ninjas in our village, I will make you pay. Full power lightning style chakra mode. AI's body was covered in lightning, and all his hair stood up. The next second, AI turned into a bolt of lightning again, clenched his fist, and rushed towards Uchiha Mirai. Lightning straight. Looking at AI, who rushed in front of him in an instant, Uchiha Mirai threw a kunai casually. For him, who possessed extreme reflexes and the 3 Tomo Sharingan, time seemed to slow down as he concentrated all his energy on this moment. He could even see clearly AI's hideous face and the yellow teeth in his open mouth. Go to hell, AI roared. But just when his fist was about to hit Uchiha Mirai's head, Uchiha Mirai suddenly disappeared. How could it be? AI's attack missed, and he immediately looked around. Then he found that Uchiha Mirai had inexplicably appeared behind him. Looking at the other party's long sword with wind-style chakra attached to it raised high, AI was horrified. As he was moving at high speed, it was too late for him to avoid Uchiha Mirai's attack. He could only use all his strength to activate his chakra and twist his body desperately. Phew! The sharp blade pierced through his lightning-style armor and cut off his left arm directly. Boom! AI rushed out of the smoke and dust and fell heavily to the ground. This scene made all the onlookers open their mouths in shock. No, what's wrong with Master AI's arm? I didn't see it clearly. What happened just now? Defeated. Lord AI actually lost. Just 2 moves have made Lord AI so embarrassed. What kind of monster has appeared in Konoha? The Cloud Shinobi's faces were filled with panic. When AI rushed towards Uchiha Mirai, dust was flying everywhere, so no one knew exactly what happened. All everyone saw was that in just a split second, AI lost one of his arms after he passed through the smoke and dust. AI, who they had placed high hopes on, actually fell here like this. Not only was he seriously injured, but he also lost an arm. Thinking of Uchiha Mirai's previous killing ruthlessness, a chill rose in the hearts of the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village. After the third Raikage's death, AI was already the most powerful ninja in Cloud Shinobi Village. But the strongest ninja in their village now had one arm chopped off and was lying on the ground in a mess. He is just a kid who has not even reached adulthood yet. How on earth could he be able to do such a thing? Brother, far away. After seeing AI's miserable appearance, Killer Bee roared and opened his mouth towards the sky. A tailed beast bomb with a breath of destruction gradually took shape above his head. Don't even think about it. Yaki technique. Orochimaru's expression turned cold, and he formed seals with his hands. The next second, his body began to change constantly. In just a moment, it transformed into a giant white snake that was as big as 8 tails. The Yamada no Orochi has 8 tails and 8 heads. The moment it appeared, it rushed towards 8 tails. Boom! The two huge bodies collided with each other, and the earth began to shake violently. Gyuki's tailed beast bomb also disappeared in midair due to Orochimaru's intervention. 8 tails. I'll use you to try out my new forbidden technique. Orochimaru's cold voice sounded. If he were to deal with AI and Killer Bee alone, he might not be a match for them. But if there was only Killer Bee, he wouldn't be under much pressure. AI struggled to get up and used chakra to stop the bleeding broken arm. He looked around and saw that all the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village had lost their fighting spirit. Considering his current injuries, there is no need to continue this war. Especially, the Konoha side now has an additional Uchiha who is so powerful that it is frightening. At this moment, a kunai suddenly flew out from the smoke in front. Recalling the scene in which Uchiha Mirai disappeared inexplicably and then reappeared behind him inexplicably, AI felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Without any hesitation, AI's figure turned into a flash of lightning and fled towards the Kingdom of Thunder. Follow my orders, retreat. Bye, run. AI's voice rang out on the battlefield, but his figure disappeared in an instant. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village could not wait any longer. After hearing AI's order, they threw all the shurikens and detonating tags in their tool bags to the rear. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion blocked the pursuit of the Konoha Shinobi, and the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village successfully evacuated. Killer Bee also broke free from Orochimaru's entanglement by cutting off its tail and quickly disappeared from the battlefield. We won. We won. Ah! Those guys from Cloud Shinobi Village are scared out of their wits. It's really satisfying to see them running away. Let's see if those brainless, reckless men dare to provoke us in Konoha again. Orochimaru unlocked the Yaki technique and regained his human form. As he watched the fleeing Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, he waved his hand, chase them, take out all of the Cloud Shinobi Village strongholds. Yes, under Orochimaru's orders, the Konoha Shinobi began chasing in the direction the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas left. After everyone left, Orochimaru slowly walked over to where Uchiha Mirai was. He looked at Uchiha Mirai with complicated eyes. Although he already knew that the young man in front of him possessed extremely terrifying power, the combat power displayed by Uchiha Mirai tonight still surprised him. Unlike other Konoha shinobi, he has fought AI personally, so he knew how powerful AI was. It can be said, even if we look at the entire ninja world, AI's power is definitely at the ceiling. Speed, strength, defense. No matter from which aspect, he couldn't find any shortcomings of the opponent. But even such a powerful ninja was crushed by Uchiha Mirai in just 2 confrontations. The first time he faced off against a fist, he was knocked flying nearly 1,000 meters away. The second time, one of his arms was chopped off in the instant of the fight. Even he found it hard to accept for a moment. So strong. Uchiha Mirai is just too strong. This kind of power has gradually exceeded his understanding. Orochimaru suddenly thought of what Uchiha Mirai had talked to him about a few days ago. Orochimaru, who was always very confident in himself, was a little panicked. Is it possible that things in the future will really develop, as this kid said? After a long silence, Orochimaru adjusted his emotions, looked at Uchiha Mirai, and slowly said, Mirai-kun, Don't you want to follow and take a look? No need. I'm a little tired, too. Uchiha Mirai shook her head calmly. He has not yet reached the state of ignoring attacks. So if the remaining tens of thousands of Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas counterattack before their death, he will not be able to withstand it. What's more, today's harvest is already enough. Looking at Uchiha Mirai's back as he left, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and washed his face. If one day things really develop as Uchiha Mirai said, then he should perhaps consider agreeing to Uchiha Mirai's solicitation. Perhaps. Maybe Uchiha Mirai can help him achieve the goal he has been seeking. After the defeat at Cloud Shinobi Village, everyone retreated into retreat. The ostensible reason was that because AI was to succeed as the fourth Hokage, all ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village had to participate. In fact, everyone knew that this was just a high-sounding excuse for their withdrawal after defeat. After the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village withdrew, all the strongholds and industries within the land of hot springs and the land of fields were naturally taken over by Konoha. Originally, Orochimaru planned to pursue the victory, but Sarutobi Hiruzen strictly forbade him to make any unnecessary moves. Orochimaru could only obey Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and withdraw the ninja troops. After a few more days, the front line stabilized. On the border, near the Land of Lightning, most ninjas received orders from the village to return to the village to rest. Inside the Konoha camp, Uchiha Mirai walked out of the room and slowly walked towards Orochimaru's tent. On the road, all the ninjas who saw him would bow respectfully and greet him. After the last war, Uchiha Mirai established great prestige in the hearts of these border ninjas. The young genius who was once considered a genius by everyone has completely transformed into a strong man who can stand on his own. Mirai-sama, Orochimaru-sama is inside. Please come in. Nodding faintly to the guard at the door, Uchiha Mirai stepped inside. Orochimaru heard the voice, looked up, and a smile appeared on his face. Mirai-kun, did this disturb your rest? Nothing. What do you want from me? Uchiha Mirai waved his hand and asked directly. Nothing, but we're going back to the village today, so I told you in advance. Uchiha Mirai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I have reported all your performance here to the village. So after returning to the village, the teacher may talk to you. Orochimaru knew his teacher very well, and Uchiha Mirai's display of such powerful strength would definitely make his teacher wary. However, in that battle, Uchiha Mirai's performance was seen by everyone, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to, so he could only report the truth. Of course, he did not mention in his report that Uchiha Mirai had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You actually took the initiative to remind me. Are you ready to accept my offer? Uchiha Mirai smiled, a calm expression on his face. With his current strength, what can Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo do to him? Mirai-kun, if things really develop as you expect, I will consider your proposal. I asked you to come this time simply because I hope you can be mentally prepared in advance. Orochimaru did not hide his thoughts. Originally, he had some doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo because of Uchiha Mirai's words. Now is clearly a good time to make achievements and enhance prestige, but Sarutobi Hiruzen transferred him back to the village from the front line. This made Orochimaru's doubts even worse. In other words, even though the things Uchiha Mirai predicted have not happened yet, he has already lost trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Maybe the teacher really has the idea of training another successor. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Mirai shrugged nonchalantly. There is nothing to prepare. Your teacher will never allow the village to be in turmoil during this period. Even if he has any thoughts about me, he will wait until the war is over. Hearing this, Orochimaru showed a meaningful smile on his face. Yes, the teacher who was once known as the ninja hero is now old. A week later, Orochimaru led a group of ninjas back to Konoha Village. The Cloud Shinobi Village was badly defeated on the front line, with the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas suffering heavy casualties. The newly succeeded 4th Hokage also lost an arm on the battlefield. The news had already been passed back to the village, So the streets of Konoha were full of villagers cheering for Orochimaru and others. Everyone sees them as heroes who have protected the village. Among them, Orochimaru was the most popular, and whenever he passed by, the villagers on both sides of the street would shout his name. Mirai-kun, it seems your exploits haven't been well publicized. Orochimaru teased as he looked at Uchiha Mirai. It's just a crude trick. After a while, there will be ninjas who will defend me. Uchiha Mirai said calmly. He certainly wouldn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to take the initiative to publicize his achievements, and it was only natural that this situation would occur. Anyway, most of the ninjas on the front line have returned to the village now. What happened on the front line will soon spread in the village, and his prestige will be established in the hearts of the villagers. After walking and stopping along the way, Orochimaru and Uchiha Mirai arrived at the Hokage's office. As soon as he opened the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face immediately broke into a kind smile. Orochimaru, Mirai, you're finally here. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, teacher. No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the scroll in his hand. You did a great job this time. You showed the style of our Konoha village. Especially you, Mirai. You really impressed me. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaningful words, Uchiha Mirai smiled and said, No, what I did were just trivial things. After all, I don't think the village has advertised anything for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was choked by Uchiha Mirai and explained cheekily, It's wartime now, and the village has too many things to deal with every day. I neglected this. After that, without waiting for Uchiha Mirai to speak, he forcibly changed the subject. Mirai, can you tell me why you are so strong? If I remember correctly, you have just graduated from ninja school for over a year. Well, maybe it's because I really am a genius. Uchiha Mirai's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darken, and he almost couldn't maintain his expression. Genius? You burn newspapers at the grave. You are fooling the ghosts. Who here is not a genius? But he had never seen any genius who could defeat the fourth Raikage with overwhelming combat power and cut off his arm. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile. Mirai, you are kidding. Your strength cannot be simply attributed to talent. I'm sure there must be other reasons. Hearing this, Uchiha Mirai nodded in agreement. As expected of a third-generation member, you are really perceptive. I was just joking just now. Only 1% of my strength comes from my talent, and the remaining 99% comes from my hard work. It can be said that talent is completely insignificant compared to the hard work I put in. That's all. Uchiha Mirai said with a serious expression. Who says working hard to cheat doesn't count as working hard? At this point, even Orochimaru was a little confused. Good man. He had never seen such a shameless person. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost vomited blood. I asked you to answer the question, not to brag about yourself here. But he also realized that even if he continued to question, Uchiha Mirai would probably just play dumb. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only helplessly give up. Orochimaru Mirai, you two have just returned from the front line, so you should rest well in the village for a while. Yes. After Uchiha Mirai and Orochimaru left, Shimura Danzo stepped out from the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and took a deep puff of cigarette. Danzo, did you hear the conversation just now? Do you have anything to say? Hearing this, Shimura Danzo slammed his cane on the ground, snorted and said, It's obvious. Uchiha Mirai definitely possesses the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.